Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you might be in the world. We are here for the last chance qualifiers for the 6th Invitational. I'm your host, Brimstone, and thank you for joining us again today, or maybe for the first time today if you weren't with us yesterday. It was an exciting day yesterday, so I feel pretty bad for you if you missed out, but we lined up for a pretty exciting day today. This is the team's last chance to get to the 6th Invitational. We are down to 3 teams, so what you are going to see today is you're going to see the lower bracket final, and then the team that moves on to the grand final. Either way, it's going to be exciting. We're going to get at least one rematch today, possibly 2 if Reality TV can manage to squeak their way out of that lower bracket. It's going to be exciting. I can't overstate that enough for you. The games we've got lined up. So first off, with this lower bracket matchup, Reality TV taking on SSG again. Reality TV, the underdogs, the real story of this tournament so far. They've done pretty well for themselves, but I think, going up against this veteran leadership that is maybe not something that they're as used to. You turn around and you look at a team like SSG, they are used to facing anyone and everyone. And as soon as my compatriots flank me on either side, we'll start discussing a bit more of this matchup. Guys, how awesome was yesterday? Of course, I'm joined by Cookies and Laxing. Gabe, I mean, we did not disappoint yesterday. We didn't get any blowout matches. It was nonstop action, start of the day to the end.
Yeah, it was really exciting. I mean, from start to finish, the game's very high octane. You were seeing a lot of teams, maybe falling short on one map and then going to the other map and, excelling. And the other team then fell short. And then the last map was just this barn burner. Teams going back and forth, trading blow for blow and, round after round, and then really coming down to the wire to seal the next team going on. So yesterday was tons of fun. So as you said in the beginning of the start of the show, if you missed out on yesterday, today is probably be just as exciting as yesterday was.
Now, Cookies, one of the teams that we love to talk about because of our prior experience is Reality TV. And boy, did they experience some highs and lows yesterday, but it's a learning experience for them nonetheless.
I was about to say, y'all lying a little bit. Y'all straight out capping a little bit because Reality TV took 5 rounds against TSM yesterday. And it's unfortunate. It's tragic because it really puts like this negative damper on the end of the day, because at the beginning of the day, obviously, they took down Space Station Gaming. Of course, they've got a rematch coming up right now. Of course, these guys, we still don't know. We still don't know what they look like. They're all in witness protection. But trust me, Rice, he went absolutely nucleosis against SSG yesterday. Had 32 kills, net best of 3. Was absolutely amazing. And Reality TV performed well. But again, it's going to have to be... it's almost going to be like they're going to have to try to remember that SSG game, because the TSM game is such a beatdown that it's like, how do they respond to that? You
gotta just wash it off. Don't look back at it. Maybe take from it what you learned, and it's a new day. It's a new day, right? Got to start over.
It's Sunday. It's Sunday, Lax. It is literally Sunday right now.
It is Sunday.
Do you know who remembers that game from yesterday? It's going to be SSG. They're going to remember that RTV is the team that put them in the lower bracket, and they are going to come back firing, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, SSG, like I said yesterday, they're a very strong team. And once they get a grasp of what the other team is doing, they really hunker down and focus on, exploiting any of their flaws that team has. And I think SSG today, and they fought yesterday really hard. I kind of wrote them off with that Mirage game. Well, I didn't write them off, but I kind of wrote off Mirage, and that game really went the distance. They were up 5-0, and then all of a sudden it just started going back and forth with Mirage, climbing their way back up. But again, SSG's, their back is against the wall here. They lose, they're out. Reality TV, they lose, they're out. This is going to be one hell of a game. Like, it's going to be a back and forth. So I'm I don't know. I'm excited for it. I'm really excited for it.
Let's not forget, I mean, Mirage had to play TSM first, and they went down swinging. It wasn't like it was an easy match for TSM either. So, I mean, it's funny to say that they're no longer with us in the tournament, but Mirage didn't go out easily. They went down fighting. Cookies, the team to beat today, the team that's going to be sitting pretty, waiting for the grand finals, will be TSM. And boy, they maybe looked a little bit shaky in that Mirage game, but they looked very clean after that.
Yeah, as of right now, TSM's got 3 of the highest rated players from the entire tournament. Surprising 3. Guess which 3, guys? It's Bolo, Merc, and Achieved, all playing exceptionally between the 3. Just really carrying this team through to victory through these tough times. I mean, like you said, the TSM game, or rather the Mirage game for TSM was just absolutely back and forth. There was a point where like something, it was a stat like TSM had won 2 rounds in a row, like throughout a whole map and stuff. It was just back and forth, and they managed to pull through. And then of course that reality TV game was just absolutely it was brutal, as you would say, Brip. So it's utterly brutal to just watch how much they just bashed reality TV's heads in and made him. It was funny, as Mr. B said, like Snake was his son, because Mr. B and Snake, like, they used to team on a team called Chess Club like forever ago, but I guess it was role reversal yesterday, because Snake owned his former IGL in that game, and TSM's sitting pretty good in those finals, just waiting for the results of this game we've got coming up.
Now, we know those big 3 can and did step up, but I am excited, CJ, to see, what Snake and Gasher. There's no doubt in my mind that either of them or both of them could pop off in that final match. But before we get to that final match, let's have a look at that bracket. Gabe, what are your expectations or predictions for today? Do you see SSG dropping again to reality TV, or do you see them learning from their prior mistakes and taking this one?
Honestly, Brim, I'm going to have to give it to SSG moving forward with this game today. I think, they realized what their problems were yesterday. They're going to focus hard on that, and they're going to come out today, and I think they're really going to bring it to reality. And not to write off reality. Reality definitely has a chance. They have a good run here, but I do think SSG overall is really going to focus on their mistakes yesterday that they had against reality, and they're really going to play into those and fix it, just like how we saw TSM go into that last game. I mean, it was a night and day difference, TSM, from the Mirage game going to the reality TV game. So I think it's going to kind of be the same thing here. So for those reasons alone, I'm going to have to say SSG.
Any similar or differing thoughts, CJ?
We really asking this question right now, Briv? I of course I disagree. Reality TV, I think they're gonna, based on how these bands work, not gonna get too far ahead of ourselves, but I think reality TV is gonna at least push it to 3 maps. They're at least gonna put up a fight, and we're gonna have a dramatic map number 3. I'm thinking. That's just my opinion. I'm hoping reality TV can win, but it is it's going to be a tall task beating SSG twice. I mean, because they learned, they take things personally. That's for sure.
You know what? Unless you are diehard fans of either one of these teams, I think anyone will be looking for a 3-map game. We just want to see an absolute barn burner. We want to see a show, both matchups of the day. But before we go to a quick break, I want to remind everyone, it's going to be popping up here in the top right corner of the screen. We want you to get your tickets to the 6 Invitational. We want to see you there. I mean, if you think today is exciting, if you thought yesterday was exciting, this is nothing in comparison to what the overall tournament is going to be. The biggest tournament of the year. This is why these teams are battling so hard. It's to get to the 6 Invitational. So get those tickets now. As I said, we want to see you there. But we are going to flip to a quick break as we get set for the first matchup, and we'll do that deep dive when we come back into SSG versus Reality TV. Okay, so here it is. First matchup of the day, Reality TV, SSG. We obviously talked a bit about it in the pre-show, but CJ, this is, we maybe have a bit of a personal bias towards Mr. B and the boys, But let's talk serious business here right now. I don't even know why I'm asking you to do this, CJ. I know you're never going to be serious with me, but your thoughts on reality TV?
What gives you the inkling I'm not serious?
He's been serious about reality.
You love a good show. You love a good show. I know it.
I'm serious. Like, okay, if we're talking seriously, Rice was the key performer in the game yesterday.
Yeah.
Was absolutely elite. Was absolutely unleashed. This is a guy who hasn't had a chance to really like show his stuff, you know, for most of his like career, I guess in CL, he's kind of been the support guy. Yesterday, he looked like the guy against SSG. He was huge part of the reason they were able to pull that off. Mr. B as well. I mean, Mr. B, you think like for the IGL guy or whatever, he's not going to be fighting and opening engagements so often. But this dude takes more opening engagements than his actual entries were. I mean, just by the raw numbers. And he's not always successful, but there's a whole lot of that.
You saw him on the theme park, the ending of theme park. Like he was real, like I think he was getting 3K after 3K in some of those rounds and like really sealing those rounds for the team. So, I mean, Mr. B's that guy.
He's always heat checking. He's always on a heat checking.
I got to say, Gabe, it's not too often that you see players where usually if a player's having like a mid to poor game, it kind of just stays that way throughout the matchup. Mr. B can have these games where he's sitting on, we saw it, like no kills. And then all of a sudden, you can't write him off within a matchup. It's not going to stay that way. There's always the possibility, and it was on display yesterday. What kind of character does it speak to as a player like that when all of a sudden it's like they can decide, you know what, I haven't been great, now I'm going to pop off?
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, you're on a 5-man roster. So just because you're not popping off, that doesn't mean the 4 other people aren't popping off. And, you know, Cookies was talking about Rice. Rice was really stealing the show yesterday, along with Hat. Hat made some really good heads-up plays that was also winning them rounds. But you have players like that, you know, it's nothing to take away from yourself as a player. You just got really good, talented teammates that are also doing the work. And then you saw Mr. B, you know, he wasn't having crazy starts or crazy mid rounds, but in those games, he was providing a lot of help for those teams for those players to possibly make those plays happen. But again, in theme, he was really popping off. And like, that's what you want from a player is just because other people are doing well and someone might not be getting that spotlight doesn't take anything away from him, because Mr. B showed exactly why he's the player that he is, the IGL that he is, based throughout his entire performance throughout those matches.
What I'm super excited to see, we're getting this matchup, Cookies, but when we look at the maps, are we going to see something similar again? Are we going to get a rinse and repeat, or are we going to see something totally different?
Honestly, what's really funny about these two is we saw really similar bans yesterday. The first two exactly the same. The SSG Villa bands exactly the same. What you're seeing it's a little bit differently is obviously Reality TV's banning out Cafe, and you're seeing we're going to see Border again. We're going to see Border again. We're going to see whether or not SSG actually has found the answer. They have found the cure to whatever Reality TV did to them yesterday. On the flip side, that also means SSG is going to get banked, and that is one of their, especially combined with what we saw out of Reality TV versus TSM yesterday, that is going to be, that's probably the most lopsided, like, prediction I have coming for you in the map ban phase. I almost guarantee SSG is probably going to win bank based on what we saw yesterday in Reality TV. It just was not ideal. But Border is really going to, if we're going to see map 3, it's going to come down to whether Reality TV is able to replicate what they did on Border yesterday, because we're going right back to it. That's how it rolled. We will have a Chalet decider, and it's kind of curious because yesterday SSG like banned out Chalet, which I thought was a little peculiar. They preferred to allow the theme park that Reality TV was so elite on throughout this year. You know, they let that stay up. So that's a little bit of a small adjustment in the event we go to map 3, guys. But Reality TV has to take Border. Like that is a given. Otherwise, we're looking at a 2-0. I'm gonna keep it chief with you.
I'll be honest, Gabe. You know, you heard me say a second ago, I really do want this to go to 3 maps. Seeing Chalet now, I didn't think I could want it more, but I really, really would love to see a Chalet as a decider.
Yeah, I mean, Personally, I think it's going to be a 2-0. I don't even think we're going to get to Chalet. I think Bank is a really strong map for SSG, and we saw Reality play against TSM yesterday on Bank, and it was just an absolute slaughter of a map for them. They didn't really do much. TSM really took advantage of that, and I think SSG is really going to do the same. I think it really plays in how SSG plays. They're very methodical. It's a big map, so they can really lock down position. And then going back into Border, I don't think Reality is going to play against the same SSG. I think SSG is really going to focus heavy on that map and counter Reality in many ways that I'm not sure if Reality is going to be ready for. So I'm not even sure if we're going to see a Chalet. And if we do see a Chalet, I think that's still going to go in SSG's favor. That's another very strong map for them. They've always been really well off on Chalet. So again, I think it's going to be a TO. I don't even think we're going to get to Chalet.
Were you almost surprised to see Reality TV let Bank get to the point that it could be picked by SSG? Because as you said, it's strong for SSG no matter what, and yet Reality TV also had that poor game on it yesterday. It's just odd that they would let it get there.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised, but at the same time, I'm not. The one that surprised me a little more is maybe picking Border again. Knowing SSG's history, they're a very counter strat heavy team. So when they know what you're doing, and you aren't going to change everything in a day, you might be able to make small micro adjustments, but you aren't going to change strats entirely in that 24-hour window, less than. So it's kind of crazy to me that they let Border come back into play, because I think again SSG is really going to play into that, where I would personally like to see them maybe test out something else here and try to catch SSG off guard a little bit.
Cookies, I hope that the map bans and Gabe's analysis of it hasn't dampened your spirits of Reality TV.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, it's like I'm honestly wondering what adjustment could SSG really have? Because I mean, yesterday we saw them doing the most, right? We saw Blackbeard, we saw the Monty plants. They were doing everything they could to try to nullify how ridiculous Reality TV could be on Border, and try to control the game and control the situation. They just really couldn't. And I guess if we had to look at Reality TV's choices in the maps again, they really don't have many choices, at least on paper. I mean, some people look back on the SSG Clubhouse and think it's unbeatable or whatever. They insta-banned it again today. Mirage yesterday actually took SSG the distance on Clubhouse. And Reality TV, if you're looking at a team that's wanting to qualify for the Invitational and perhaps, take that next step, I was low-key expecting, if I wanted my hopes to be higher, that maybe they could, sneak out Clubhouse. But they just shown this refusal to actually play it and get elite at it, and that might be what that might be their undoing. Like Lax said, going back to Border again might prove to be their undoing. But I see what their mindset is. They're trying to stick to their guns. They're trying to stick to what they know should work and can work, and they're hoping that takes them through to map 3, where they have a chance, just a chance to make it happen and see what they can do.
Well, if the analysis is true, right before we get into a quick point, Lax.
Yep.
You're good?
Oh,
okay.
Well, sorry. I thought my fault. Sorry about that. I'm just really excited to get this matchup again, to really see which team is really focused on whose strengths and whose weaknesses they're going to play into.
Yeah.
That's my biggest takeaway for this game is it's a brand new day. Wash off yesterday. What happened?
Yeah.
This is it. You're done after this. So you got to lay it all on the field here.
Well, it is a match of redemption for both SSG against RTV, RTV against Bank. We'll see what happens. We'll throw to the casters now. Crow and Fellow.
Thank you, Jim. And what is up, everyone? And not only that, John, I must wish everyone a very happy Gong Xi Fa Cai. It is Lunar New Year. I don't know what year it is in the lunar calendar because it's different. It's not 2023, but it's Lunar New Year. Got to throw back to my heritage. John, RTV versus SSG. A great Lunar New Year gift, in fact. But I got to agree with the desk. The maps, going back to Border, going to Bank and Chalet, I think it's all coming up SSG right now.
I'd have to agree. Even with Border, again, if SSG just fix a little bit, especially in the mid-round, because we saw how effective Reality TV were at changing 3v3s into 3v2s or 3v1s. If SSG can tighten that, I could imagine Chalet might not even be on the docket for what we see in this broadcast. And going back to just map number 1 of Bank, Reality TV were struggling against TSM. Their early round, it just seemed lackluster in a lot of positions. You had Hat dying a lot on the entry, which as your ATM lobby player is a very big upset because he can help the rest of your roam clear out tremendously, gathering you loads of info on the Dokkaebi and also providing a lot of good cutoff angles with that DMR. So my question is for RTV is how are they going to set up those early engagements correctly? And an instant Dokkaebi ban, I feel like for RTV, they might be shooting themselves in the foot a little bit with that. But to be fair, they're on the defensive side first, and they've got plenty of other great options like Jackal and Lion. So it might not be a big issue, but as a team that brought out Dokkaebi quite consistently, it is a little jarring.
Although we do know SSG to also be a team that brings a lot of Dokkaebi, I think Yeti is the typical guy to to do that. But SSG instantly respond with Buck and Castle. Well, Buck is definitely an odd ban for Bank, but he does find use. So he brings hard breach charges, which could be really useful for attempting a basement execute. And especially, too, if you're bringing a Buck with those hard breach charges, you only need one other hard breach, and he's really useful at clearing out the roam. Not only if you're doing top down, you can go all the way to the top floor, start flushing out those roamers, but horizontally creating really long cutoff. So because so many of those walls on the middle floor are destructible. So Buck, even though there's not a lot of verticality on the basement, you still see him brought because he's useful pretty much everywhere. And Castle, also an operator that Reality TV used quite a bit, almost every round on their middle and top floors. So not surprising there either.
Also, in general, just to remove one of the main vertical attackers you're going to bring in the round, if you end up killing Sledge, good chance there's no other source of proper vertical for the offense, so it's just less options that Reality TV might have, especially since they are a team to bring out both the Buck and Sledge to really speed up that roam clear on the top floor by getting vertical once they have top floor, and then they start pushing away defenders from Tellers and Archives, for example, which, funny enough, is the bomb site that RTV is selecting for round number 1. It can give you a lot more wiggle room. So RTV starting out, like I said, over in Tellers and Archives, running a couple of trap operators as well. We see Hat and Tristan on the Capcan and Frost respectively. And they also have Mr. B on the Azami, so that really could bolster up not only the roam extension that you're doing on the top and middle floor, which, funny enough, we see a couple of key barriers right next to that kitchen extension, but also during the late round too, if you have a couple saved up, that could also funnel SSG a little bit better too.
The fact that they're playing Tellers too is odd. Not your usual primary site, especially with how powerful Lockers tends to be. Also a note that, I don't know how important it is to John, but in getting the vertical with, well, not only Buck used for cutoffs more than Sledge, but in getting that vertical and with how big Bank is, Sledge is slower. So maybe they're also trying to reduce the pace of Reality TV?
I'd have to agree. And of course,
possibility.
2 is greater than 1, so again, only having that sledgehammer, it's going to just take even longer to get that vertical down too. So inadvertently, yeah.
And speaking of getting vertical down, of course, the top floor take coming through for SSG, and Fultz is already in or about to be in long desk, but instead he'll skate right by it, hitting the crab walk, daring Tristan to peek him, but instead it's Yeti outside the main lobby rappel to get our lead off frag. Tristan already has his Capcan traps down, but that's a top floor roamer done and dusted.
Yeah, good job just holding your teammate's flank, making sure no one can creep up gold stairs, get yourself a free entry. And now for Reality TV, they might begin to forfeit this top floor as they don't want to lose any more bodies. You could maybe see someone getting really aggressive by marble stairs, but again, that's a major gamble that if RTV flounder, now they're down 2 entire defenders, and SSG can begin to get vertical down. So your anchor coverage is already going to be much weaker, especially if you're, again, just down less defenders that could hold the bomb site from an execute.
The C4 also missing, and I think the second, yeah, both C4s now gone, not really hitting anything, and they have the main hatch open into small office. I wouldn't be surprised if they have the corner hatch open as well. SSG are making pretty good, have a pretty good time of things, especially considering they still have 35 seconds left, and they are just about on the site. All that's left to do is for Bosco to open the main wall, and this heralds the execute. I mean, it's such a massive hole into the middle of that bomb site. There's not a lot the defense can do unless they start winning fights, but Hot and Cold on that really long cutoff takes out one, and Giddy just backs up into the same angle. Ignorance there from the Cade. Mr. B lands a beautiful headshot, but Fultz is right around the corner for the trade. In fact, they dome each other. Because the last player on site was dead, it's a win for the attack.
And I've really got to commend SSG for just having such an early start over by lobby. We saw how effective Yeti was, not only at, of course, getting the opening gunfight and providing coverage for his teammates, but also forcing Tristan to maybe feel inclined to take that gunfight by going up gold. We saw him pop out a Rotero drone immediately, that being Yeti. So the shield's now gone in that first floor. And with, again, killing Tristan so early and no one being able to replace that spot because now it's a vulnerability for the defense, now the Thermite of Bosco can rotate across the map, get the wall opened up, and now you've got this cutoff angle that Hot and Cold can comfortably hold and make sure that no one can retake the site effectively. And again, just in general, because you have lobby control so early, although you only have 30 seconds left, you know it's free map control, so it's not going to be that hard for SG to rotate down below and get the other wall opened up. So that was just beautiful execution and coordination by SSG just to start off on the right foot and bank.
Plus, certainly helps when two people just swing hot and cold, holding a long cutoff for free. The SSG take the first round in stride, now looking to attack the lockers. Going to bring the Maverick to help assist those hatches. Of course, with Cade being on the board, they just want to make sure he's not being played, though. Probably because Reality TV, I would assume that Reality TV assumed that SSG would be taking the Thatcher, which is why Cade wouldn't really be all too useful on this site.
And in general, it just promotes Reddit TV to want to bunker, which I feel like that was a big issue for them against TSM because they just didn't roam at all on bank. It gave TSM a lot of map control very early in the round. It allowed them to have like a minute 20 when setting up the execute on top of having a Ying. It just caused so many issues for Reality TV that their anchors would crumble, even if they had a lot of utility to push back TSM. Now they're trying to go for the opposite, actually having a pretty solid roam team composition, having Mr. B on Legion, Hat with the Solus, and you've got the Oryx as well. This really does seem like you want to put a lot of pressure on that drone economy and maybe work a pick as you're falling away too. But so far on that top floor, no one's fallen just yet, except for the roamers now heading into the first floor.
And I think the switch up that Reality are having with their philosophy definitely favors them, especially going up against a team like SSG. As long as Reality TV don't peel away the roam into those set angles that SSG like to play. Because if SSG can clear your roam without really needing to clear your roam like this, with Fultz just walking down a staircase, then they're going to be taking that control in stride. Reality TV lose the first pick once again, and Hat looking to drop down to fully finish the roam.
He's just waiting for a couple of drones to sail past him, and then he can just make the drop down. Rice potentially looking to go for a trade playing on Marble Stairs, but losing out on that smoke could be a huge error. Yeah, there's the yellow ping, and still Hat hasn't dropped. This could be a free pick, and there it is. Beautiful angle, vaulting on top of the table to spot the Solus's head, and now SSG are up too.
The beautiful angle from the drone too. It was like on the corner of the stock hatch, so Hat didn't see it was there. Maybe if he used the Solus gadget, he would have been able to spot out that he was on camera, but it was not to be. 3 versus 5, make it 2 versus 5 as Rice swings up and only cuts Yeti down to about 1 HP. Really unfortunate. The Claymore even on the hatch just to make sure that Tristan's not going to go for an Oryx flank. You really have to admire the thoroughness and the due diligence of SSG. They have the angle on the Hibana. Bosco gets headshotted by Giddy, still playing in Garage, but there's a nade to meet him, and Hot and Cold's getting the plant down. Tristan left in a 1 versus 4, getting tagged up. They know where he is, especially now with those shots raining out. And the plant has been confirmed by Hot, and post-plant for Tristan to try and work himself out of, and SSG, again, just clinical.
Really no better way to put it here for SSG. Starting out on the right foot on their roam clear, now leaving Tristan in, I think we can put it as an unwinnable position. You've got people up above watching on cams. You've got people just in close quarters combat being fed information. I mean, look at the drone, the highlight right there. They had Tristan's number, and they finally shut him down. Yeah, there was no way RTV were coming back from that post-plant position. But again, briefly talking about it, the roam clear was great. It was done in about a minute on that top floor, which is pretty standard. They only lost about 2 to 3 drones in total. And the coordination in the mid round was also fantastic. We saw both Fultz and Rampy timing that effort of getting vertical down and pushing from square stairs to deal with Mr. B as he's isolated inside of Archives, and now he's got both vertical and a horizontal angle to deal with. Not a good spot for him. His best bet was probably to fall back, but again, he was thinking, if I can take somebody down with me, then that makes my roam even more valuable than just falling away and keeping things at a 5-on-5. That didn't happen. And then as well, the coordination with the player on that hatch, gathering info over by stock, and coordinating with Fultz as he now wrap around from square staircase into kitchen proper, that was also perfectly done. They eradicated the roam. On top of that, they guarantee Rice didn't get any kills mid-round because Yeti was just playing distance against the shotgun, which was perfectly done. And then they get a 5-on-2 execute. I mean, what more could you ask for?
You can't.
Exactly.
I think you can ask for more, John.
You could ask for a Ying, and SSG will provide, because now they have one.
As well as the Thatcher and Rampy now bringing the EMPs to combo with the dual hard breach from Bosco and Hot and Cold. With how good SSG have been with their intel so far, let's see if they're on top of their utility game too, with Tristan holding that Wamai stock shield that we know so well. But of course, there's a Flores. Fultz is going to pilot the drone down the marble stairs, but it's actually going not onto the shield. Oh wait, no, it is. What the heck?
It was like invisible on our screen.
Yeah, it was like bugged. So never mind.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought it was because like it was going downstairs to the basement. I was like, where?
Don't worry, you're not crazy.
Yeah, so it did destroy the shield. Yeah. All good.
Luckily, we had that outline, so it wasn't like impossible to see, but it was just really janky. But again,
we just have an observer bug, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's the second one. And also, they left the hatch soft for an open area site. I think that's a little concerning. I mean, obviously, SSG wouldn't have had a problem removing it because A, there's no Cade, and B, they have Habana. But kind of just got the hatch open for free. Bosco's now lurking up blue stairs. He's probably going to want to get this quad wall opened up once the defense realizes that he's here. But he might get a freebie. Yeah, this could be a free kill onto Rice, but he falls back. Too much patience there actually allows Rice to fall back, but he gets aggressive once again, and it backfires.
Rice, I guess, maybe assuming that the ace charge came from the hallway, and in the meantime, SSG have just barreled their way into sight. Rampy's planting, it's down. Reality TV stuck in a 3v5 retake as Hat fell earlier. Giddy finally coming back to the site, looks for the Hibana, but loses it to Hot and Cold. Mr. B cut down by Bosco, watching bottom square, and Tristan's the last one alive in a 1v5 post plant. And yeah, he's not winning that one. Hot and Cold with the finisher, and SSG, a flawless take.
And you talked about the information that's been so potent for SSG. That was most definitely the reason why that execute went so well. Someone probably figured out one way or another, hey, there is just Rice on the objective. RTV would be forced into a brutal retake if we just hit the go button. You even saw SSG just completely forget about opening up the quad wall because that would give Mr. B more opportunities to take gunfights and maybe slow down SSG. So the second that Rice overstays his welcome by that double door, once he dies, everyone just books it. And not only do they have presence over by kitchen, they've got someone on the Predator window. I think there was someone maybe trying to drop the hatch or watch an angle up above and through stock so no one could retake from that position. So everything was also accounted for. And now SSG have numbers literally because they're in a 5-on-4 and figuratively because they just have almost all their players on the bomb site, if not right next to the bomb site, holding the rotates down so RTV cannot come back and try to defend against the defuse. SSG just playing so perfectly in this first half, already forcing a timeout by RTV, which is kind of what we saw back on their match against TSM last night, and that didn't work. So really, we might just have history repeat itself, Harrison. This looks very dire for reality TV.
Yeah, and they have 3 kills in 3 rounds.
Yep. It's not good. And I was gonna say, almost all of them are Mr. B, right? Yeah, it's Mr. B and Giddy. It's like late round impactless kills.
Yeah, the what was it? The one kill that Giddy got was,
I think there was a round where they got no kills, right?
That was last round.
Yeah, I thought so.
Giddy got the kill on Hotton trying to plant with the garage angle and then immediately got naded. That was his only kill.
Yep.
So it's not been a good time for Reality TV so far. SSG are just proving why Bank is their playing ground. I mean, they look absolutely flawless on it. I think especially a map like Bank really thrives off of the SSG drone style that they have too. And Reality TV aren't really doing anything to stop SSG. I think that's the main takeaway here, is that because of SSG's info, because of how good the roam clear has been, they are simply allowing SSG to set up. They've got to find some way to deny all this info, because you deny all the info, you deny a good portion of that, you know, intel-fed roam clear, and you deny the early setup that SSG have been having. And I just don't know why Reality TV aren't playing into more Mute and Mozzie or Solus.
Did see Solus brought a little bit, but that's been the real extent to RTV's info denial. And oh, this looks really devastating for Mr. B, getting caught in a bad spot. And now he's got to worry about Yeti as well. Yeah, I think Mr. B is just moments away from death, and there it is. Thankfully, an entry was found by RTV, but it's not long lasted. Hot and Cold finds an immediate trade in SSG. They're back up in the man advantage, and the roam game is beginning to wither away.
It's so tough for Reality TV right now to stop what SSG is doing. They have no counter to this drone game, no counter to the info, because even if you do try and spread yourselves out to stop the multiple kind of pressure point style of attack that SSG have on their roam clear right now, well, in doing so, like I said, you're spreading yourselves thin. SSG are just going to take that one, you know, someone like Fultz or Rampy is just going to take that 1v1. That's still going to be assisted by info, and then you've lost the trade potential. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment right now for Reality TV. And now Hot and Cold gets a second, just dropping the corner hatch and frying Hat, leaving Rice and Giddy on site in a 2 versus 4. Now, granted, a Smoke and an Echo are probably the two guys you would want alive, given a 2vx situation, but the way SSG have been playing, I don't think they're going to be caught out by those yokais.
Yeah, they're not going to forget about Giddy. They were hunting him down when he was playing by Garage as Warden. Giddy's probably going to be in the exact same location, so they're going to be looking for him once again. No, Giddy's in an even more aggressive position, looking to take some sort of gunfight, just hoping he can do something for his teammates that isn't just utilizing the yokais to stop a plant, because with 40 seconds left, the yokais and smoke grenades, they might not be enough, especially if SSG just kind of use their brute force in terms of having 2 men up against RTV.
First gas canner comes out at about the 40-second mark, so a decent time for Rice to start letting them rip, but Giddy can't really sit on his yokais and wait. Someone else is going to have to be calling for him because he's got to worry about the hatch presence, and the nade is being ripped. Giddy avoiding it for now. It was put back in the pocket of Rampy, I believe. Giddy is just going to expose himself to the hatch, though, and now leave Rice alone with the gas canister going out, but it's killing Rampy. Rampy's got to get off the plant, but he repositions. He knows he's got enough man count to cover him, and Rice is stuck in a corner. Hot and Cold, 3 kills on the round. Why did Giddy just walk into the hatch? Did he not have any yokais left?
I think the problem is, yokais or not, Giddy has to help the smoke without his drones. He has to watch the hatches for his teammates, and he's figuring, well, I'm not Warden. I can't just eat a flash grenade, so I've got to swing this guy while he's gunned down. That is Giddy's only option, and I think the bigger blunder that goes into the causation of that is Hat dying. Hat did not fall off the roam at a good time frame and instead overstayed his welcome on the mid floor. Let's say if the Capcan's able to fall back, now Giddy might be granted the luxury of playing in the back of the map and utilizing his cams to stop a plant once the smoke grenades dissipate, because that could have left us in about 15, maybe even less than 10 seconds on the round. That could give you enough time to actually get somebody off the plant, and if no one can look for the yokai drone in time, that's the round 1, simply just burning away the seconds on the clock. But again, Giddy has to help the smoke by watching those hatches, because again, SSG can just use brute force by them having a 4v2 advantage in the execute. So RTV, they were spread way too thin, and again, SSG took full advantage of that.
Yeah, and by the way, it wasn't a 3K for Hot and Cold. I just realized it was a 4K because he also killed. He was the one on the hatch who killed Giddy. And our observer, our beautiful observer, Easy. Shout out to Easy. You should know him. All of you should know him very well. Told me that the Twitch did zap at least one of the drones. So it's also very, because I was going to say, like, yeah, Giddy does have to watch the hatch, but the time was so low that with Rice setting out that last gas canister, if you just hide in garage, you could win the round off the yokais. But I'm going to assume that he didn't have any left, which, again, just kind of goes back to the thoroughness of SSG ensuring that those yokais were gone so they could do that late push. Because the man count doesn't matter, you know, if you've got 5 seconds and there's a yokai on the board. And Fultz, walking in by himself, gets the early leadoff kill on a Mr. B.
I mean, you can tell SSG is just confident about their matchup against RTV. Just not a care in the world, already winning their first gunfight. Thankfully, Giddy can prolong this clear on the top floor. Yeti's currently injured, but I don't think RTV have info about that, so they can't finish him off. A revival could go down onto the Twitch. So in the meantime, things are pretty calm, but SSG, I mean, they really are just brute forcing their way against this roam clear once again, and Reality TV have truly had no response besides that one kill for Giddy, but now he's pretty low on HP.
It looks like Fultz is aware of Hat's position. There's the drone coming in yet again, and oh, Fultz gets smoked! Wow! I wonder if maybe that was a bit of a miss drone. Like they had an idea, but they didn't know the exact location. But Giddy gets down, and what? Oh my god! Inside tellers, Hat is going to destroy another player, but yeah, as we can see, the players are complaining about it too. There's some server lag, so we might have a rehost after this round. Tristan gets Yeti, and Bosco's the last alive in a technical 1v3 with Giddy still on the floor, and yeah, he's up top. They really have no interest in rezzing him, so it'll be a 1v3 for the rest of the round. He is Ying. He can certainly make his own space should he place those Candelas well enough, but he's also got to contend with the Wamai. Those magnets are likely out, and they're going to be disrupting those Candelas.
Well, at least Bosco's got time to gather info as well with his one drone left available to him. Giddy just moments away from bleeding out on the floor on the top. So that puts us in a true 1 versus 3. Half a minute to go. Bosco's still looking for Capcan traps, and theoretically, RTV should win this round and be thankful about that, but like you mentioned, there's always a chance, right?
Absolutely, but Bosco's worried about someone on the main stairs, of which there is no one. The second 2 Candelas go in, and he'll make his way into the bomb site, but there's a C4 to greet him. Doesn't matter if you're flashed, the explosive still does the work. Rice gets the finisher, and Reality TV are on the board.
Wow, he just ate that Nitrocell as well. Luckily for Hat, he did an amazing job of isolating out Fultz, winning that 50-50 gunfight, and also stopping the resurgence over in lobby as well. So that left SSG pretty much out to dry, and at least they were able to eliminate the orcs up above, technically speaking, but still keeping that first floor player alive. It really did hold off the rest of SSG, so they could not execute correctly. They were just down players, etc., etc. And now we get to go back to CCTV, which so far has not been a solid site for RTV whatsoever. I think they've brought it out twice,
yes,
and they've lost pretty effectively on both ends, losing both of their main roamers each time, and their mid-round presence just that also got flat out denied. They really have had no response against SSG when going here, and now they're going for, I don't even know what you would call this composition. They still want to have a roam, obviously, but now they have even more to help assist the anchor by Mr. B just bundling up all of his Kona stations. I really hope their roamers who are low in HP can fall back and actually utilize them, though, because that has not been a recurring pattern.
They've just kind of died every time instead.
Literally.
Rice has also opened the entirety of this wall into red. I mean, SSG have also, not only has Reality TV lost this site twice, SSG planted in both of those rounds with like Smoke and Echo on the board. So SSG have demonstrated that they understand how to attack this site very well. Fultz is now bringing Jackal to try and mitigate this roam further. Expedite the roam clear, even more quickly than it's already been, which would certainly be impressive.
I was gonna say, yeah, this is really just continuing to add more salt to the open wound that RTV already has. Hat, though, currently getting a hot streak towards the end of this first half. Starts out with the opening kill against Rampy. Luckily with Fultz being on Jackal, though, he's got a secondary shotgun, so the vertical will not be completely null and void, but Mr. B, he's now voided in terms of being up in the round. He's stuck on cams as Fultz will just barge in from top square, and now Tristan's got to worry about the rest of the people pushing him from the main hallway.
And Mr. B just got kind of caught out between a rock and a hard place, but Tristan lands a nice shot onto Fultz to refrag his teammate. And now SSG trail. A man disadvantage, 3 versus 4, still searching for this top floor roamer. Tristan not satisfied just yet. Doesn't want to fall off. He's got to tussle with Bosco and Hot and Cold, the 2 hard breachers who stun out main so they can start to cross. Now peeking in that long double door, but Tristan's backed off towards the windows. Now wrapping around, just evading reading the sightlines from SSG. He knows he doesn't have to take these fights anymore. As long as he wastes time, it's going to be worse for SSG once they make it back down to the site with a smoke and an echo to deal with. But Tristan finally gets caught, standing up and taking the pot shots at Bosco. Hot and Cold takes advantage of it, and we're equalized once again, but there's still roamers on the board.
And both the Habana and Maverick used almost all of their stuns to deal with an Oryx who wasn't even a major threat. He was there, again, like you said, just to waste time. He probably wasn't even looking to take a gunfight. He burned away so much out of SSG, and yeah, I think they're beginning to realize that they cannot go for a default execute, as RTV just have too much to throw at them.
Opening, yeah, that vault hatch, maybe looking to go for a vault drop. Seeing a couple players in the middle floor could just herald them to take that bomb site, but Giddy's going to stop Hot and Cold in his tracks, I think falling back down and defaulting. Pat's still upstairs. Yeti's just going to go ahead and drop E1. Looking for a pick. Will find Rice, but not win the gunfight, leaving Bosco alone, who will drop right after his teammate, but everyone's coming back. Everyone knows where he is as well. Giddy, the first line of defense, now had to try and back him up, but he loses the fight. Luckily, there's only 7 seconds left. Rice also healed up by that Kona station, and Giddy from up over the bomb chassis finishes the round.
I've got to commend it to the Roam finally having impact against SSG. You saw Hat winning that gunfight with Rampy for the most part by himself. So that's the sledge gone, which is definitely going to slow down a good majority of that Roam clear we tend to see by SSG to force back people that are still lingering on the first floor. Not only that, but they also were able to eliminate the Jackal on top of that too. So the info also begins to dry up at that minute 30, minute 50 mark for SSG. And Tristan, he took full advantage of that. He did not give up the top floor for free. He just continued to stay up above, and he burned through all of the secondary utility that SSG had that they probably wanted to save for their execute. So once they figured we cannot go in and do the same attack we have done every single round when CCTV's been in play, we've got to get creative. We got to go in for a vault drop. They attempted it, and Reality TV denied it very hastefully. So got to commend RTV for at least adapting towards the very end and, you know, making that tack timeout a little bit more useful. But it's still a 2-4 split. RTV, they have really got to speed up there the way they attack on Bank, because if they just repeat what they did against TSM, they're going to flounder.
Yeah, it's SSG. It seemed like once Reality TV really started seeing the Roam through and sticking to their guns, not giving up the positions, that's when they started finding success. I mean, it was still, you know, an all-out war with frags going back and forth. It was never really a super solid advantage, but they wasted a lot of time, and that was the most important thing, because SSG, with the man count they had, were confident going into those final 15, 20-second executes because they could just cover every single possible angle and trade themselves out in like 5v2s, 4v2s, and such. But now that Reality TV are actually getting their trades, you can't play with such little time like that. So finally, Reality TV, they take 2 in a row. They get that 4-2 half, which on Bank is certainly not the end of the world. Sometimes it's attacker favored, but SSG's defenses, I'm sure, are going to be just as deadly, especially with Smoke, Echo, and now Goyo.
10 seconds remaining.
Definitely seems to me like SSG want to bunker for round number 7. I think anyone could point that out. There's still an option to roam a little bit, just to break a couple of drones, then kind of recede back into the basement. You know, Yeti specifically having all of his util deployed, having a solid gun of that Vector and a C4 if he really needs some extra backup. I can imagine he's the one roaming, and yeah, he's playing in the first floor, so he'll be a little bit active in round number 7, but not to a major degree. I lied, he has TCSG. So he's playing on the hatch fallback, though. At least I got that correct. That's like half of the prospect, but he's playing a little bit longer ranged with that shotgun, which honestly for open area, I don't think that's a bad idea, especially if they want to hop into Pritter window.
I wonder why Rice is just driving his Roteros right in the open area, like there was utility.
It's already burned through 2, and no util's been destroyed for a very util-heavy comp.
And wow,
a bit questionable.
Yeti dropped down the hatch and then just ran right back up.
That is so Chad.
Not a care in the world. Maybe, I wonder if maybe he just fell down the hatch like accidentally and was like, whoops. Let me get back up there. So not only are SSG, you know, they have a light roam. They're playing for info denial. And I mean, the more info they can deny, the better it is, because even though they might not waste a lot of time, they've got so much utility on the site. And look at this. Reality TV don't even know where the Electro Claw is. Hat has used both his EMPs, and Mr. B standing there like, Well, crap. Now what?
Well, the small sacrifices you make, not bringing out the Thatcher and instead relying on those pocket EMPs, not having enough info to use them well, they're going to be punished with its very limited range. And now RTV are kind of forced to deal with SSG head on. They're opening up this hatch in bottom square so they have a nice cutoff angle, forcing the smoke to play blue. If he hasn't fallen back already, I don't know if Bosco is still holding blue stairs very practically. I don't think he is based on his silhouette. But still, RTV looking to go for, I would assume, more of a default approach in this round just because they cannot drop down the vault hatch.
By the way, speaking of Bosco, you're rocking the rare smoke barbed. That's
Well, they don't need two shields, I guess.
That's like
so
a cursed
fair enough.
image. I feel like, and strange too that SSG had the shield on top blue with no Jaeger or Wamai, no projectile denial whatsoever. So Reality TV could find some, work with those nades if Tristan is in a position to use them. But they've also only got one set. Rice spots out one of those Goyo packs. He'll deal with the other. I think that was a. Was that a nade from Tristan? Oh, I think Tristan just naded the Goyos. That's a waste of utility right there.
I would say at least for SSG, they can't pop the other one once you hit that 20-second mark, so they have to rely on Bosco's smokes, but he still has two of them in the 20-second mark. I think they'll be fine, and they've got Rampant Yokais. This really is a plethora of utility, and I don't think RTV can really stop all of it.
They're going to be really hard-pressed to get that plant down when they go for the attempt, but Hat's just going to drop lockers, and this could be enough chaos to get this plant down. Mr. B's sticking it, but the Yokai's coming through. There it is. Mr. B denied. The second burst primed and ready as the rest of Reality TV falls. The C4 to finish, and SSG with an explosive round 7 to open the defensive half.
Yeah, and clearly you could see RTV did not want to go for this as their endgame strategy, but only having pocket EMPs and not throwing them perfectly against the K-Claw, they couldn't go for a vault, elevate, or execute. And even if they went for that, I feel like it would still be challenging for SSG to not deny them of doing so. You've got so much info at your fingertips. You start hearing the hatches get opened up. Everyone just kind of rotates around, and you still have two C4s, a few toxic babes. You've got plenty of util to deny that execute. It would just be a little bit easier for RTV to set that up in comparison to a default server execute. And I really also like the fact that Bosco decided not to waste even more time and resources over by blue stairs and went for the safer option of just bundling up in the bomb site with those toxic babes. That went a very long way for SSG, especially since, again, with the K-Claws and nothing to stop them, they also couldn't open up the hatch that was directly in CCTV. So the site presence altogether was even stronger because RTV were limited with the angles they could use.
Yeah, Bosco's decision-making was really good. Not only falling off of blue, but also, seeing that they still had so much utility, right? The Yokais. We talked about the smoke, the echo, and the Goy. We didn't even highlight that they had 3 C4s. There was just so much stuff to deal with the plant. He could use that gas canister to stop Hat. Hat was like the one guy that could have maybe opened things up for the attack if he caused enough chaos towards the back, but Bosco just said no. You know what, I'm going to use my last gas canister on you. You can't push it. And Bosco eventually got the kill, too. So, Reality TV, back to the drawing board, I guess. Also, don't know why they took that long to get the top 2 floors. Because it was just Yeti, and it still took them to, like, 30 seconds to actually push site.
They were just shaking in their boots when they saw Yeti with the TCSG. They did not know what to do. I mean, I'd be terrified, too. If I saw Yeti in an in-person environment, he would just stare me down. I can't really fault RTV for
with
that
a TCSG?
Yeah, that would... I think that'd be even more scary. But
Big guy
RTV hoping to shrug off that unsuccessful entry. They've got Mr. B already up gold stairs, but there is a Mira and a Yokai. So Mr. B, he's going to be in a world of hurt, especially if no one comes to assist him anytime soon.
Someone's got to help him, but this is also the play that Reality TV are known for. I mean, how many times have everyone in CL talked about this, John? The Monty push, main stairs, one mirror window already done thanks to Tristan. Once the push starts to come together, you're going to see that Iana separate from the pack, except maybe now it's Giddy. Somebody, point is going to go upstairs by Square, and Hot and Cold, despite literally watching the Monty, just lets him walk up and kill him.
I think he had a little too much trust in Rampy.
I guess, maybe. And now Giddy, the guy who we talked about hitting the back, is going to catch Rampy. Fault's the next to die thanks to that long crossfire from Rice, and everything is working out on this attack.
Flawlessly done for RTV. Yeah, that was just questionable. And I don't really fault the elevator player, for example, or anyone near that hallway to not assist against the Montaigne, because they just opened up that wall and the ace is obviously still watching it. But being so exposed to the Montaigne and not having a calm for Rampy, I think it was on the Oryx, to get aggressive and counteract that, or just not expecting Mr. B to go gun up there,
That was
seemed a bit off, I'm not gonna lie. But you know, for SSG, they've got rounds to bleed, and against CEO, it's a very tough site to defend. Not for that reason, normally just because of the window repel presence, which ended up becoming a little more helpful in the late round for RTV, but they already had done their job. But now they get to go to open area, that being SSG, and their comp looks fairly similar, besides obviously the no Echo and Mira. Now they've got a focused composition based on extending on this top floor, breaking through a lot of info, which so far the info game for RTV hasn't been stellar, besides maybe last round, I would say.
Yeah, with and that was, you know, of course, aided by the unkillable drone Monty.
Right.
I still can't believe Houghton just sat there.
That was a very interesting round. I think we could put it like
That
that.
was really funny. He was watching him in real time. And
Even
just
Mr.
took
B
it.
was
It didn't even look
bewildered
like
by that.
Dude, it didn't even look like Houghton attempted to get off the cam. He
He
just
accepted
like,
his
"Oh,
fate.
well, I'm dead. By the
Like
way,
a true man.
SSG set up 2 shields by stock. There's the outside shield that you typically see the Wamai play on, like this one, that's really normal. And then there's one that was like inside stock. Yeah, that. Thank you, Easy. Dude, Easy's the GOAT. Look at that. Why? Is that so that Yeti can actually, like, if he needs to, can he play in stock? Is that the plan?
So they could, like, yeah, I don't know, once
He's
the
also
shield...
got no utility to protect the shields.
But he has a fall off of the hatch if he needs to open up with a shotgun. I think
Maybe
the idea
that's
is
what
like,
that's for.
yeah, let's say theoretically that the shield by Janitor Hall gets broken.
See, there's no there's nothing to stop that from happening. I don't
Well,
really
now he
know.
wasted the Gaunt 6 on the useless shield. So now this one can stay up.
Yeah.
10 billion IQ by Space Station Gaming. And yeah, now they have to walk into this deployable shield with no Flores, and there's someone out by CEO. Oh, Rampy's going for it. Oh, perfect opening kill. That's Diffuser, but I'm sure he's not going to be guarding it for that much longer. He'll just rat down the sewer tunnel if he can get away with this. Surely he hasn't killed the Zero as well. Okay. It was a line instead, my bad.
I don't forgive you for mistaking the line as Zero.
Thank you. I'll do better now because you did not forgive me.
Thank you. It's all about, bro, now I forgot the word. Accountability, that's the word.
Thank you.
All about accountability.
There it is.
Rice is going to hit the Pengu drop right down the hatch as Zero hunting for Yeti, and the Frost does not want to mess with him. Falling way off, but Tristan eats a buttload of damage, but isn't finished. Instead, it's Fultz who gets turned around on by Rice. And a man advantage once again for Reality TV, but again, we got to highlight the fact that Case is far afield.
I would have thought they could recover it by now. They've got 40 seconds to do so, and they have the top floor control, so just simply repelling back down would take about 10 seconds or so. But I don't think RTV are going to go for that. They're going to try to commit to this 4v3 execute and just hope for the best, despite, you know, Tristan being super low and Rice not having a lot of HP. And oh dear, with the secondary heart breach, it's going to take so long to get that hatch opened up. They need Giddy to rotate. That's their best option.
That was also really funny. Hatto is just going to drop in, wipe the floor with Yeti. Hot and Cold is a very nice trade, but Rice has the refrag. I think that was 3 kills for, oh no, because the, dude, now you got me messed up because you called the Lion Zero outside, so it was 2 kills for Rice, 2 for Hat. Mr. B, a bit of banter now that they've closed the gap.
Things have looked significantly better for RTV. I think that goes without saying. Yeah, even though Rampy did hop out and get a free pick, Hat was there on the trade, so no man advantage for SSG, and now that is 1 less defender playing up above. So SSG, they feel a little more inclined to try to fall back a bit, not just give up more bodies. Now it's a bit easier for RTV to try to isolate them, and that eventually happens. Once RTV get back that man advantage, although they could not get the hatch opened up, they just had sheer numbers. And with only, I think it was, what, 2 defenders alive during that last second execute, they couldn't really extend that much over by, archives, for example. So it was a lot of map control just instantly gained for RTV once they moved down a floor lower. But now we go back to CCTV, which was undisputably like the best round for SSG on their defensive half. So there's a strong chance we see map point fairly soon for SSG unless RTV change something drastically, like a Twitch pick, which if the drones get into sight quickly enough, that could be a lot of Vulcan packs just off the board, which would be very helpful.
Absolutely. I think SSG reading into the fact that Reality TV didn't know what the hell to do against this setup, they're literally playing the exact same strategy. Like, down to the utility placement and everything, but maybe that Twitch Nook pick is going to shake things up. Giddy could hit Garage to take out the Echo, because they would have gotten the plant down if it wasn't for the Echo.
Fair point to make. Also, the small chance of Giddy either lurking, down like Garage or Dirt Tunnel, that would be a really interesting thing to do. If Bosco's still over by Blue and Giddy's aware of that, he tries to lurk down Dirt as like a serious cutoff. Yeah, because, the hatch will be opened up. That would give Bosco time to fall away if no one charges at him. So that could be an idea. But Giddy right now, he's a bit closer to Garage. So if that were to happen, it would take a very big commitment from Giddy and a lot of time.
Biblical from Giddy. The wall bang on the camera.
Yeah.
I do also like that Reality TV are, in fact, bringing Thatcher. So Cade will not be too much of an obstacle. Yeti falling back quicker as well. So Reality TV are afforded a little bit more time, but are they going to make the most of it? About a minute and a half left. We're halfway through the round. They are, this time, just completely ignoring the server side of things. So clearly, in the previous attempt, they wanted to go for a vault drop, and now they're allowed to do so. It's their main strategy.
Well, they also have the backup plan, now breaking both Vulcan packs with the help of that Twitch drone, like we mentioned earlier in the round. So that's also a huge benefit for Reality TV. And again, they still have Giddy on Nook, so a lurk is always possible for RTV. But I think they want to save Giddy just for the nades, and then he'll become that menace in the late round once all of his utility has been sponged up, and he can just kind of do his own thing with a decent gun and a good primary gadget.
And they have, like you said, the Goyo packs. Rice has found a lot of good work with that Twitch drone. I mean, the last one will get shot out, but he's already destroyed all of, or at least 3 of those Goyo packs. However, Hot and Cold gets the lead-off kill. Traded out by Giddy, thanks to the nade, but everyone on Reality TV is falling. Hat's now the last one left. They've got info on him as well. He'll get a kill, but not a follow-up. And SSG, despite it coming a little bit closer, still lock out the site.
And sadly, with no one lurking, down below over towards either Blue Stairs or Dirt Tunnel, SSG can just kind of flip around the sites essentially and then begin to bunker a little bit closer towards CCTV, for example. We ended up seeing that. You still have those smoke grenades, which you can throw at range to stop anyone from executing the bomb site or dropping down hatches safely. And again, it's fairly easy to realize when an attacking team is executing for a vault style rather than just going in server, because there is a clear lack of people over by server, and now people are throwing stuff at you through hatches a lot more than you would typically see. So SSG were quick to figure out that was the plan A for RTV. They readjust and flatline RTV, and now they're back on, or now they are on map point for the first time. Not back on map point unless you're counting, their matches last night, which I think would be insane to do that right now. But they are back on CEO, sorry, not CCTV, my bad. They are back on CEO, which was a pretty favorable site for RTV when they brought out that Montaigne strat, and it seems like they're going for it again. But will SSG allow them to just get picks for free? I don't think so. Based on their lineup, I think they want to be a lot more gun up against this composition.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
How are SSG going to respond to the Monty? Well, Rampy's... Ooh. Maybe Rampy is actually going to play up on him. That would like almost instantly just remove the Monty because Oryx. That could be the play. Rice likely still going to be on that rappel though with the cutoff. Giddy, I guess, going to be the one to hit the lurk rather than Tristan, because that's what he did last time on that square rappel. That was interesting with the Mira being played. Instead of having Tristan go up square like he usually does on this attack, they had Giddy just repel instead of actually putting pressure there. Though, now that there's no Mira they have to worry about, maybe we do see Tristan walk up.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on Mr. B to get a little bit closer, throw out those pocket EMPs, and have the wall get opened up, but doesn't seem like it at this very second. And also Fultz, he's the one playing close to the elevator. He could maybe impact Trick. Definitely a fan of that. If the wall can stay closed, then RTV are going to really struggle with this gold tag.
Does Fultz have utility to protect himself, though? There's the EMPs coming out. Tristan looking to set up with a nade from below on that hatch. Mr. B probably calling that he's not sitting on top of it, though, but still the nade goes up. And now Fultz aware that someone's bearing down on him from below. He'll escape the elevator, and that's the second nade used for Tristan.
So you receive the explosive lifelines, keep it destroyed, so better angles now gathered for Reality TV. And now that the wall has been opened up, again, trying to force back this Montaigne is going to be a lot more taxing, but it's a bit of a stalemate still. Mr. B really cannot close this gap until he decides to just say, you know what, screw it, let's just go in now that we know no one's over by elevator for sure, and maybe I can gather more info to try to isolate a defender.
Sees the player on main stairs, is calling out info, but Hot and Cold just swings on Hat, who's chilling in the middle of the staircase, not moving up and helping his teammate. Tristan's trying to find a response, but misses the shots, and Fultz is going on the hunt, but he loses it out. The knife! Oh! What? Tristan stabs Yeti in the chest, but Mr. B goes down. The Monty's now dead. That's huge.
Oh! Bosco, a beautiful shot. This could be over for RTV. Tristan and Rice are so low in HP, and they've got no genuine way of forcing back SSG right now. They were really relying on that Montaigne, and like you mentioned, he's already gone.
SSG probably just shut out the round with that singular kill, with Mr. B overextending and overexposing himself. Now the last two members of the attack so lit up, and they can't do anything against the rest of the defense. SSG, map number 1 in the books. I will say, it was a better attempt from Reality TV. They looked improved, but they figured out those defenses way too late.
I have to say as well, at the very end of that round, it didn't seem like the communication was fully there between Mr. B and Hat. Hat just seemed like lost as to what to look at when going up gold stairs. They just calmed. There was a guy playing close by the rotate Mr. B was looking at. Yet you have Hat more concerned about if someone's going to peek him from the opposing rotate over from long desk. So that is why my assumption of miscommunication was there at the very end, which when you have an operator that's selected purely for info, you cannot be miscomming. So I suppose just a couple of jitters towards the end of that round really did in RTV. And if it weren't for Tristan with his heroics down on that first floor netting a wild 2K, then the round would have been much cleaner by SSG for sure.
I think that was the story of the map, is that SSG just looked clean. Clinical. Like, especially those first 4 attacks really set the pace. I mean, they were almost perfect. I mean, they didn't lose more than 2 lives in any of those successful attacks. That's how on top of the info, on top of the fights they were. Reality TV just gave them all that room to move. And like I said, by the time Reality TV figured out what they needed to do, it was far too late. They were only able to take 2 rounds on the defense, and their attacks have just never really been consistent enough on Bank to make up for it. But that's map number 1 in the books. Reality TV trailing, and they're going to need to win border if they want to take us to a map 3 of Chalet, which I know, John, everyone here in production would be really excited about seeing. But until we go back to the rest of those guys on the desk, we got to take a quick ad break first.
Map number 1 did not disappoint, and SSG, as we predicted, came out with a victory. It started off very clean, as the caster said, but Gabe, it did get a little hectic towards the end, even though they did get a 7-4 victory.
I mean, I just want to recap that last round. Like, there was 15 seconds. You see Fultz fighting Tristan on the staircase. Tristan goes to retreat, maybe get a reload. Fultz says, nah, I got this. Jumps over, goes for the RKO, but then Tristan immediately scissor kicks him in the head. And then all of a sudden, you see Cade in the background as this outline following. And to just immediately get judo chopped in the throat, it was... I couldn't believe what I just saw. I just saw like a quick snippet of Karate Kid in 15 seconds in Siege.
Cookies, I'm a bit, I don't know, a bit scared, hesitant, whatever the term might be. RTV looked like they were playing catch up the whole time, essentially. Was SSG in their heads?
I definitely think RTV had a bad case of the SSG anxiety induced upon them in this match. Now, if you're not familiar, and I get it, not most people have not played against.
It's a real thing.
It is extremely real. Okay, and it's like the small little things. Like there's a drone. There were multiple examples of it. I'll just describe a couple. There's a drone in square that's sitting on a lamp that saw like a particular pixel of where someone could be, and it's like. Or there's a drone on a hatch in the crevice of the crack of the hatch that saw hat in open area. It's just like stuff like that. It's basically they have eyes on you, and in any given moment, any little silly move you want to make, any little risky play you want to make, they know about it. Yeah. And it's when you see when it seems like SG's just like deleting reality TV on their roams, and whenever reality TV wants to get aggressive, it's that SSG drone work. It's that SSG anxiety kicking in. For example, Mr. B was just running around like a headless chicken throughout most of those defenses and just getting caught out. They were just reading everything reality TV was doing. The roam had honestly no effect. I think their first round was taken off of like lag, to be honest.
And to even touch on what you were saying there, Cookies, with that anxiety, I mean, in some of those later rounds, you would see RTV players just shifting around the map. And SSG was nowhere on top of those drones, but like that constant pressure of you going to one room getting pinged, you going to the next room getting pinged, it mentally exhausts you of like, I'm about to get picked. I'm about to die. I need to move. And then all of a sudden you make that wrong step and you're looking down a line of sight of Bosco, Rampy, Fultz, Hot and Cold, Yeti, and you start playing into that game and it's over. It is wraps at that point.
The one thing, Cookies, I thought if there was an opportunity to get back into that round, into the game, it was that final round where they were attacking CEO again, reality TV was, and the Monty play worked the first time, except the second time they just seemed to, they changed it up. They did something different about it. Now, I know that you don't want to stay the same and be stagnant, but at the same time, even that slight positioning change, and I know Fellow kind of touched on it at the end, they seemed to lose that coordination and any hope in that moment that they might actually be able to come back and take this.
Yeah, I mean, and their attack half as a whole was kind of their hope. It looked like for a minute there that they were about to get themselves back into the game through that. We saw the Monty didn't really work on the basement either. I mean, it was like they had that one good round where Houghton
Houghton was checking his door. Houghton was tracking where his DoorDasher was. He was just sitting on there waiting to see where he was, tracking the location.
And that's not. And I mean, we had like a debate about it. Is that like Houghton getting outplayed, or something reality TV did, or what happened there?
I don't.
But that was pretty much the only good thing the Monty did for reality TV. Technically, you don't get that kill on any other operator. Like you don't walk up like that. But it's just like, other than that, the Monty didn't have the effect that they wanted it to have. And arguably, maybe if they'd played something else in that second go around on CEO, maybe things go differently. But I mean, that whole setup for MSG was nice. You've got the Echo drone for curve. You've got the zombies to play the windows. And reality TV never really came up with a well-coagulated answer to that setup at all. We don't think we saw a square take once.
And it just goes to show, I mean, when you're in a pro league match or a qualifier like this, it is never a time and place to be checking where your Uber Eats driver is and delivering the food, because it can cost a round, and we saw it right there.
Well, folks, here's the thing. The silver lining to the situation, if you want to take a positive spin on something that's maybe negative, is we kind of got the expected result on Bank. That was SSG's pick. We knew it was going to be tough for reality TV. Now, for reality TV, they get to take it to border. They get to show what they are all about, get themselves back into this matchup, and hopefully keep the dreams alive to move on to the grand final. We'll throw it back to the casters as we move to border.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, SSG Reality TV, for bringing us back to Border. I love this map. And yesterday when we saw it between these two teams, Reality TV, they had a couple shaky rounds. SSG took 3 off of them, but it was Reality TV setting the pace almost the whole time.
100%. And a big thing I've stressed several times now heading back into Border for Reality TV was their trade potential and their ability to work picks in the mid-round. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting pull, I'd have to say, because RTV really looked like a top team when going into Border, so I really can't fault the pull for being a little 50-50 despite SSG just winning their map pick of Bank. But RTV, they've always been known as a team that they like to get into entry engagements, but they don't consistently win them against really any team. So in the mid-round, they have to actively be working for picks, spotting out isolated defenders to get that advantage when they execute. And RTV did a beautiful job of exactly that when playing on Border against SSG. Their attacks were fantastic most of the time. So if they're not able to replicate that, SSG really could take the bag and run with it here, theoretically speaking. And especially since they now have game day experience playing against RTV on this map, it might be a little more challenging to work those picks I just mentioned in the mid-round that are kind of a win condition for RTV.
Yeah, going back to this map, sure, it's a really good Reality TV map, but I mean, SSG is a team that is adaptable, a team that is counter-strat based, and a team that really does their homework. So I hope RTV have something different to show us today. The band's coming through, Lion and Azami for SSG. The Lion band makes sense. Reality TV do heavily lean into that operator, especially with how aggressively they sometimes play on that attack, allowing that defense or forcing that defense to stand still can be quite the boon. And Ying and Valkyrie following standard bans on Border all around. Armory Lockers is going to be our first site that SSG are opting to go for. Solus in play, incredibly powerful operator on Border. And with Lion being banned, Dokkaebi is left up, and RTV are going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I could imagine we see a lot of Dokkaebi on both the side of SSG and Reality TV. I mentioned that earlier. It seemed a bit questionable because RTV having Hat, or even now Rice, funny enough, on the Dokkaebi is pretty common for them. But also Yeti, who was pretty vocal and at a pretty focal point for SSG as a whole in the last half, he was not allowed that option, but maybe later on he'll get to go back to her when you see us after round number 6. Seems like for SSG they want to start over in Armory, having the help of this Castle and a Rumi combination for these extensions. So now RTV have to have a lot more ranged explosivity, which is probably why Tristan's now re-picking off of the Iana onto an Ashe, but now Giddy will go onto that operator instead. So just kidding. That might be a little bit less fortunate for RTV, but I guess they don't need burn because there are no ADS or magnets. It is just those Surya gates that have to worry about. So I guess they wouldn't need the, concussive lifelines.
Yeah, SSG both on Bank and now in the first round of Border, not really leaning into the Jaeger or the Wamai at all. Happy to just play around the shields with no protection. Tristan already using one of those breaching rounds to open the castle barricade on the passport double door. Maybe looking to apply some pressure downstairs in the main lobby. Hat starting to open up the main castle barricade on top east, staring down a shield. There's, of course, a player on the catwalk, too. So SSG with a very, I wouldn't say classic style of defense on Border, but a style of defense that we've seen a lot on the new reworked Border.
Yeah, just having someone play over by catwalk, breaking a lot of drones, and be looking for an opening gunfight. And you've got these longer angles you can try to challenge as well. Rampy doing exactly that. He wins the first engagement for SSG. And RTV looking for this office overtake with a bit of pressure built up over by break room. It's still not going according to plan. And I'm not too sure if Hat could even get the triple wall opened up over by offices. So really, there are limited options already for RTV. They only have one grenade left, no other ranged explosivity but that. But at least Mr. B finds a refrag as he now enters in the top east.
Searching for this Solus. Hot and Cold still playing in break room, dealing a lot of damage to Giddy now with both the impact and his P90. Mr. B scared to push through, worried that there might be some coverage for that Solus. Still playing around this shield. I believe the nade from Giddy going out, dealing a lot of damage to Hot and Cold, forcing the Souls to fall back quite a bit, and Mr. B sneaks into the hallway looking for a second, but Yeti catches him, and we're back to 3v3.
So still keeping things consistent here for SSG, and wow, the one tap by Fultz across the map. Rice is sleeping with the fishes. Giddy now desperately low on HP. I think he's still trying to help assist Tristan, who only now enters in a break room. And just look at the lack of map control that RTV has. They still have to fight for office. They're still fighting for break room right now, despite it being given up by SSG. They're not fully aware of that.
Tristan, though, is just going to hit a crouch walk. And I mean, in a situation like this, maybe that's the play. I think that's Bosco the Smoke who's still tucked inside of office, but Tristan may be more preoccupied with picking up the case now. Giddy very low HP, so Tristan's likely going to have to be the spearhead that takes this control and takes these initial gunfights. But do they even have info on Bosco? It seems like they might have an idea. He's in the corner, but Tristan loses the fight. Close range with the SMG-11. Bosco definitely in the advantage, and now 1 HP on Giddy. The shotgun comes out, and boom. SSG, great round number 1.
And that's always the convenient thing about having operators that can all create angles of their own. You've got an Oryx, you have a Rooney, multiple shotguns on the board. There were just so many long positions that SSG can hold, so they really never give up a position, pardon for the flub there. They're just falling away to take longer angles. RTV are just forced into a false sense of security because they're not directly confronting someone. And we saw how effective SSG still were because of those longer angles. They can still play for trades, yet be chillaxing inside of the bomb site. They can still be sitting in tight-knit corners, and when RTV not having a lot of active info because they're just face-checking everything, they're going to be put in a very weak spot against that close-quarter engagement. So SSG, that entire round, they just had the best of both worlds.
Now they go to Bathroom and Tellers. Rocking a very different operator lineup, dropping the Solus in favor of a Mute, but with some more traps on the board in Frost and Capcan. Still not leaning into the Jaeger or Wamai. Happy to sit on a Rooney. RTV in the meantime, picking up Buck, making sure that they're going to have adequate soft destruction above and horizontally. Border another map where a lot of these walls are soft. You can get some good cutoffs using that skeleton key. And Rice, who I guess will assist mainly, and I imagine like opening these castle barricades.
I would suppose so. At least you're still going to be able to do that, having plenty of utility at your disposal, unless there's some mute jammers nearby. But needless to say, RTV already looking to slowly wither away at that utility, and there it is. Rice, a well-placed Terror Drone, now opens up this castle double barricade, so it's going to be a little bit easier to execute in the late round if they want to go from the eastern side of the map. But, you know, obviously the Rome is not really threatened by that. As of right now, a couple drones will go past them. Hat may be looking to enter into the building, but he's such a valuable operator, and no, he just gets wide swung by Rampy, as no one expects someone to push out from offices like that. And SSG already starting out with another entry.
The Hat just sat there fully exposed. Out to lunch, I guess. Mr. B at least gets the refrag on Yeti, lands a nice shot all the way from out the break room door. So Reality TV now have control of CCTV. That's only step 1. They still have to take into armory lockers and office, where plenty of SSG members are waiting, rotating the shield as well to better suit the defense now that they know where the attack is coming from. And a perfect C4 from Bosco gives his team the man advantage once again.
RTV still just looking for an opportunity to get into the building and maybe work another gunfight to get that trade. Rice eventually does so. He's got the opening for the Help Visitor Terror Drone. So now the player East Stairs is gone. They could maybe coordinate on the player who's close by towards offices. But Rampy, if he feels like there's too much pressure, he's got the fall-off point of these hatches. So it's not a big issue so far.
And now Bosco gets that man advantage back. Kills Tristan on the Iana, leaving Giddy and Rice in the 2v3. The Roamers have now all fallen back now that they've got that man advantage. The castle, ooh, I don't know if Giddy could have seen the fight. I think the castle might be in Sandwich, and he walks into a frostmap. And it was the one top east, and he didn't even jump. I don't even think he jumped through the window, but Rice is, wow, okay, Rice is just downstairs taking the gunfights. Does he know about Rampy, who's poised to get his 3rd kill? Bosco, the finisher, onto Giddy. I guess they knew he walked into the frostbite. I mean, it's a pretty loud sound cue. And 40 seconds left for Rice to try and put something together.
He's expecting someone to be over towards Customs, and there it is, but the drone not spotting him almost costed Rice his life, but thankfully he can pick up that diffuser, but he's still so low in HP, and there's plenty of utility that could flat out kill him. Those Capcan traps could have just ended the round.
He drops into sight. They should have heard that. Bosco's just around the corner. The flashbangs go out, but Rice has no info. Trying to stick the plant. Bosco's 3 armor. So Rice might hear him when he starts to come through. He switches to the shotgun. Rice gets off the plant, but the shotgun's there to meet him. And SSG take 2 in a row.
And once again, just the early round information and just communication to find these essentially free-flowing entry kills. That is now the second time in a row where Hat has been the opening death. I'm getting eerie memories of the beginning of Bank against TSM, where Hat was such an important player on that Dokkaebi, and then he just gets smoked in a 1v1. For reality TV there, not having a hard breacher, it might not sound like a big issue for a site like Tellers and Archives, but it really does limit where you can enter, not only from the top floor to push back the roamers in a meaningful way, which didn't really happen. SSG just kind of left the top floor when they got their advantage and were kind of satisfied with how their roam went. Not only does the ace help push back those roamers at an earlier time frame, but it also helps when you're executing, because if you're going to go in from the ventilation side of the map, you can open up a lot of those walls, make bathroom pretty open to allow a straightforward post-plant position, and make it very difficult for SSG to retake, especially when you have top floor vertical control. So with RTV just already not having that, it again just limits them, and you never want to be limited against a Pro League team.
John, are you zeroing up soon?
I think so, but I'd like to hear your verbal explanation about this, because I'm really intrigued as to what caught your eye.
The fact that we're on customs?
Yeah, I didn't think it'd be the obvious answer, but it was.
It is. Yeah.
This is customs.
Customs. People hate this site.
Yeah, it's really rough.
It's not great, especially with the Bathroom Tellers rework. I mean, really the only reason why people played Custom Tellers before is out of necessity, because Bathroom Tellers wasn't great. But now it's good, so you don't need to play Customs anymore. But, I mean, hey, SSG, they've always been innovators. They're going to try and go for it. First Thermite goes out from Hat, I believe, and it was immediately impact tricked by Bosco. So there's a hard breach charge now in response, and the second impact goes out. Cade Claw missing, though. Finally, it comes through. Mr. B still has EMPs, so they could go for it. I mean, they're out of impacts, but I guess RTV are going to give up on it, but they get the first kill.
At least that's something going the way of RTV, and yeah, although Houghton has no more Electroclaws he could use to trick with since that other one was on the wall, they could have gotten it opened up, but they'll think better of it. Just focus on the top floor, which is pretty good option for this bomb site, as if you get CCTV control, you have a pretty clear view of the bomb site. And they still have people pushing in horizontally. Rice with their terror drone is going to open up that main double wall. So there are plenty of options here for RTV. They are definitely the opposite of limited like they were last round.
Especially with only like one member of SSG still upstairs and now currently coming under fire. Reality TV should be able to work their way into the building relatively soon-ish. Now with the drone watching hot and cold, he begins to fall back. Actually, I lied. Fultz is still up there, and now Rampy rejoins his team upstairs. I love that run out. The Oryx dash into the corner to break the barricade. The follow-up with the run out. Rampy catches Mr. B. Tristan's down. Hot and cold is traded out, but Rampy is still upstairs looking for picks. Just catches the glimpse of Hat, but he's forced to fall back now as Tristan gets rezzed.
And Giddy has been able to do 0 vertical. He is just now getting his skeleton key out to maybe get some site control, and SSG are just still playing into this token of going for a retake, which honestly might work out. I don't know how solid RTV's info is right now, and they're still trying to get this wall opened up because they went away from it in the early round. Thankfully, again, no one's there to trick it, but it's still just costing even more time and resources from RTV.
At the very least, no one from SSG is really in that bomb site. They're kind of extended in the horizontal. Like you said, Fultz is still upstairs, daring Giddy to expose himself. Might be coming down now, catches Rice, trying to rotate in. Giddy's the next to die upstairs thanks to Rampy. Hat's got a trade, but that bomb has got to get down. And is no one carrying it? They don't have it? Where the heck is the case? Bosco almost gets caught with the Solar Scanner out and he loses the fight. Tristan's getting the plant down, but Rampy's in range to deny it. Who had case? And why plant there?
With red timer ticking, I don't think RTV had many options. They just dropped down the hatch the second they picked up that diffuser and was just hoping that the lack of coverage would I don't know, be enough? That seems so counterintuitive, but really the Thermite was across the map in no man's land. He could not protect Tristan trying to get his keys typed down on the keyboard. I mean, just going back to the beginning of that round, the call to go for a retake on that top floor, it really seemed to be the only way for SSG, because again, once RTV gets CCTV control, again, the site is completely free because of that. You have nowhere to hide. So for SSG to realize that and figure, okay, let's all push back up above as a team and just catch RTV off guard and hopefully, you know, kill someone as they're pushing into the building, that's our best option. It's exactly what happened. They end up eliminating, I think it was Mr. B, who was probably the case player, so that would make perfect sense. It's outside right next to break room, and only then Tristan realizes it. I think that's what ended up happening. So they eliminate a pretty important player to the round, and they're just slowly chipping away at RTV's HP as well. So they're just significantly weaker when they try to go down and execute in the first floor. I mean, again, we talked about how big of a gamble it is to go into customs. SSG perfectly understood that and just played into the strengths that they had for that round, which is RTV probably over-evaluating that and just trying to fully commit to one location and one location only. And okay, Lachlan, go off, I guess.
What a shot.
Yeah.
Their Terror to follow up to take out the top east shield. Reality TV starting with the opening pick on a really important player too, because this weakens the position of Hot and Cold. Now he's a bit exposed since he doesn't have the crossfire. Oh.
Just a game of cat and mouse right now. Yeah.
Ah, Fultz falls off. Okay.
Just have to let the round speak for itself there. We've seen Fultz find a one-tap like that before, I think, earlier in the game.
Yeah, it was
on this site too, so... Yeah,
that was Rice who was playing, I think it was what? Fultz was like
triple wall.
Archives?
Yeah, and Rice was triple wall of office, like...
Oh, wait, no, Fultz was by metal. That's how far he was. That was it. It was a crazy shot. Oh my god, this impact. Dude, if Hat stayed put, that impact might have killed him. But Hot and Cold will just come away with some damage on that ace. Still holding on top on the catwalk. Gasquez just coming out to delay the attack even further. And I mean, Hat is just continuously swinging the window. Hot and Cold picks up the trade.
Yeah, no one going top east, no one throwing utility at Hotton. He can just sit here uncontested. Now there's someone pushing him from break room, but again, I feel like the Alibi's already done their job. Finally, they're shut down, but there's still another defender over by security room. Giddy eventually trades, but now he's stuck in a 1v2. With SSG once again having all of these horizontal angles, they can just hold against Giddy as he has to go across the map and recover that diffuser, just giving more time for SSG to set up.
At least he's got a minute to play with, but still, I mean, SSG are a team that will just sit there and hold crossfires. I mean, we were discussing it last time. You know, I have a screenshot of SSG at a major holding a 5-man crossfire on Coastline in a 5v1. Those brothers were not swinging, and I don't think they're going to be swinging here. Bosco tucked in the corner, Fultz holding the long angle with the DMR, not even exposed here to Gideon Office. 30 seconds now left. The time slowly dwindling down for Giddy to make his move. Bosco's not going to be able to deny the plant from there. But Fultz might have the long angle to play with, and that's actually going to prompt Bosco to move. Giddy still got some utility. He'll stun Bosco, so now he knows the smoke is there, but as he jumps through, he exposes himself. He takes a bullet. Call out would be made by Fultz. Bosco is still waiting just around the corner, playing off his teammates' contact, and there's the swing. SSG with the tandem play, 4 defenses in a row.
And Reality TV, I mean, they had no genuine response for the initial roam of SSG. They did not have any stuns. The Roteros were only used to break castle barricades and shield, which, fair enough, but they didn't have anything else to push back Hot and Cold. He took full advantage of that. And I guess with the one Oryx who's in CCTV, he can negate someone pushing in from that back doorway over by Armory, probably because someone's on the half wall, so that's fair enough, but someone by the window that's not looking near that half wall position, and also the doorway that's right in the middle of break room, no one there was getting aggressive. They all felt so vulnerable that no one made a move. And finally, when RTV is getting ready to start beginning that attacking prowess, Hot and Cold just wide swing hat, and he's dead again. Now there is no one going top E, so Hot and Cold can get even more aggressive and help assist the rest of his players who are now dealing with that break room attack. I mean, the coordination, it really does not feel there for RTV. And once again, SSG, it seems like their comms, it seems like they're on fire.
Yeah, right? Like, the coordination maybe not there for RTV, but it's definitely there for SSG. Space Station are handling
Without a doubt.
RTV. And what happened last time in this map, right? Reality TV took a 4-2 defensive half, and they won 3 of their attacks. They no longer have the opportunity to do so. The best they can get is a 2-4 split. SSG are just on fire. Rampy with 7. And it's not like the whole team is doing incredibly in the frag department. It's mainly the Rampy and Bosco show right now. I mean, obviously everyone's contributing in terms of utility and comms and stuff. You know, SSG is a very 5-man team-centric team, which you can say that about any team, but especially SSG. Bosco is 8-0, bro. Like, dude, in the elimination game, or faced with elimination, Bosco is not losing. This is qualifier Bosco. And Rampy just pushes out and gets 2 for free. For free!
I mean, did they even know there was a guy there? I mean, SSG did not change how they defended this top floor when extending for Teller's defense, yet no one felt inclined to be concerned about triple wall. And okay, Bolts just hops out the building, but he gets Rice to 10 HP. So still, I'd say this is worth it. SSG, who have been very consistent at finding trades, still with the man advantage, need 1 bullet to kill Rice, or anything. You might throw like a C4 at him and it doesn't blow up. It might just down him. He is incredibly low.
We actually saw the off-stream game. Hot and Cold.
Oh my god, the flashbang.
Hot and Cold whipped Benji with a flashbang. Benji was 1 HP, and last alive, the impact of the flashbang killed him. It was really funny. Oh, I wish you guys could have seen that off-stream game. It was so close, but SSG are looking to end this one quickly. Tristan gets the equalizer. We're back to a 3v3. He gets Hot and Cold flanking, but that prompts Yeti to pinch. Back to even. Again, the trade game from SSG shines. And with Rice on 1 HP, they got the HP advantage too. But RTV are just above the hatch, lording over this opening. Bosco watching the drop down like a hawk, daring these members to try and make it through. But the vertical play is being established thanks to breaching charges from Giddy. A couple positions now exposed. Bosco forced to back off. Yeti forced to retake a position in sight. Even more angles now being opened up, but there's 35 seconds left. Reality TV have got to get a move on.
Drone finally locates Yeti. They know one person's on site, but Bosco still not contested. He might have a long enough angle to still connect onto someone against RTV.
Rice drops in. 1 HP, carrying the case. He's going to herald this attack. Flashbangs in, caught by the Womai disc, but still kind of does the job. Plant going down, but there's an impact from Yeti, and he's so low that it just outright kills him, leaving Giddy in the 1v2, loses the first fight, and Yeti, what a 3K to finish the round, denying the plant and any hope that RTV had of taking it back.
And although it made it more comical, whether Rice was low HP or not, he still would have died. Giddy just cannot cover that in time to stop Yeti from shooting him. It made it
Yeti. It was opened by Yeti on like the doorway for Bosco, who was coming in by the windows.
Ah, I see. But even then, SMG, pretty quick shooting weapon. Yeah, the point still stands, but making it more technically correct, I appreciate you looking out for me.
Best kind
SSG. Exactly. SSG really looking out for one another. Again, the trade game, something that really wasn't there last time Border was in play for SSG. RTV being a very trade-centric team as they tend to fall heavy on their entry department. Something that could have saved them the round, having that man advantage on the back of Tristan, is now halted by Yeti, just still hiding by triple wall and shooting Tristan in the back. Now things are on a 2-on-2, and with RTV only having about 30-40 seconds to get vertical down and force back those roamers, I mean, they really don't have enough options to like get in the bomb site and also safely cover the plant from a technically speaking 2v1 retake, because someone is currently face down looking at the ground trying to get the diffuser there.
RTV don't look good.
It'd be safe to say that.
Not looking good, John. Especially with how dominant Reality TV were on the map yesterday. I mean, the desk was talking about it, sure.
This was their Hail Mary.
Yeah, Reality TV are a great border team. They're fantastic, but running it back against a team like SSG, who are going to learn from their mistakes, I don't know if that was wise. And, I think, who was it? Packer, who was an ex-RTV member, now picked up to Parabellum, reminded us that Reality TV have never lost this map since their inception as a team. I think all the way back to Took the Kids, which was a funny name, TTK. They have not lost border, and it looks like they're about to.
You know, the saying was, not only for TTK, but ATK, it was TTK till my bones decay. Well, I think we've found the old remnants of the skeleton of RTV. Here comes the run out by Yeti, and he still gets one on the hat. There is just no way. Hat now for a third time is the opening death in the first half, and your breach player is now gone. Unbelievable by Yeti. Just the courage by this man is unprecedented.
I can't believe, expecting there to probably be a crossfire, just going for the 1-for-1. I commend it.
And he gets it.
But Mr. B has a response. Hot and cold now dead. The Soulless, who tends to be so important, whose position on Catwalk has really thwarted Reality TV so far, is killed by Mr. B. The Oryx coming through. Unfortunately, yeah, the dash doesn't reach quite that far. In fact, it's like perfectly just far enough to avoid it. And Tristan, nice spot on Tarampy. Reality TV have the best chance of winning a round as we've seen all that.
Say it's only Fultz and Bosco left alive. And Fultz almost gets caught on a rotate. So far, TV have been pretty good at spotting that so far in round number 6. But if there were any two people to do it, Bosco definitely one of them. There he is with the swing down below in the courtyard, but Mr. B is there instantly. Fultz down to 1v2.
The nade comes in, but it misses, and Tristan's so low, but it doesn't matter. He swings at the perfect time as his teammate pinches in from the blue doorway. And Reality TV finally have killed Bosco, and they're on the board.
Only took them 6 whole rounds, but like you mentioned, they will not go down without a complete loss in life. Still kicking and screaming along the way. Now getting to go on their defensive half of Armory and Lockers. This lineup is oddly familiar to the composition they ran against SSG just yesterday when they went for their Montaigne plant, where there wasn't really a lot of proper denial of that Montaigne. That's probably why they're bringing several impact grenades in case SSG want to run that back. But I think the more overlying issue was the fact they just didn't have them playing underneath to stop the Montaigne. Luckily for them, as a whole, SSG has not decided to repick and go Montaigne. But besides running this comp to stop the Montaigne, I mean, really, what else does it accomplish besides maybe crippling the drone economy? I'm not quite sure.
I mean, maybe they just don't care about the Monty. Maybe they're just expecting it to not come out.
Yeah,
That could be it too.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Mr. B also maybe just playing below as Solace.
Attackers
That's
objective.
true.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
that might be the idea, I guess.
Tristan can hold the long angles and maybe fight that balcony. But he's playing by the main wall right now. Giddy on a CCTV duty. We'll see how it shapes up. SSG, though, despite not having the Monty, still have Capitao, an operator that they leaned into on border last time we saw them, and who, in a few of those rounds, did do work. His utility can be very useful. Border attacks, you can smoke plant. Smokes can be really good. The problem is, Reality TV have bulletproofs and they have a Solus. So you're probably gonna have to deal with that before you have any hope of getting that smoke down.
Yeah, Solus being able to spot the diffuser once it's being planted, kind of like a pseudo warden almost, except you just can't see the player, only the case that is being held by said planter. But that can be plentiful if you are in the correct spot to actually stop the diffuser from going down on the ground. Yeti looking to maybe go for a bit of a lurk, wrap around closer towards the archive side of the map, and setting up a really nasty drone, probably to help check see if anyone's over by Fountain or who's rotating off of offices. So yeah, that's going to just allow Yeti to just kind of do his own thing by himself, and now he's got this potentially nasty cutoff angle, but no, he'll just wait, expect someone to get aggressive. The patience here by Yeti, it's simply uncanny.
And it looks like that Solus is going to
And it pays
expose
off.
herself. Yeti, his patience, like you said, pays off. A second onto Hat, watching that long line of sight. I thought he was stopping to type. I was expecting the
Me too.
I was expecting the chat to pop up for a second. I thought there was going to be a good night there. But it's 2 early kills for SSG with still over a minute to play with. And we were just focusing on Yeti by Archives. We haven't even talked about the CC take that SSG have completely cleared out. Almost no contention for Reality TV, as well as Rampy down below. It seems like just every avenue is being covered.
Bolt's going with the nade. No one close enough to the explosive blast, but Tristan is still hugging the wall like his life depends on it. It kind of does. And now Rice being forced back as well by, I believe, Yeti. SSG, they are just putting RTV in a chokehold, and they already have a 2-man advantage. I mean, there really is not much to stop them from just hitting the go button, and wow, Fultz, beautiful spray. Tristan gone.
Giddy gets a refrag, make it 2, but there's Yeti still watching the long angle. Now Rice is left in the 1v3 as Bosco has since been rezzed. Armed with an SMG-11 and a shotgun, but these long lines of sight do not play into him at all. Smoke goes out onto small office to cover Bosco as he goes for this plant, but the first one is going to have to be one against Rampy, and it won't. Rice falls, and it's 6-1 SSG.
And for Yeti more specifically, I mean, he really did read into RTV like a book. That was perfectly done. He's expecting people to start getting a bit anxious. Like we said earlier, the SSG anxiousness over on the desk. Or RTV, they see the play that's beginning to happen for SSG. Okay, they're going in. They're trying to get the plant down over by Armory. Maybe we get someone to flank last second over to Break Room. That could get us a very important 1-for-1 gunfight. And now SSG are forced to focus on both the site pressure that Tristan could provide and Mr. B, who's now recaptured Break Room. It's not a bad idea. Only problem is Yeti realizes that's a weakness, and he's actively guarding for that. Once he kills Mr. B, he reaverts his focus back to the main point at hand, which is the bomb site, and he kills the guy rotating to help Tristan with the same plan that everyone on RTV was going for. It was not a bad idea by RTV, but it was just predictable. SSG realized that was their biggest weakness, and they just kind of played into it, kind of like a gambit almost.
Have RTV used their timeout?
No, I think I hate to say it, they might have just given up.
I know, that's what I was thinking.
This seems like
especially down 6-1 and you still have your timeout in pocket. Like, is it chalked?
I think they know it's over for them. This is just sad. This is not the RTV we've grown to know and love, Harrison.
It's
It really isn't.
It's rough. SSG might be the David to RTV's Goliath. Do you think that's apt?
It's really funny to call SSG the Dave in that situation.
Yeah. Or maybe this is the timeline where Goliath wins.
That's what I was getting closer towards, yeah. Because SSG, I mean, they are just...
It's funnier the other way, though.
Yeah, I would agree. They're a veteran team, multiple world champions.
Holy crap,
on this
you
roster.
can shoot the jammer from there? I didn't even know that!
I think it was just the way it was placed, honestly.
Well, I mean, if it's in the middle of the wall.
I want to learn something new every day.
Like, gonna be placed. I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
And now you do.
That's the SSG difference, I guess.
Yep. Not anything else. It's the fact they know you can shoot the mute jammer there. That's the real game changer between these two teams.
And nobody else knew that. Bosco just invented that right now. Actually. Call him an innovator. There's also no one playing in CC. So Reality TV, they've got 2 players upstairs supported by a pulse below. That's Giddy, who's going to be calling. Mr. B rotating up to join both Hat and Tristan. The SSG are starting to bear down upon them. They've got CC control. They're working their way towards Office as well, and they are looking to constrict the roamers.
Kairos charge going off, now making it a little bit easier to trap the Oryx. Now Tristan has a very long angle going against him. He might just need a play here and hope he wins the 1-for-1 against Bosco, which, with him being 9-1, doesn't seem likely.
Giddy, though, gets the lead off, and Rampy might be the next to die. Reality TV get the finisher. Pat almost traded back as he's trying to keep the ball rolling and just swinging on in. And speaking of swinging on in, Fultz is searching for the kill, and he doesn't have the cap cans there. He almost wins the fight. Mr. B downs him, trying to find the finisher, but is so distracted that he forgets there's other players upstairs. Hot and Cold finishes him, and it looks like Fultz is gonna get picked up. So it's a 4v3, still in favor of Reality TV, however.
30 seconds to go as well. Not much time here for SSG, and looking like they're trying to just force someone out of vent so they can maybe get that diffuser down, but I don't think that's very likely. Giddy can just kind of just pivot around this vertical and just force SSG to drop, and finally they do. Fultz gets 1 kill. How with the response? RTV still up players.
Bosco's in the site, and he downs Hat sitting on the shelf, but there's someone still upstairs. Tristan gets the kill, opening even more holes. Bosco's got to search for Rice, but the mute wins it. Reality TV, man, they're making us sweat. They'll get their first defensive success.
Still able to hold on here on border, but the bell, it still tolls. Going the way of SSG, 1 more round is all they need. Armory lockers in selection now for RTV. And honestly, I think it was just the fact that SSG took a very long time to set up those entries. It gave RTV the idea ring in their head. Okay, SSG, they're not missing their shots. We might want to like disengage these guys and go somewhere else before we take a gunfight. Tristan got caught on pretty quickly to that, so he dashed away before someone could react. He gets out of archives, and Giddy across the map also wins his 1-for-1. So RTV having a pretty successful start on that round, and SSG just got desperate to work refrags. You could tell they didn't want to waste any more time to let RTV fall off the roam completely. They were looking for refrags to make it maybe like a 3v3 position, and that costed them even more life. Eventually, RTV fall off the roam, but now they've got the man advantage, and SSG don't have a lot of time to gather more info and actually push back RTV off the site. Not only that, but Tristan reworking the top floor, it guarantees that SSG cannot get that diffuser down safely.
Don't call it a comeback.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just kidding.
All right, I won't. I'll call it a 7-2 SSG win. How about that? Is that what you wanted?
Yes.
All right.
Listen, Reality TV, I mean, they got 1. Now 1 on their defense. They need 4 more to go. Can they do it? They've already got Workshop. They'll go back to lockers, where they got smoked by Yeti holding a long angle as Zoe. Yeti, however, is not Zoe this time. He's on Twitch. So how do SSG switch this up? They've got the Capital once again. Still looking to use his utility for execute, but in the meantime, the CC clear has begun, and Rampy's working his way down below to assist.
Say, Mr. B as well, probably assuming there's going to be a roam clear underneath. He's now just being a more direct threat as the Warden. He can really hard counter that smoke plant attempt, and having a C4 as well can be kind of the jack of all trades of this round. So I like the small change up there for RTV, but besides that, it does seem like they are still lacking at initially stopping SSG's plan of just forcing people back out of break room. And if we do see someone holding a similar cutoff angle, no one can then retake break room, which is a bit of an issue.
Giddy's dancing with death right now, peeking hot. But the nade comes up.
No.
Giddy, how is he not dead?
2 nades, he dodged them.
Wow.
Underneath 2.
So Giddy just got away from that somehow. And he's going to try and rotate away. Rampy's still hunting for him with these nades. This one can find the kill, but instead it's Fultz. Just jump. Did he just jump in? I think he jumped in.
Just hop right back out too. I could imagine not, but I mean, yeah, maybe he did, because why would you want to swing the other way? There's someone half wall,
because he can't kill him from the window. Like, he had to have jumped in. So Fultz just throwing some hair on his chest and taking the fight. Probably also knowing that there was no one there with Giddy. That was probably instrumental to that. Again, the SSG drone game, not robe game. They're clearing out the robe. But they've got CC control now. They can start working for sight.
50 seconds to do so as well. Not a lot of info at their disposal, but definitely enough to get the ball rolling in the right direction. And you still have someone underneath. Is Rampy going to rotate and play over by Sandwich? Or is he going to just go AC to help the guy archives? It might actually be to help Yeti instead, but either way, Rampy going to be holding some key angles in this round to help assist the execute on the main side of Armory.
Oh, he started
it is
climbing the
sandwich.
ladder, but yeah, he's gonna go sandwich, sledging open the barricade, putting a lot of pressure on these anchors, pretty much removing their ability to rotate, but Rice gets the equalizer that RTV have been looking for. That could be oh so important now with such little time remaining, but they don't know about Rampy. Hat's at least got a response, Yeti's now dead, and Rampy swinging in is alone with 7 seconds left. He's got Hat, hunting down Rice, gets the kill, but there's no time. Mr. B has backed way off. And by the skin of their teeth, Reality TV stay alive.
Thankfully, with those lockers still intact, that sandwich cutoff is nowhere near as strong as it used to be back in the old day of Border. You really can cut the site literally in half with the old sandwich angle that used to be there. Still having a lot of impact, though. Rampy did his job perfectly. And then when hopping in, he almost made the round winnable. If he had maybe, 5 to 10 more seconds, we have to see a gunfight there between Mr. B and also Rampia, unless Mr. B really commits to booking it, letting the case be recovered, and now forcing himself to retake in a 1v1, which might have still been winnable despite being a 3-armor operator there. But needless to say, with RTV having plenty of natural cover still in that round, they can barge in. They've got Mr. B on the warden, so again, the smoke plant gets hard countered, and no one else can get back into the bomb site quickly enough to then trade on people like Hat and Mr. B, who were make or break players towards the last 10 seconds of that round. But SSG, again, they've got rounds to bleed, so RTV, they've got to keep this momentum up. And maybe still having their timeout might be a saving grace, but I really don't think so. SSG just need 1 round win, so when would they go for a timeout?
Yeah. Don't worry, guys, we're saving it. We're saving it. Just in case we lose, we'll take the timeout. I mean, maybe if they get it back, maybe they're like, you know what? We'll just keep playing our game. If it gets to like 6-6, we'll use it in OT.
Yeah, maybe.
Because, I mean, I know they are confident in their defenses. Again, any clutch attempt is going to be difficult, but I do think it's within the realm of possibility if they're going to keep getting starts like that. Giddy, the leadoff kill onto Rampy, the kill leader in the lobby. He goes down without a second thought. I don't even know where that was. Oh, dude. Not the bottom barricade spawn peak. That's just mean.
Giddy is playing with his life on the line. I cannot blame him. Rampy gone, like you mentioned, the top fragger for SSG and their only vertical player. Sure, you could utilize like Selma charges, but Hotten's already got just 1 left. And it's just nowhere near the same as Skeleton Key. You really cannot put the 2 and 2 even close to one another. But SSG don't seem too stressed about it. Volt is now getting in the building. That health scanner, he can avoid a lot of calls, but that metal detector, it still goes off. So if RTV hear that, they can figure out someone's customs.
Not only that, but he can't hide from Pulse. Giddy will still be able to spot him if Volt gets close enough. But for now, SSG, they'll keep that Nook downstairs and still work on the top floor. With those shots, he reveals his location, and Mr. B slaps him down. The castle holding a long angle softens Hot and Cold up just a little bit. A C4 goes up and misses. Hot and Cold eats even more damage, but he's working to clear Fountain, opening up the wall. Tristan looking to peek right off of it, but evades the shots and can get back to site safely. Everyone from Reality TV still has this hatch open, and with only a minute left, Hat's looking to reaggress, catches Bosco with the axe, but Yeti's going huge, and Hot and Cold equalizes. Yeti with the pistol finds 3. This cannot be how it ends. A throw like that would be devastating for Reality TV, and the plant is going down. Mr. B has to win this fight, and Yeti, 4 kills, walking in a site like he owns the place, eliminates Reality TV, and they'll play TSM for a spot at Infight.
What a comeback at such a massive deficit, and the desk talked about this. They feared this option for RTV, over-aggressing when they already had the major advantage of 2 and 3 players at one point as well. Reality TV, they continued to aggress. They were in SSG's faces, and they were shut down the second they tried to double down on that play, costing them the round and the game. They are eliminated from the LCQ, and immediately SSG typing back, continuing to add more salt into the wound, type less and play more, but I cannot blame them.
And I mean, SSG, at least on stream, aren't a team that tend to shit talk to that extent very often. So reality TV, I mean, they got what was coming to them. That was, I was feeling the comeback, man. If they won that round, I think they could have easily taken back, workshop and then rotate back to lockers. But just waiting way too long to get back to site. The SSG, again, their drone game, the intel that they had to see that, okay, I mean, well, not only with the drones, but also the fact that they were like fighting 3 people at the same time upstairs, knowing that, hey, there's weak site presence. Hat is re-aggressing Fountain. Yeti, work your way in. He kills the one anchor, catches the roamers falling back through the drop down, and locks Mr. B out of the site. And from there, I mean, maybe if Mr. B wins that, it's a different round, but Yeti played around the half wall really well.
Yeah, not only that, but just trying to focus in, get that diffuser down, force a 2v1 retake during the post plant. I mean, you could not ask for a better position there for SSG. I'm sure the desk has loads to talk about from that match. The comeback victory.
CJ is crying right now. CJ is sobbing.
I really can't blame him.
Fetal
Our
position.
hearts as Challenger League talent, it really does go out to the players of RTV. They put up a really good fight in the LCQ, but finally eliminated by the top dogs of NA. And now we see a true NAL showdown between TSM and SSG after, of course, this quick little ad break.
It only took 2 maps this time for SSG to get their redemption, and cookies it just wouldn't be for Mr. B and the boys this time. Valiant effort, but yeah, you really get the sense that this was the moment where it felt like maybe a little bit in over their heads, I would say.
Yeah, okay, and first off, I'm not crying. I'm not sad. I don't know who said I was crying because Reality TV lost. Okay, first and foremost, they had a great run in this qual. Let's not put a damper on how good this was. They beat Parabellum. They beat they beat SSG yesterday. And no, today, they got slapped around a little bit today, but that don't matter. It doesn't put a damper on the fact that they really showed that, quite frankly, they could compete in the bottom half of NL, and maybe with a little more development and some investment, maybe they could be a contending team in North America. I think that has to be said. I think there's a lot positive to take away from this qualifier, and a lot they can go forward with into this new year, especially this new ecosystem we got coming up. So we'll see.
One of the big difference makers, Gabe, that I think we really witnessed in this matchup was the ability for SSG to learn, adapt, and be methodical in their plays. When they were winning rounds, it's because of that ability to be methodical, and they were just doing exactly what they wanted to do. It felt like the rounds that RTV was able to swing, it was, they were capitalizing on the few mistakes that SSG were making, but they had to fight for every win that they got, whereas there were some rounds in particular that it looked a little bit easy for SSG.
Yeah, I mean, this is SSG fashion. You might get a game off on them. You might get 2 games off. You might even get the match off on them. But they will come back stronger, and they will have you down to a T. And I thought Bank played out exactly how I thought. Maybe, the rounds went a little closer, but Border, again, I said it. I didn't think it was going to go to map 3. I knew SSG was going to do their homework and make sure that they can, collapse on whatever they needed to shut down RTV on all fronts. And that's literally what was displayed. And that's honestly, again, that's what I thought was going to be played out. And we didn't see a map 3, and it was a 2-0.
Cookies, I think it really speaks to a team effort. When you look at the two maps, in the very first map, it was Houghton and it was Fultz. They took over, they did the job for them. And we had pretty much a complete flip on the next one. You had Bosco, Rampy, and of course at the end there, the last couple of rounds, Yeti in the 7th round getting a 3K, and then in the final 10th round getting a 4K. This was a team effort like no other. I think they really showed off their veteransmanship.
I think they also showed that there's a different, flavor to their team right now. There was a whole lot of team aggression that they showed between everybody. Fultz is flying out of stuff, flying out of second floor windows. We got Yeti running through sight, I guess, that last round. You've got people Rampy running out east stairs. That's an SSG, at least with this current iteration team, an SSG we haven't seen. And if you're TSM watching that and you're trying to prepare, you've seen the fork and knife SSG that's real meticulous and careful and fancy. And then you've got SSG we just saw against RTV. SSG can pull out both of them. And I was actually really pleasantly surprised with the aggressive SSG. That's something I'm wondering if they're going to keep doing that with this new roster. I mean, Yeti is obviously a very high octane, high energizing player. Yeah. I mean,
definitely.
so
that's the best way to put it.
That play style, it can absolutely work with this new roster for sure. And I'm really curious to see that in this next matchup.
What do you think, Laxing, these two teams now, SSG and TSM, they've played each other a bunch. They have history. This is going to be super entertaining. How do you think each of these teams maybe approaches this next matchup, having played each other so many times?
I mean, I think it's going to be like any other day that they've treated each other in Pro League, qualifiers, anything else. I think it's just going to be another day in the office for both of them. They both know what each another does. So I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy from either one of them. I think it's still going to be a barn burner nonetheless. They are two very high octane competitive teams, and I think it's going to be a slugfest.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, is there maybe an added motivation where you have an instance where, now there isn't an unknown quantity like there might have been in RTV. You've got two teams that have well rehearsed against each other. Does the prep work change in that sense? Is there less prep work to do, in fact?
I think it's still going to be the same amount of prep work. I think, truthfully, it's going to come down to who's playing the best Siege today in these last matches, or in this last match. It's going to just come down to who's showing up and who's not.
What do you think, Cookies, that the future holds for RTV at this point? What do you think it looks like? We'll have plenty of time to talk about SSG and TSM as we get closer to that match. But this is the one, I would say the bright spot of this is they impressed people today and yesterday.
I think, and listen, guys, I'm waiting for the announcement as much as you guys are. The future of what, I guess is waiting for Tier 2 in America. There's hopefully maybe like going to see some tournaments where they get to actually like play against more Pro League teams and maybe even international teams. I'm hoping that actually is an opportunity for them outside of just SI. Like this is like the first time and one of the few times I guess a CL team can actually play like Pro League teams and play. They could have potentially, if they qualified, played international teams. I'm hoping that we're seeing. I'm just gonna make a prediction. Okay, I don't actually know. Trust me, I have no idea. Let's say we see like a minor or a DreamHack or something where reality TV's playing, and they're playing against the international teams. I want to see how they stack up there too. I think in North America they rank among like the top 10.
They could be a Tier 1 team, 100%.
They could be a Tier 1 team. Let's just say it like so. I would love to see them against other Tier 1 teams in other regions, maybe even other Tier 2. Like imagine a reality TV versus whoever won in Europe. I don't even know. I don't remember their name. It's not coming to mind right now. I'm an ACL guy, guys.
And I just want to say for the RTV guys, they have a lot to be proud of. For me, being in Siege in the 8 years that I have and the competitive background that I have, that team alone, the players individually have truly impressed me more than a lot of CL players have and teams have. So they have a lot to take from that. This whole experience as a whole. And I really want to see them keep grinding. They might not be getting paid, but that's the drive that I love to see that players have is, they might not be getting something out of it in terms of money or any sponsorship, stuff like that, but they want it. And they are showing in this qualifier and through the qualifier why they deserve it and why they should be in T1. So I would love to see RTV in T1.
Do you think maybe the irony of this situation, Laxing, is that this team, instead of moving on and doing bigger and better things, they might just end up getting picked apart by some of these pro teams after seeing some of the play that these individuals have made today?
And that can definitely happen. I mean, that might happen for sure. Obviously, I would much rather see the team together and see kind of what they can, produce as time goes on. But still being able to be picked up by a top team and just being in the pro scene, you're obviously doing something as a player individually that is getting you noticed. And all 5 of them have that ability to get themselves out there, get them noticed, and to be on a pro team, whether that's they're going their own ways or they stay together. I think they all have the individual skill and talent to be T1.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're still waiting on. We're going to be interviewing Yeti in just a moment. Cookies, let's look a bit forward now to TSM SSG. I know that we're going to go deep dive after the break, after the interview. But right now, do you have any early predictions without going too deep?
So my earliest prediction, I straight up thought it was going to be TSM making out of the qual. I thought TSM's play style aligned really well with defeating, SSGs. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, is that's the old SSG today. Whatever they showed today, if they play like that against TSM here in a couple of minutes, we might have one hell of a best of 3 coming up. But yeah, I honestly was originally picking TSM, but it's really becoming a toss up with how SSG showed up.
That's my vote still.
Laxing, you brought up a good point that, there's 2 sides to this coin. It might be considered a bit of a long day for SSG, but this isn't something that's new to them. You might be a bit cold going into it as TSM.
Yeah, I mean, I said TSM from the start, and I still sticking with TSM. They've just looked better individually and as a team, and that's nothing to take away from SSG. They are a strong team. They climbed back today. They climbed back yesterday. But also, as you were just saying, SSG is coming off of a game that they look dominant in, whereas TSM, yes, they did get to relax. They did get to sit back and kind of watch what SSG does. But again, both these teams know who each other are. They know their identity, and they know how to play against one another. So again, it's going to come down to who shows up today.
Yeah. Well, it seems now that we do have Yeti ready. Oh, there's a little unintended rhyme. Ready for the interview. We'll ask him a few questions about the match and the upcoming match. Yeti, congratulations. Big win. I've got to say, you guys looked like a different team from yesterday against Reality TV. Was there a bit more determination to get that redemption?
No difference in determination. I just think we came in today swinging. Whereas yesterday, I think we would have beat them, honestly, 2-0 as well if we just didn't start slow. Border was our map pick yesterday, and I think we just had a slow start, and that kind of.
Do you guys think that you learned a bit more about them? Obviously, they're a new and unknown quantity. Did you guys really get a good read off of them yesterday, and did that help you today?
A little bit. I mean, I think it's always helpful when you kind of feel out your opponent, and then you play them again after you felt them out.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they weren't anything like crazy. It's not like they completely just made us dumbstruck with the things they did. They're a pretty default team. Good players, but default stuff.
Yeah. Now, speaking of feeling out, a team that you have plenty of experience playing against, you are going up against TSM in the grand final. What are your thoughts about that team and about how you guys shape up against them?
I mean, I think it's going to be a good game. I think we match up pretty well against each other. It's going to come down to, what maps we play, but, we're confident as ever, and I think we're going to beat them, so.
Mm-hmm. And just before I let you go, I was mentioning on the desk, it was a really good team effort by you guys. In the very first match, it was Houghton and Fultz. And then in that second match, it was you, Bosco, and Rampy. Is that just something that your team, it seems like any of you can step up at any moment?
That's 100% correct. Any of us have the talent and the ability to just completely ball out and let the ball bag hang, as some would say. So, if I'm having a bad game, I'm not sweating it. I'm just focused on doing my job and trying to enable everybody else. And it's the same way if someone else is kind of having a down game on the scoreboard. We all have a job to play and a role to fill. So that's all we're focused on doing. If you pop off in the meantime,
well, best of luck. It's only a few minutes away until the grand final. I hope to see you all pop off. And hey, maybe we'll be interviewing. Maybe we'll even be seeing each other in Montreal. Have a good one, Yeti.
You too. Later.
The little wave in the background.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Okay, well, I don't want to waste any more time. I want to give us a bit of a break, get ready for that grand final, give the players, give everyone else a bit of a break. So we're going to flip to that right now. And when we come back, the grand final, SSG, TSM, someone's going home or they're already at home. Someone will be going to the 6th Invitational. We'll see everyone in a few minutes. Welcome back from the break, folks. This is it. This is the grand final between TSM, SSG, which you may have predicted from the beginning, but I'll tell you, it took an unpredictable path to get here. Cookies, I'll start with you. This is going to be a huge matchup. One of these two teams will move on to SI.
Somebody is going to have their heart and soul absolutely ripped. Okay.
Snatched.
TSM is trying to not be the first champion to miss the subsequent invitational. And Bosco, man. Well, actually, are you have tears welling in your eyes at your former teammate at the fact that he might miss the invitational for the first time ever?
I mean, it's a sad thing. I'm missing it, and I want Bosco to be in it. You know, I want to channel my inner sadness that I won't be there to Bosco in hopes that he makes it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're biased. Okay, well, that's okay. I'm biased towards Gasher. I want Gasher to win, and you want Bosco to win. This is perfect.
Listen, my streak is getting broken. I can't possibly have another streak being broken.
I love Cookies for even a second trying to call out someone else's bias. Like, he's not the most... Have you ever seen this guy tweet out about teams?
Did you see RTV in the beginning of this entire qualifier?
Whatever.
Yeah.
We have our biases. We are humans. We are mammals. Okay.
Do you know what, Cookies, though? I'm a bit biased as well. And my bias would be that I love when you do the map veto. I think that's the sound of your voice discussing map picks. It's music to my ears.
Really?
Yes.
And you know what else? There's a curious little, advantage here. If for anyone that was curious, the team that is in the upper bracket.
Me too.
Curious, Laxton, you have no idea about this?
I'm curious. I'm
he
always
knows.
curious.
He's being silly. But people are probably wondering, what does TSM get for not losing yet, And if you're TSM, you actually get an advantage in terms of you get to straight up pick the map you want to play first, immediately. Before any advantage occurs, you get to just say, hey, I want this. And SSG can't say, no, you can't play that. And that's actually quite the advantage, especially considering TSM just watched what SSG played. And it makes the choice a lot easier, don't you think?
Well, I think what's interesting, Gabe, is we're sitting here talking, going, in a best of 3, you can't just give up a map to someone, because then all of a sudden the team coming through the lower bracket, all of a sudden has to go 2-0 just to have a chance.
Yeah.
It wouldn't really make for an entertaining match. But this really kind of struck a chord with us. We were like, look, this is a really interesting way to give an advantage that won't necessarily decide anything for them, but can give that underlying maybe mental, it's a comfort zone for the winning team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, any little bit of advantage that you can get, whether it's something small or something big, that helps. That helps the mental. So them being able to pick and choose kind of how they want things to plan out definitely plays favor to them. And to be fair, they should get something for having the excellent performances they've been having throughout. So I'm glad that there is something, because we were unsure, what was going to be done or how that was going to be handled. So I am glad to know that there is a little bit of a slight advantage, not a big advantage, but a slight advantage for TSM to feel a little more comfortable going into this, especially also sitting on the sidelines, not being as warm as SSG is currently.
Mm-hmm. Now, we do get to know the picks ourselves ahead of time, but before we did know them, Cookies, we did have some predictions before we knew.
I knew it.
We did get to make a little bit of a prediction on our back end. What were your thoughts before we actually got to know the picks here?
Well, I already kind of figured TSM's bank was just absolutely elite. And we also, kind of could presume that TSM was going to ban out Theme Park, considering that is by far, they play it a lot and they lose it an insane amount to the point that they've given
played a
up
lot
on
and they lose it a lot.
And SSG, the Villa ban. Again, it's just Villas, this has been permanent. This is their perma. Skies for TSM, that's their perma ban. SSG banning Cafe. I would say next to Bank, Cafe is, rather of TSM favored map, but SSG getting their club in is something I'm sure they're excited about. And I mean, between the two initial picks, both teams have a map that, quite frankly, they could say is their best. Just point blank, period, sis. And then we have got Chalet, which honestly, I think we're going to see the Chalet. I think we're going to see map 3. I think both teams, with all, without a reasonable doubt, should take their picks. And I'm thinking that Decider Chalet is going to be, what we're all waiting for. A nail biter, a Flarn Florner, whatever you can come up with. But this is going to be a fun best of
Flarner.
three.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Not the
Yeah. Oh, I mean, and I guess
Flarner.
also, like, so we saw TSM insta pick bank again. It's not really shown like in the graph, but they basically picked bank immediately, like before SSG could ban, and that's really, really strong for them considering they just watched how SSG played bank against Reality TV, and of course they saw the matches yesterday, the off-stream one against Mirage. They're probably licking their chops and they're confident in what they've got on bank going into the series.
Now, Gabe, when we were discussing this kind of during the break, I threw out a prediction that I think if SSG wins it, I do believe it'll take 3 maps. If TSN were to win it, I could see it being 2 or 3. But I just get the sense because of how good TSM has been all weekend, I just can't see SSG taking a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, and neither can I. I think the closest map that SSG has the best advantage on is, without a doubt, Clubhouse. They've been notorious for having an extremely good Clubhouse throughout many years. So I think that map is definitely a good shot for SSG to at least take a map. Chalet is a mix up between both TSM and SSG, and it's going to really come down to who's playing that map better. They're both good at it. Bank, again, I think TSM does have the advantage on that. So, yeah, like you were saying, I don't see a 2-0 coming out of SSG, whereas I can see a 2-0 coming out of TSM if they do get that win on Clubhouse, for sure.
There are so many parallels, CJ, that we can draw between these two teams where normally you would say, oh, TSM's been there, done that. This is nothing new for them. But a lot of the same can be said for SSG. I really do feel like, of any two teams that might have even been in the LCQ to begin with, these are two really equally poised teams duking it out for that last spot.
You've got two teams that both have world champion trios, and they've both kind of gone different directions with the support augmenting that trio. I mean, for TSM, you've got young guys that have reignited the passion. I mean, that's one thing when I asked Gotcha about it, like
they rekindled the flame.
Yeah, they really, it's like these young bucks, they came in there and just made them hungry again after winning SI. They had those first 2 stages where this year where, they were just kind of, we won SI, we don't care about the studio stuff. And then you had Gash and Snake in, all of a sudden they're fired up, they're ready to go every day again. And we're talking about being fired up. We just talked about last game. Yeti is an Energizer Bunny. Hot and Cold was a steal from Dark Zero. And now both of those moves, both of those directions these teams plays, made, is coming full circle here in this series where, hey, whoever ends up missing is going to be, like I said earlier, an unfeasible pain. And the winner is going to be laughing after all the changes they made to get to this point. And it's just, it's special. It's special stuff that we're about to see today.
One thing, Gabe,
I'm excited.
One thing, Gabe, that, Yeti, alluded to in the interview, or we talked about, was that he's very happy with the roster top down, how all of them can make a difference at any point. Do you feel the same looking over at the TSM roster by comparison? Because you've got Gasher and Snake that are very competent players, but, they're definitely newer to the pro scene by comparison to the SSG roster top to bottom.
Yeah, 100%. I don't want to focus more on the SSG. I want to focus on TSM here, as them having the more newer players, obviously, and the up and coming talent. I mean, for me, it's, if you're surrounding yourself with players like Bolo, Merc, and Achievement, I've talked about this before, that can mold you into becoming a better player than what you might be on someone else's team. Like being around world champions, that does something to you as a player. And if you're a player that wants that and has the drive to be better and improve, you are putting yourself in such a good position by being in that position alone and surrounding yourself with talent such as that. And again, I know those 3 are probably molding those 2 to the best of their ability and then letting those players shine their talent outside of what they're already teaching them. So it's a no-brainer for me that regardless of it being new talent, being around those 3 alone can make you a phenomenal player.
Do you think maybe there's a little bit of, the 3 guys that are used to doing what they're doing, you bring in 2 new guys and you're just like, yeah, they'll just listen to what we say. So we get to keep doing what we want to do. And we just have 2 other guys that are, I'm not going to say they take a back seat to them by any means, but there's definitely maybe a hierarchy or a structure within the 5 players on the team.
Yeah, I think someone is always taking charge or is kind of the leader, but I don't think TSM is the team that has very strict rules and this person needs to be doing this. I think they give confidence and they give the leash, a little slack to let those players, create the players that they want to be and, what they are today. I don't think in any top team or pro team, you want soldiers. You want players that can think for themselves, make decisions by themselves, that you don't have to constantly be in their ear saying, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that. You want players that can think for themselves, make decisions for themselves, and make plays and give information. That is what you want. And I think Snake and Gasher are two players that really can do that. I don't see them being soldiers and just being told what to do. I think they feed a lot of information and also provide a lot of talent on top of the roster that's already made.
It's been a long weekend so far, as entertaining as it's been. So, there will be a few hiccups as we stumble over some of our words.
Hey, I'm okay with saying a snack. He looks good. He's a snack. I was embodying him in front of me as I was thinking about him. He's a snack, but he is Snake. So I do apologize for the butcher of the name, but he is a little bit of a snack.
Ladies.
I saw a picture with him without a shirt. I think Caliber posted a picture on Twitter without him a shirt saying, or maybe it was, I don't know who it was, but it was someone. But regardless, they all look good on that team. You can't knock them.
Ladies, Snack is single. I just want to give he's always just like single tweeting like where is she at? Where is she? Like Snake is single.
He's gonna find her. He could make
SI today. Like,
he makes us SI. He's finding her. He's finding.
Yeah, for sure.
Cookies, as a former player yourself, do you think, as I said, it's been a long weekend, would you rather be in the shoes of SSG right now where you're warmed up, but the double-edged sword, but maybe the mental's just a bit, you've gone through a lot of play this weekend, or would you rather be TSM sitting pretty, but we discussed this a little bit, maybe a bit cold? What are the advantages and disadvantages? So
it's funny you asked me specifically this question. Well, me and Lax, we talked about this. Our mindset towards, or at least how we felt about how like on teams we were on, we would have like warm-up scrims before a match like this. And I'm wondering what they actually did before this. Of course, I they probably wouldn't tell us, but imagine what were they doing? Were they chilling or were they warming up and maybe the warm-up didn't go too well? I mean, Lax, I'm wondering what you're thinking about that. Cause quite frankly, I don't know.
I mean, warm-ups to me and to prepare yourself, they can be good and bad. It's a 50-50. It's a double-edged sword. You either have a really good scrim and things go smooth and you feel confident going into your match, or you can have a really bad scrim that already sets the mental to be off on a bad note. So for me, it's a little bit of a 50-50, but TSM knows what they're doing. They're world champions. They know what they need to do in order to get the prep done, get the work in, get the focus, on the match. That's what's about to happen. So I'm confident whatever they decide to do, whether that was, hanging out, playing ping pong, whatever it is, I'm sure they have it under control so they can be the best prepared going into this next match.
Well, we are getting to map number 1. It will be Bank SSG taking on the defending world champions in TSM. We're going to get it underway and throw to the casters right now.
Defending world champions, they might be, Harrison, but there is a chance. If SSG come out on top, they'll be the first team, as has been mentioned many times at this point, to have one invite, but then miss the next one.
Yeah.
And if I'm TSM, that's not a record that's a record I don't want to be the holder of.
It's a lot of pressure for TSM right now, and a lot of pressure for Gasher and Snake as the new kids on the block to try and keep that legacy, possible dynasty going for TSM. But on the flip side, SSG, they've got Bosco. I think it's safe to say Qual Bosco really showed up against RTV, and SSG are going to need him here too.
I mean, Bosco, top-rated player from that RTV game. But then again, pretty much all of SSG could have been the top-rated player for how well they all performed. But if we're talking about Qual Bosco, he certainly was not letting Mr. B have his day just a few minutes ago. And I highly doubt he'll be letting Bolo or Achieved or any of the other members of TSM have their day either. But of course, to start off, we have Bank. As mentioned on the desk, this is a very good TSM map and one they prefer a lot. But as a result, it's got a little bit of a mixed record, Harrison. But I don't think we can deny after the RTV game yesterday that they don't just like it. They can certainly excel and dominate on it if you give them the openings and the opportunities they're looking for.
Absolutely. TSM looked lights out against RTV yesterday, but SSG just now also looked lights out against RTV on Bank. So I think it goes back to what the desk was talking about. Which situation would you rather be in? Would you rather be TSM or SSG? Here, SSG already warmed up on Bank, but TSM likely sitting back. Sure, they might be a little cold, but they got to watch from a third person point of view. They got to watch everything that SSG were doing. And as you can see, the chat is lighting up. These players are excited. They've been in this situation before. They all the way back to the Rally Major. SSG versus TSM was the last game, and SSG were the ones that won it.
I mean, when you have these two teams, you have these players who have so much history and have so much on the line in this match. It's hard not to get excited at how these 2 to 3 maps are going to transpire. Just saw Bank from SSG today, just saw Bank from TSM yesterday, and now we get to see how these two titans of North America, they might not be alongside Astralis or the Sonics at having already qualified, but they are certainly titans. Because with the history both these teams have, and butting heads, the entire reality might fall apart on this map, Harrison, if things get crazy enough.
Well, reality's already gone.
That's a good point.
We're in the abstract now.
That was disrespectful of me. I should apologize. I didn't mean to rub salt in the wound there. That's on me.
All good. But yeah, we can call these two teams, I think, even though as of recent times, you know, other teams, I think NA has definitely evened out, I would say. You know, teams have gotten better, joined TSM and SSG in the top echelon.
Deep pool.
Yeah, you know, OXG has gotten better. Astralis has gotten better. Even XSET was up there at one point. Sonics went from like one of the worst teams in NA to now one of the most consistently top 4. But TSM, SSG, I mean, when you think about, at least when I think about NA rivalry, I think about these two. It's like it's like the Yankees Red Sox of Siege.
And when you have that kind of rivalry, again, it's just like we said, makes this match all the better. But as we get into the game, Up fans now done. What are these teams doing? Well, SSG, given the fact that, you know, they didn't have a lot of time between these two matchups, running things similar to how they did on Bank against RTV. We have Bosco on blue stairs and Fultz with that Cade following up just behind. But TSM are differing from RTV. They're not going for that full clear. Instead, Gasher on the Monty with a Ying behind him are trying to cause chaos inside of server. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is trying to apply a little bit of pressure in garage. Now, there's no echo on the board that SSG played last map, so Rampy isn't inside a garage. And that gives a little bit of free real estate for TSM to open up and start applying pressure while the bulk of the attack, that Montaigne and that Ying, are trying to fight for server.
The first Candela came out earlier. There was a C4 in response that forced the Ying back and a smoke grenade to boot. Bosco's going to have to cover his team, though, as this Cade is full blind. And once again, there's the toxic gas canister. But they're burning it rather early. Bosco's only got one left. And pretty soon, he's going to have none if those Candelas continue to come through. And of course, Bosco has a total of 3. Achieved has 4. So once that last one goes out, how is Bosco going to defend Houghton?
And then Fultz has already used his C4 as well. So with that last smoke now gone, once TSM try to go for that plant, they'll only be relying on angles and impacts to try to deny that plant. Merc is pushed fairly far up inside a garage, though. Rampy might not have an idea on his exact position, but has an idea that he wants to play aggressive. Bosco certainly wants to get in their face as well. Dust's achieved, and that leaves the only man standing behind server.
And now no more Candelas. What's the wedge that they're going to use to get themselves in? Rampy and Fultz with kills as well. Rampy getting the important one onto Merc. That was their backside. That was their garage presence. All 4 of the TSM members, other than him, were pushing this side of the map. So now all you have is Gasher and Snake trying to force their way into A. We questioned, you know, after those Candelas were gone, how was TSM going to force themselves in? But how was SSG going to defend Fultz? It was just Bosco getting aggressive and swinging, growing some hair on his chest, but in come the smokes. In comes Gasher, getting tagged up from the hatch, getting the plant down now, turtle style, but there's so many impacts. 4 of them being thrown out, ensuring that Gasher can't get it down. Houghton the finisher through the hatch, and SSG, a good server hold to propel them to the first victory.
Burning a lot of smokes, but Bosco making the best decision he could have in that moment. Once that time waste is gone, and with Fultz already using his C4, if you're going to hold server, you're going to need to get aggressive, and that's what he managed to do. When you have that Monty, he might be full shielded, he might be impervious to damage, but he doesn't have a gun up either. Achieve was the only one able to cover him in that instance, and once he's taken down, the rest of the team had just now rotated over. They can start playing the trades, but SSG are the ones who came out of that hold with the lead and had burned so much time up until that point. So when they continue that man advantage, and Gasher has to go for the plant. Those impacts, they might not be C4s or smokes, but if you toss 4 at the same time, that will eviscerate anybody going for the defuse.
And a team ace.
Indeed. I actually just noticed that. Let's go SSG.
Let's go SSG. You know what's really funny too? There's 6 total assists tallied up.
10 seconds to go.
I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't know multiple people could get I didn't know multiple people could get an assist for 1 kill.
Well, you know what's funny about that? I think it's because, if I were to guess, because 2 people hit the Monty with an impact to down him, but he got down, and the 3rd finished him off.
That would be pretty funny. Also, probably, you know, Fultz has 3 assists from just holding down server with a vengeance, too.
Nah, that's another candidate.
Absolutely. So SSG with I would say a comical finish to round number 1, and now, curiously enough, they move up to CEO. And at least, you know, Carter, in our home turf of Challenger League, CEO has really taken a dip. I mean, we saw it in both CL and even in T3. Not a lot of teams really like CEO anymore. Open area is the more dominant secondary site. We've even seen Teller's archives come out from these teams in the past round. So with and now with an opening from Yeti, I mean, they start things off pretty well.
And SSG are playing to their strengths right now, putting forth a unified front on this roam and on the site as well. Bolt's getting down, but Yeti able to trade that out with the TCSG, but now 3 players on Space Station Gaming are at reduced HP. Merc is just trying his best to roll the dice and catch somebody rotating up these marble stairs, but they all remain elusive for the time being. But TSM has cleared that stock shield, though, which can often get teams hung up if they're pushing from this square side. So anybody who wants to push up far into that vending hall won't have the same cover they had before to make it work.
SSG are really stacked up. Again, there's like 4 people by that the main stairs long desk side of things, and Bosco's gonna lead things off with the kill onto Gasher once they start setting up for that execute, but Yeti drops down, victimized by Merc and Fultz with an immediate response. Snake can't make it happen, Bosco gets his second, and Bolo's left on the rappel. On Overwatch duty. Not a lot he could have done there to save his team, and he'll just, you know, last-ditch effort swing in. Actually, wow, win the fight on Rampy. That was pretty impressive. Hold on, actually, Fultz and Bosco are lit. This is doable.
So, I don't know, but Bolo's lit as well, though, so we might be looking at Hutton to be the one to save the day, but then again, this is Bolo. Never want to count him out. Bosco's got a black mirror looking exactly his way, but he waits and then fires at the last possible moment. You love to see that patience from Bosco, and as you said, indeed, a nice play. SSG go 2-0 now, so CEO, you and I might not be used to seeing it as the second preferred site after lockers, but SSG have this one on lock. And as we go to open area, the third, I'm looking once again to see if SSG, when they extend up to that top floor, as you have to do on open area, with, say, Rampy playing inside of Banana or outside of Banana, somebody playing outside of Stock, once again, playing off each other, coordinating, and even if somebody goes down and they lose that initial fight, somebody's close by to get that trade, because that has been SSG's biggest strength. When they have been winning so far in this qual, their biggest strength has been playing those trades and playing together.
Oh yeah, both against Reality TV in the match we just saw, and now the first couple rounds against TSM. That trade game has been indomitable. And two, you know, going up against a team like SSG, I wouldn't expect them to be stacking bodies on top of each other, because they're very, they're very crossfire heavy, which sometimes can thin their presence out a bit. You don't usually expect, you know, 2 or 3 people to be holding almost identical positions. So TSM, I think, we're definitely caught off guard by that, you know, namely Merc that we saw on screen killing Yeti dropping down, and then who was the Azami right there to respond. SSG, I also like the use of their Solus, making sure that they're bringing her. They brought her on lockers, and we'll see her on open area as well, kind of on a solo lurk, ready and waiting for any drones to come her way, because as much as we highlight the info game from SSG, with how aggressive and in-your-face TSM tend to play, the info is just as important for them too.
And SSG have been one of the big teams so far. Well, a lot of people when Solus came out were like, oh my god, this is just, you know, a better pulse, a power creep pulse. SSG have definitely been the people who, when they have a pulse in the strat, have replaced it with the Solus. This one being an example. They used to have a pulse playing below CEO to play for that C4 and play on that heartbeat scanner. Now it's Hutton on the Solus playing that part. But Rampy, he's always played this spot. He is the king of front desk. So when TSM tries to repel him, he'll try to take those fights, aided by the intel provided by Hot and Cold down below.
He's got that shotgun, so he's self-sufficient in terms of rotates as well, but here comes Merc on the lobby lurk that we typically see like a Nook kind of do, which is strange that they're not having Nook do it, considering she's unbanned, but Fultz may be our first casualty as he hits the deck. Rampy cannot flick in time, but Hot and Cold has a response on Gasher, so for the moment, we're even, and Fultz dropping the hatch is easily resable.
Yet he's still playing upstairs, though, knows he can maybe burn a little bit more time, get another kill. They were a little sloppy, TSM, on this clear. Assume that everyone dropped back. And now Yeti, that remaining on the top floor, it pays dividends. The Ying now gone. They used so many of the Candelas and the smokes already. Now with Gasher dead, they lose the Candelas as well. Only 2 flashbangs for Snake to blind the team and no more smokes to speak of. And with SSG rotating back, having a 4v3, even with Bolts low, that one remaining toxic canister, any generating Kibas to be left, or even any secondary utility to speak of, TSM, they'll burn about 20 to 30 more seconds setting up for this clear. SSG have that advantage, and they can use that remaining utility to throw TSM completely off guard.
And on a site like Open Area, it's not a great site for vertical play. Most of the vertical play you see here is just to clear out like that back line, horizontal or lateral to the hatch, and clearing the roam, where Yeti is currently sitting. But I can tell by the way Achieved is playing, I don't know if they know exactly where he is. There's even, where did that gas canister come? Did he just whip it up the hatch? I have to assume so. And Hot and Cold still on the lurk downstairs, gets a second kill on the round. That's going to prompt the rest of SSG to funnel in back to the site. You saw 2 bodies rotating to help support Faults, who's going to get flushed out by a Rotero drone, but it doesn't really matter. He's still safe. Achieved is dropped into bottom square, now taking a fight with Bosco as he's lit up, finishes the Azami, but their time is so low. Snake is forced to drop in, caught easily by Yeti, and Hot and Cold still on the roam, gets a 3rd kill.
That's why you have those impacts. Quickly open the door and catch the final remaining TSM player completely off guard. And for just a moment, I want to contrast TSM going up 3-0 against Reality TV yesterday to SSG going up 3-0 over TSM today. Because when TSM, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Harrison, you were casting the game, or if you feel you have a different interpretation, but with TSM, it felt like a tempest rolling over Reality TV. People completely in control of everything and dominating the very map that they played on. And SSG are doing the same thing, but it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel like a tidal wave colliding against TSM. It feels like they just know exactly what's going on at all times, the proper move to be played in the situation. It's like they're grandmaster chess players at the moment. They know when to rotate, know when to push, and know how to maneuver around TSM to catch them off guard and get these kills. So instead of complete and utter chaos and throwing everything you have against the enemy team, SSG are just poking and prodding in the right places to whittle TSM down.
I would say that is a very apt way to put it. Maybe overly apt.
I don't know if you can be overly
a little
apt.
Suspicious of you now. Are you in my brain?
I might be.
I definitely agree. With TSM, it really felt like it was gun heavy. Like they were just killing RTV at every turn. Whereas SSG right now, like you said, it's like they're GMs. Like they're like 3,000 elo chess players right now. Just every place its piece, and every piece its place, and they're playing around each other perfectly, but it's just as dominant. So 3-0 SSG, a perfect site rotation. They go back down to lockers with a similar setup, still rocking the castle, still rocking the Solus. They've got that on-site presence in the Cade and the Smoke, who are likely going to be duoing in server with those gas canisters and C4, but there's no Monty for TSM this time, and there's no Ying. So sure, you know, they did lose a lot more bodies than they wanted to in taking server, but they still took it. How are they going to deal with it now?
Well, before that, their lineup in round 1, it was basically crafted to try to ram through into server and then take that control. This is opted to more go for that full clear, but as a result, weigh their options more, not commit them to that server take. They have the Thatcher to destroy those Cade charges, and the Twitch as well if they wanted to do that. They have the Hibana, the Thermite, so if they want to go for a server take, they can do it. Have the Hibana open up the relevant hatches, and then the Exothermic open up the wall. If it ends up being that they don't have time to do the server take, but they have a kill and they need to do that front take, they can rely mainly on the Hibana to open up those hatches, and Gasher can just go for kills or use his Exothermic on something else. This isn't bottling them in to one specific take like it was before. And as SSG are slowly retreating but still holding on to open area, before they even get to that point, we'll have to see how TSM and maybe Bolo in particular deals with this roam.
You can tell Snake really wanted to drop down the Skylight, but Rampy is continuing to whittle away at the drone game, able to call out that they're starting to drone down the main stairs as well. So, and that, wow, okay, Bolo's just following it. He's just walking it down. But thanks to Rampy, SSG are wise to it. In fact, he's just going to be the one to peek in. Spots Bolo and downs him through the wall. The impact to finish, so self-sufficient. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of the Solus.
Knows exactly the lurk Bolo is going for. And when you have Bolo in that position where he spots an opening and he just thinks he can make a play, that is an extremely dangerous position to find an extremely talented player in. But SSG have now countered it. So what do TSM have? Well, not all that much. Only a minute left, and they still haven't fully cleared open area. Only now is Hot and Cold dropped, and TSM can only just now take control of it. If they go into some kind of execute right now, looking like a front-sided take, they are down in the man advantage, and those takes often come down to floods and who can win their gunfights. So if SSG can be as unified as they have been and play those trades, this is looking like it could be a 4-0.
Finally, they walk into open area, but like you said, it took them so long and the time is so low. Red hatch is open, but sight hatch is not. They've still got to use that EMP, open it with Dasher's utility, I guess, just because it's faster, and achieved droning in through elevator spots Rampy, who will answer with another impact as the nades start to funnel in. But what are they going to do about it? Keep a barrier, I think, came into play, but they very quickly naded it off. Rampy is just prone here. 90-degree angle, daring these players to walk in. Snake takes an engagement, but goes 1-for-1. Rampy prone, glides up one, not the second as Gasher refrags, but the time is so low. 5 seconds left, and Gasher can't make his way into sight thanks to Hot and Cold. SSG with another clinical defense. They're up 4-0, Carter.
And on Bank, this is a map that usually favors the attackers. It is quite a large map, and the attack needs to take a lot of map control. But at the same time, for the defense, it can be so hard to hold on to it. But SSG are playing all their cards just right. TSM, they move in the map into the first minute, but SSG hold solid onto that open area. And once Bolo goes to that play and he's taken down, TSM have taken about a minute and a half, 45 seconds. SSG know, okay, we don't need to hold on to this anymore. We've done our jobs. That was confirmation they were making the right play. Then they pull back and wait for TSM to start moving on in. So SSG going up 4-0 on this defense, and especially TSM's pick, a map that they have dominated on in the past day. We are in scary waters if you're a TSM fan. Again, the series isn't done. The map isn't even done. This is certainly a start that TSM and any TSM fan are going to be worried about.
Absolutely. I mean, SSG look incredible right now. Like, I can't even identify any weaknesses. Like, I haven't seen a round yet. And I think that's the big takeaway right now, is that none of these rounds so far have been really close.
Oh.
Right? I mean, TSM have 2, 4, 6. They have 8 kills in 4 rounds. Every single round, which is actually, that's not only their KPR, but it's accurate too. SSG have had 3 bodies up at the end of every single round. It's pure dominance. And like you said, it's like Magnus Carlsen playing against Sternab right now.
You did not have to do that, bro. That was so out of pocket. But all right. That was just mean. Anyway, but still, the ability for SSG to get all these right moves is still extremely admirable. Going back to CEO now, SSG running back the lineup they did before, or at least running back the strat that they have before. TSM will focus on clearing out this stock position once again, which, to their credit, they were able to do very early on. They were able to make quick work of, and they haven't lost achieved early on like they did before down below. So it's still a 5v5, but they're making better progress than they did before. And look at this, Mercs worked his way in, but he still loses the fight to Bosco. 2 times in a row now. The Mura has proven to be the Sultan of Janitor.
I'm telling you, this is Qual Bosco. He does not want to lose this, and Rampy with the run out removes Bolo from the rappel. Fultz gets a follow-up, and the pieces on TSM are crumbling. Snake, finally a kill for his team as he shuts down the Qual Warrior. Bosco now with the 4-4-4 apiece. And Snake's looking for more. Proning through the open hole. Unfortunately, it seems like it's just not quite open enough. He can't make his way through, but a 2 versus 4, still a tall task. And even if they get these site players, there's a C4, I think, from Yeti that's pre-placed. Fultz is Solus down below, and there's nowhere you can plant that's going to be safe from him.
Oh no. But look at SSG right now. They're not getting over aggressive by any stretch of the imagination. They've got 2 players watching that long hallway, and then 2 players likely watching the breach into the site as well, or at least to back up the other 2 players in that crossfire. So once Snake and Achieve push up, this will be a bloodbath.
Here comes the first engagement, and Snake loses it out. A crossfire being held, Achieved with 1 refrag. But again, 3 players left alive. Fultz not on his scanner, so he may not have just seen the attempt of the case, but did everyone just evacuate? Because they can play. They can play for this. Fultz is just starting to... Oh, wait, it's dropped. Wait, was that a distraction? So I think Achieve just tried to go for like a distraction play, but unfortunately not really working because everyone else from SSG is falling off. And yeah, now they know. Now they know it's just sitting there. Achieve working his way up Banana. He's going to take the first engagement against Hot and Cold and lose it. For the 5th round in a row, Carter, SSG win their defense with 3 bodies up.
And for the 5th time in a row, SSG make a convincing argument for why they are the ones to win this qual. Indomitable so far on Bank. And just look at that late round right there. Achieve tried to make a good play to go for those kills. He puts the diffuser down, and maybe a less experienced team sees the diffuser, tries to shoot it, and then the rest on the top floor try to converge on that position to deal with the player planting the bomb. But SSG, they're wise. Fultz quickly realizes, oh wait, it's not moving. The bomb's not going down. Achieved is just trying to bait us, and SSG is like, oh, is that correct? All right, let's do what we're doing. Just hang back. That's the type of skill we are seeing from SSG in this matchup, and we're going into the final round now. The last opportunity for TSM to win a single attack on Bank, something that has seemed a task far too tall for them against Space Station so far. So we'll see how they're able to manifest something in this final round, because this is looking like SSG's map, and it ain't even their pick.
Hot and Cold hasn't died yet.
I mean, like, what else could you ask from him? What else could you ask?
SSG right now are firing on all cylinders, and I feel like that's not something that we say too often about this team, especially in their international play. How the hell do you even Jönköping or whatever? Sweden Major Part 2. Their play was lackluster. They got grouped, which is not something that happens to SSG very often, but they are itching to get back on that international stage and prove that they are here to stay. 1 more round will complete a 6-0 flawless half. Of course, they got to get through all 5 members of TSM first. Bring in the Capitao, bring in the Flores, lots of really good utility pieces for TSM to try and clear out this roam, but SSG have been really fierce.
Fierce indeed. Achieved looking for a nade on this rappel. Rampy plays that position inside of office so consistently. So if they know he's there and cook the nade properly, they can land it. There we go. Castle barricade in the way. Can't do anything just yet. He'll keep cooking it. Open it up. He's still got 1 nade left and remaining, but SSG's defense so far hasn't been stopped. The same one they've been consistently throughout this qual. Fultz and Janitor, Rampy in office, and Fultz looking to get aggressive on this rappel. If he's able to get an opening pick and maybe waste 20 more seconds after that, that'll be exactly what SSG are looking for to take round 6.
I was going to say, that's a bold peek from Fultz, holding the window rappel with that SMG-11, but he just shoots the drone and gets away. Ace charge comes through, so Janitor's going to be a little bit more exposed, which might prompt Fultz to fall back to sight, but no. Still happy sitting here. Oh, does he have someone watching the wall? Yeah, Rampy's able to pick it off, and Fultz domes Bolo on the rappel as he goes for a reattempt. For the 6th, by the way, Carter, I didn't even mention this. Not only have they had 3 up,
I was about to.
They've had every single opening pick thus far.
They've taken away TSM's one big advantage, that ability to cause chaos, that ability to get picks. SSG have turned it against them. And what did I say? They get that opening pick, waste 20 more seconds, and then completely fall back. 4 players on that first floor, and Yeti down below roaming right now. And TSM simply and likely will not have the time to fully clear him. Hot and Cold might pass them on by. Yeti might flank up Blue and do exactly what Hotton did in round number 3. And as Achieved is looking, trying to find that roamer, he's not hitting the one spot he needs to.
And Fultz, another kill now. Playing on site, he's fallen back. No gas canisters remaining, so at least TSM don't have to worry about that. But Yeti's hitting the flank. He's got pings from the alibi. It seems like TSM had an inkling, and that's going to be Snake's job to hold him there. But earlier, we saw Achieved going for the vertical play and has no idea Hot and Cold's tucked in the corner. So very spread out positions from SSG, but unseen. And that's where they're the strongest. Gasher's starting to send utility in, but his entire team dies as soon as he sends out that ball. Could be a flawless round, and indeed it is. SSG lock out the last round of the half, 6-0. Pure dominance.
6 opening kills, 6 round victories in a row. And Harrison, no, that actually, they broke one pattern. Do you know what it was? They did not end that round with only 3 defenders up. Because they ended the round with every defender up. And they improved over that one. So if we're looking to break streaks today, that's the one SSG are looking for. And I don't want to say it's hopeless for TSM. This is a map they play a lot. This is a map they are comfortable on, and it's a map that they've even played against SSG back at the end of the NAL Stage 3. They know how these things can go sometimes, and for SSG, as we saw against Reality TV yesterday, they were extremely focused to their detriment on getting that bomb down, often leaving parts of the map uncleared. And if they struggle to acquire map control against TSM today, if TSM could start getting some of those opening picks, they could struggle and TSM could start getting a couple rounds. But SSG just need to get lucky. Just need to make one nice late round individual play a single time, and they go to the next map.
I think something that we also cannot overlook is that, right, SSG played this map today. TSM watched 5 defensive rounds from SSG. And yet, like, the switch up that SSG have between the reality TV game and this game is incredible. Because before, when they were playing RTV on their defenses, yeah, they would extend the roams, but it was mainly just fall-off strategies, right? Prod at them, waste some time, shoot some drones, but in the end, fall back. Don't let RTV get those entries, those aggressive plays they're looking for. Either that or SSG were just going to bunker up with, like, Smoke, Goyo, and Echo. Meanwhile, here against TSM, we're seeing an aggressive side of SSG. They're not giving up any ground whatsoever. And TSM, even though, like we said in the major, and like we said in this qual, if you're not giving TSM those opportunities, they kind of fall back. SSG are meeting TSM head on. They're just winning all the fights.
And when they meet and when they do fall back against TSM, it's not out of fear or because they're being pressured too much. It's because it's part of the plan. It's because that's the right move to make in the moment. It's never because of some overwhelming force. And look at this, 7 rounds in a row now, Harrison. SSG, opening pick. Not only Bolo gone, but they now have Archives control. So dealing with Merc and Achieved inside of open area might just be that much easier. And down goes one.
Rampy with a headshot. Merc, finally a refrag. Looking to bolster his team here with the kill on Fultz. But there's still more members of SSG hunting down for him. Hot and Cold, who was placed on the window. I believe that was Rampy. Also looking for him, Yeti on the cutoff by main stairs, just in case anyone wants to help him out. The nade sailing in will miss, as Merc just narrowly missed the spot on the head, but in the meantime, Hot and Cold's jumped through. The proximity alarm, I guess, not being heard, maybe because of the nade? Was that? There was a prox there, right?
There might have been, but either way, he decided for just a second to not fall back. But Hot and Cold dodging the C4 as well. Nothing going right. The fallback not working. The utility missing. Gasher and Snake, the 2 new pickups, bunkering down, barricading the door, and battening down the hatches as SSG come knocking.
Gasher, no more C4. Snake still has his gas canisters. It's the perfect time to start to rip them, but Gasher, oh no! 2 whiffs in a row! The Vector just doesn't do enough damage, and Rampy smokes him off the angle. Snake is in a 1v4. The only thing stopping SSG from taking their opponent's map pick flawlessly. 7-0 on Bank. If you're gonna start the finals like this, what the hell are TSM gonna do next map?
Regroup and re-strategize is the name of the game now, because Team Solo Mid, former, or I guess current SI champions, they haven't given up the title yet. If you are gonna try and beat SSG, you're gonna have to do something about their strategy, their game plan, and something about Hot and Cold. As you said, deathless at the end of that game, not falling a single time. Much like the rest of his team, he did not come to mess around.
That's insane. Hot and cold. Not only was he deathless, but he was also, it's not like, oh, he only saw like 3 people that whole
He got
game.
1 kill.
He had 8 kills. More than a 1.0 KPR and no deaths. In fact, every single member of SSG was positive. I mean, that really felt like a 7-0. That was one of the most dominant 7-0s I've ever seen. Because, sometimes there's those 7-0s where, oh, yeah, it was dominant, but some of the rounds came close, right? Oh, a couple gunfights go the other way. Maybe it's different. I mean, that was SSG in full control, manhandling TSM. And right now, I mean, that M for mid is holding true right now. Carter, that was TSM's map pick. This is the final. You cannot be getting 7-0 in a final.
Did you have to do that to them, though?
I
Did you have to go that far?
I did. The most kills they had on the team was like 4.
Well, either way, I don't know if we could add any statement beyond the statement SSG just made. So we'll throw it back to the desk. But before we get there, we'll take a short break, get a word from our sponsors.
The definition of that matchup was an unstoppable force meets a very movable object. Laxing, Bolo and achieved 2-7. Houghton was 8-0. SSG. I feel like we overuse the term, clinic and methodical, as if we had already witnessed the expression of that to an nth degree, but this was another level.
I mean, I'm eating my own words. I was trying to give TSM the benefit of the doubt of going to Bank, but I did forget, Bank is a map that they became world champions. SSG, that was their world championship round. That was their world championship map. And I wasn't expecting that. I'm kind of eating my words. I'm kind of taken back a little bit because that was not the TSM that we saw yesterday. Even the TSM that we saw against Mirage, this looked far worse than I think we've seen TSM throughout this entire tournament. And I mean, it was a 7-0. It was a clean 7-0. SSG played out of their minds. Whether that's, plays part in them already having that game before or them just playing a really good game of Siege, they showed up, they came here to play, and they got a swift and dominant 7-0. I'm gonna, truthfully, I was wearing black and white today. I'm gonna have to go find a little bit of yellow to throw in here, maybe change. Yeah, you too, Cookies. I see, we might have
yellow?
to change.
I have yellow
around.
I have some yellow on.
I guess
my
gold chains are yellow, but I don't think it's enough yellow. But it was that was a.
You ain't got to stun on us like that. You know that, right? You ain't got to stun on us.
You don't.
Let me tell you this. Lax. Let me tell all y'all this. If TSM had absolutely negative teamwork, it looked like Bolo was solo queuing. If this was the bell test from Naruto, they would have failed. Absolutely zero teamwork. I've literally watched Bolo walk down the main stairs into sight with Twitch while his teammates are still upstairs, like getting hatches. Bolo's just hopping through the sight window. Like that's something you like I see in casual when you know you can leave the game real quick. You're trying to make a play real quick and leave because dinner's ready. That's what it looked like. And it's just like I don't think I've ever seen TSM look like that before ever.
I think
it was just
the only part of their name they didn't live up to was team. They were mid.
There was no team. It was just solo.
Yeah.
You guys are brutal, man. You guys. I don't want to go at them too much.
I hate. I hate being brutal.
We have to analyze.
Yeah, I hate being brutal to people, and I don't like being unfair. But Gabe, that was. It's because of how much you have to expect from TSM that dropping the ball almost doesn't even cover the description.
Yeah, I mean you guys are right. You're absolutely right. It was that's not the TSM anyone is used to seeing, and again, that's not take away from SSG. They played phenomenal, but
they sure did.
That I'm just kind of I'm flabbergasted that's how that went. I thought these series were going to be neck and neck. It was going to be this slugfest, but that was like taking candy from a baby.
Is the answer now, Gabe? Do they just have to come back hungry and angry? Like, is that the only?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly not writing out TSM by any means. They are just as much fighters as SSG are. I think, like this is a slap of reality. Like this is it if they lose it. They can't defend their world championship title anymore. That's it. They're done. So this is it. Like going into Clubhouse, going into SSG's pick, it is, I think, going to be a very tough map for them. I do feel confident that SSG, that is one of their stronger maps in this 3 maps that are selected. But I think TSM, they can come together. They can try to figure out what needs to be done so they can get back on the board, like literally back on the board. Yeah. So I'm confident that they can do that. But again, it is going to be an uphill battle now. Not only are you going against your loss that you just played and how the map went, but you're also now going against SSG on probably one of their better maps.
Well, that is exactly what's going to happen. TSM needs to inject a little bit of life, a little bit of hope into their veins right now if they want to stay in it and have any chance at moving on through the qualifiers. They are down 1-0. SSG could take it here, going to their own map. Clubhouse, take it away, casters.
I mean, 3rd place at SI 2020, 4th place at SI 2021, and then champions at SI 2022. Harrison, if there were ever a team in North America that could, in theory, bounce back from the earth-shattering loss they just suffered, it's got to be TSM.
Absolutely. But are SSG going to let that happen? Because every 7-0, right? I definitely agree with the desk. Every 7-0, there's 2 things that have to happen. And in this case, it was TSM being real bad and SSG being real good. Both things have to happen. So, what's more likely? That TSM kind of get back on their feet, or that SSG, cool down? I think it's the former. So sure, we're probably going to see a better TSM this map. But I don't know. Even if TSM are looking like old TSM, I think the damage has been done. And now we're on Club SSG's playground. I'm envisioning a 2-0.
I can't say I disagree, unfortunately, but TSM are also TSM. They won this qual before. They've been so consistent internationally. I mean, again, if there's any team, any opponent SSG are facing that could come back, it would be TSM. Ban phase now done and dusted, and a little surprise at the end there. A little tease of what might be to come. Because, Harrison, we got Thatcher, Hibana, Valkyrie. I mean, you could rip away the name Clubhouse and just have a blank space. And if you saw those 3 bans, I mean, you might have an idea it's Clubhouse, but you wouldn't be shocked if it was another map. Then you see the Bandit come through with that Thatcher off the board.
It's like Skyscraper ban. Like that's like the only map we see Bandit banned now. And the fact that it's not necessarily that Bandit is banned, right? Because we see him sometimes on Sky. Oh, he's really powerful on Club. But why a Bandit ban with a Thatcher? Because when Thatcher's banned, that means Cade is almost exclusively going to take over. So I'm really curious as to what TSM's thought process is with that.
I mean, what we see teams do sometimes, and this is kind of because, you know, when you think of bandit on Clubhouse, you think of, oh, somebody bandit tricking plat wall or a bathroom or jacuzzi wall. We have also seen a strat kind of develop over the past year where you almost bunker around the whole map, reinforce plat wall, reinforce jacuzzi, and set up 4 bandit batteries on those. So maybe they're, you know, don't want potentially SSG to set up a complete impervious structure on the top floor, and they're worried about that. But I'm also curious as well. But still, bandit is not on the board, so if TSM do want to go for some hard breaching in the first 6 rounds, or hard breach denial, excuse me, it's going to have to be either that mute or that Cade, neither of which they are bringing. And SSG going for that full clear with Thatcher banned. They've decided to put Yeti on the map, but they don't need him right now, because Bosco has that exothermic. They'll open up flat wall and likely begin part of their takeover here, but also rotate over to Jacuzzi, open up that wall as well, maybe pinch out any roamers on the top floor, namely are Merc and Bolo at the moment.
Oh, Merc destroys Bosco. The free frag attempt comes in from Faulty. Slow low HP, but he eventually wins the fight, but can't land the second. Achieve rotates into garage to assist his teammate. And TSM, they're awake. What a wake-up call on Bank, and what a resounding success on that roam to start things off.
Didn't exactly expect Merc to hit that shot, and they didn't expect Achieve to come out from pretty much nowhere and get that trade as well. So SSG now going for that full clear in the first minute, something that they have not seen up until this point, at least in this match. An opening duel not going their way. A roam from TSM succeeding so far in the early round. Everyone retreats. Everyone pulls back from that second floor down to maybe max main stairs on the first floor. If that, and no, not even that, though. Why did I say that? Did my eyes? Okay, no, that's somebody in dirt. I thought somebody was in kitchen for a second, and I was like, surely not somebody sitting inside of kitchen. But no, everyone has pulled back. It is now a 4v3 with TSM bunkering, and SSG onto the back foot. They're going to have to open up these hatches and open up any of those walls with the Selmas. And once they do that, there will not be a lot of time left. This is where TSM thrive.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost their Thermite. At least they've got Maverick and Ace, and some of those hard hatches are already open. I think the main issue is going to be opening up Kitchen Hatch, but Hot and Cold doesn't even care. He's going to work to open Church. So Hard Breach still certainly in play. Openings being opened by SSG. And a drop coming through onto Moto, but Achieved has a response. The C4 meets Rampy as soon as he drops in, yet he can't spot the Azami through the toxic gas, and that leaves Hot and Cold alone in a 1 versus 4. And after 7 rounds of crippling defeat, TSM are poised to take this one back. Hot and Cold might have something to say about it as he dusts Achieved, but with the time so low, pretty much impossible to get all three kills with how spread out TSM are. Lands a nice headshot onto Bolo, but you can tell he's not operating off of very much intel, and eventually he succumbs to the crossfire. So TSM bounce back on round 1 of Club.
And SSG's 7-0 win streak so far. Kind of weird that win streak is that low, but it just goes to show how dominant that previous game was. And TSM on that roam, once you do that much damage to SSG so early on, winning an attack on Clubhouse Basement, which is typically the site that the attack has the most problems with on Clubhouse, is going to be difficult. You still have your hard breaching. You might not have Hibana, but you still have those Selma charges to open up some of those walls. Still have that Maverick breaching torch to open up some of those hatches. But in a 3v4, you have to try to take control of blue, and then also try to flood in to either Kitchen or Moto. And because you're going to have somebody blue, it's a necessary part of any Clubhouse attack if it's, well, from Kitchen or Moto. That's only 2 players dropping down that hatch, and if that blue player doesn't get the kill, which often on Clubhouse attack, they don't, you're kind of screwed at that point.
Now we work on to Gym for TSM, which has certainly come into its own as the secondary site. Now that cache is not necessarily as favorable. As with any 3-tiered map, though, Solus going to be real useful, especially with how much verticality there is on Clubhouse. So Achieve likely going to be playing around this middle floor on the solo lurk. SSG still bringing a lot of hard breach. Even with Ace and Thermite, they still think that they need that Maverick. I mean, there's no wall denial, though, so maybe a slight waste of a pick.
Oh, maybe you could argue a slight waste of a pick, but with SSG or TSM, excuse me, are going to try to get aggressive likely, especially after that roam on the first round. It's good to bring some redundancy, and if they do end up bringing a Cade, that Maverick obviously will help, but if you lose Bosco early on like they did last time, you gotta be happy you have that Maverick as a backup, even if there's no hard breach denial to speak of that you might actually need to use that breaching torch for, and only that breaching torch for. They'll start over on the construction and plat side of things just as before, while also having a couple players over by Jacuzzi, but Achieve trying to channel some rampy energy from last round. Might hear the repel. He's got the impacts to burst open that barricade. I don't know what he is cooking right now, but he gets away from Achieve, who impacts out and just barely misses his opportunity as SSG gets safe ground on the top floor.
As it was maybe a little bit of a bait play, yet he was trying to get Achieve to run out so he can get a free pick. But again, no wall denial means that Bosco is going to be able to breach for free. And Yeti, attempting to run on through, dies to it. At least Fultz has some kind of trade. Bosco answers, make that 2 for Fultz, but Achieved refrags. 2v2. Fultz low on HP, hot and cold, stuck in gym, taking the fight against Achieved, but those floor holes work wonders for the defense, and it's another for the Soulless as TSM lock out the site.
To give credit to SSG there, had Bosco not incinerated Yeti, or Yeti incinerated himself, depending on the sequence of events that transpired on Jacuzzi balcony, that was a round that could have gone their way. You saw how well they were able to play those trades, and after Bosco did kill Yeti with that exothermic, was still able to deal with the player inside a bathroom. So that could have been a very winnable round, and was a very winnable round for SSG, even with that team kill occurring. But they went about things very standard on Gym and Bedroom. Have a couple players pushing from Plat and Con, and having a couple players push from Jacuzzi. And often, that just comes down to trades if you aren't able to push any defenders out of their positions, or if none of the roamers give away their lives. In this case, aided by the team kill, TSM were just the ones that came out on top.
Feel bad for Yeti. But it's a 2-0 lead. And now Bar comes into play. TSM avoiding having to play Cash, at least for now. Echo, a very powerful operator here. He's usually going to sit in Strip Club. Achieved is just staring at these drones. Oh, is he going to be able to peek it? Oh.
He wants it.
No. Guess not. Nobody's on site, as is typical with Bar, though. Everyone's upstairs.
I mean, I gotta appreciate the dedication from Achieved right there. You know, even thinking about going for that drone. He's taken his role of Solace very seriously. We saw him go for that run out last time to take someone out on the rappel, and he's looking in prime position to do it again at that kitchen door, but Fultz, he's looking a little towards it right now. Maybe a little bit concerned. He'll open it, but have SSG done their homework? Have they droned this out? Fultz likely about to do so. He'll move into kitchen. He's looking upstairs right now, and oh, just at the last second, spots Achieved down below. The main roamer for TSM right now, providing, well, I guess not even necessarily some of that, you know, pressure on the attack at the moment, as the main thing that SG will have to focus on is clearing out that top floor, and also Gasher inside a strip, and those yokais can always be a problem for anybody, especially TSM or SSG, who are so focused on getting those bombs.
And especially a team that, you know, up against Reality TV, were a bit slow. They let things get down to the wire, and that's where Echo is the most powerful. Those yokais stocks increase as the round progresses. Gasher, who's solo holding in strip, though, his walls felled away by hot and cold, might be feeling a little bit more exposed, but for now, SSG more focused on this top floor roam, as you highlighted. The reinforcement on Khan protects this Azami. That's why Yeti's preparing to open it, but they're just whittling away at the Kiba barriers for now, I guess. Bosco opening up that single panel is going to start to force those Con players back.
Unlikely, maybe they could even just maybe try to go for this half clear right here, not even clear all the way across the top floor. Just keep Bolo and the Castle Snake, Merc, the Smoke contained on that top floor with hot and cold, watching from Jacuzzi to see if anybody rotates. They have the minimal control they do need to get an execute down, but they also need to be wary of those yokais, any plant denial, and any vertical control that TSM could try to retake from SSG. But the first kill goes, and it's the player farthest away from the site. Achieve goes down, but SSG come out on top.
Yeti, another kill as well, but Bolo lands a nice headshot onto Rampy, equalizing us until hot and cold refrags, but Snake has another response. It's trades back and forth, leaving us In a 2v2, Gasher and Snake, the new blood for TSM, up against Yeti and Fultz. The Dokkaebi still with a call in pocket. All the flashbangs still remaining. There goes the final logic bomb. Here's the swing, but Snake gets away. Only eats a bullet, but they've got pings. They've got him cornered. Here comes Fultz taking the aggressive push. Finally, no, not gonna win the fight. Gasher's coming in for the assist, and the whiff from Fultz may just lose them around, unless Yeti's got something to say about it, but Gasher peeks up. The final 2 kills, assisting Snake when it mattered most, and TSM are up 3-0.
2 winnable rounds now for SSG, one based off strategy and the other based off a single gunfight. And in a series and in a map especially, those can be the rounds where if this game gets close, SSG will look back and say that was where we could have closed it out in the long run. But of course, for that round, they got the control they were looking for. All they wanted to do was take Khan, take Cash, and then have Hot and Cold on Jacuzzi to watch the roamers once they get aggressive. But once SSG went for those kills and started getting traded out, Hot and Cold ends up dying. It ends up boiling down to a 2v2, and you need Fultz to win that fight, and he ends up losing it. And now, Harrison, the defense in this series is 10 rounds to 1 singular attacking victory between Bank and Clubhouse right now. And when the maps are Bank and Clubhouse, and the attack has only managed to get 1 victory, what the hell is going on today?
I have no idea. The SSG are certainly going to look to flip the script in the last 3 rounds of the half. Now attacking onto the basement against a very different TSM defense. Before, they were stacked up with the Capcan, the Solus, all upstairs. Now, this is one of the bunker heaviest site setups we've seen in this series, except with Bolo on the roam and a couple reinforcements to assist. But otherwise, you know, Wamai, Echo, Pulse, mainly focused around that site setup. TSM are slightly extended, but again, they're likely not playing too aggressively, not really playing for fights, mainly just going to be shooting drones and falling back. I would have to imagine, unless Snake has other ideas.
I mean, listen, he might be emboldened after that previous round. He's like, maybe, you know, maybe we got something here. Maybe we got a winning strategy. Bolo playing the same spot as he did before, and Merc will provide that intel on that slight extension, as you mentioned. Sees 2 outside of Plat wall, so he's not going to be the one to dome Bosco outside of Plat this time. But Bolo's decided, neither is he. They will, in fact, fall back, Harrison, after that first minute. Now everyone bunkering on the site. They know SSG will have to go for that full clear. They'll have to go and drone out the whole map, take all that control manually, and then open all those hatches, and then try to set up. Might as well let them waste their own time, and also, while you're at it, use the 2 C4s you have and the 4 impact grenades you have. Try and get some damage from down below.
They still got Cade in play too, so like I said, TSM, I thought they were going to go for the fights, but ended up not being so. SSG also having to waste the thermite upstairs means that Bosco's second is going to be on blue, and now he is completely out of hard breach. Hot and Cold, of course, evading the Electro Claws by virtue of the torch, working to open Moto. Gasher is looking to grab the peak. If Yeti's not careful enough,
So close.
he could be the next death, but Gasher's not watching the right angle at the right time. Yeti is able to get the hatch, and Gasher falls back with about a minute now remaining for SSG to get the push.
And using that second Electro Claw onto the triple panel inside a church, that was what SSG used those Selmas for last time. So getting those open will likely require some nades, and unlikely a Maverick. I mean, if they went for the Mav there, Harrison, that would be pretty insane, considering the angles you could get inside a church. But the first 2 kills happen, and neither team gets the lead. That Mav goes down, so you're gonna need to nade over that wall to destroy that Cade, but your main set of nades right now is focused on taking blue, focused on winning that fight. So opening up that triple panel might not be possible because of Fultz being the player they've decided will clear out blue.
And they're setting up for a dirt take now, with Hot and Cold rotating over. And I think Rampy on the drone, but a nade, no! Poorly cooked. I think if Fultz maybe cooked it a little bit longer, he gets a freebie there, but now Kiva's coming out to stop the hatch drop, and Achieved is dead. Hot and Cold grabs the kill. I think someone just dropped the hatch. Rampy's going up, running rampant in the site. Fultz gets one, Rampy the last, and SSG off a hatch drop just barrel their way into sight and take their first attacking win.
I got to be honest with you. That did not look like that round was trending towards an SSG victory based on how that was going. What was that? A 20-second? You were like, oh, it's a dirt take. And I'm like, oh, they indeed are very quickly rotating to dirt with only 25 seconds left. And then they just drop down 2 hatches. And in this case, the blue player manages to win. The hatch player dropping in kitchen manages to win those fights, and Rampy just sprints down main or drops or wherever the hell he entered from, is running completely rampant inside of the site. SSG did not have a lot going for them in that round, to be perfectly frank. They cleared up the second floor, they opened up those hatches. That's what you expect the team to do. But a lot of what they normally aim for on a church attack, they did not have, and they still just won enough of gunfights. And now we have our first attacking win on Clubhouse.
Is that what SSG needs? Is that going to completely flip the momentum? Are we going to see the start of a rally? Or TSM, they've got a chance to shut them down and say, you know what? Yeah, one's all you get. Playing Jim, but extending all the way towards cash, as most Jim defenses do. Hot and Cold, Bosco, and Yeti still on the triple hard breach, which is, again, I mean, it's not like it's harmed them, so why not?
They are usually losing out on a set of nades, though. Though I suppose Fultz could have picked that Yana. Instead, he opted to go for the Ash. Same weapon, G36, but different kit and different operator. And they still have 2 for Rampy. You will likely be focused on the... Oh, no. Well, that's unlucky. Hey, it happens. You go for that hatch, maybe try to go for the angle behind that chain wall, but you gotta go. And you still get the opening pick. Hot and Cold's able to take down Achieve down below. This is not a CCTV defense, by the way. This is a gym bedroom defense. But Achieve has been the main roamer on that Solus throughout this game. He gets a little aggressive, and he's punished for it.
And taking the Solus out this early is really helpful because now you can feel a little bit safer going for that plant. Now your drones are going to be safer as well, and SSG killed her with 8 drones still up. So they don't have to worry about that scanner. Hot and Cold, though, is on the floor thanks to a frost mat at the top of the garage stairs. So what is in essence now 2 free downs in the favor of TSM. Yeti now ascends the staircase, sees there's no angle, and Rez is hot, and so at the very least, they still have all 5 guns up, but certainly a lot of HP off the board.
And this clear has taken a lot more time as a result. Even if it doesn't seem like a lot in the moment, now what, 10, 15 seconds total to rotate over and pick up those players, and they're just now opening up that wall to cash, and we only have 1:15 left. TSM did lose that body earlier, but Bolo's still getting aggressive, looking to take down anybody that enters Plat. Yeti the first to go instead, as Gasher's the one that undoes him with this crossfire on Plat wall. This is looking rough for SSG.
There's more Kibas going out to freeze them in place and stop them from taking in Red Hall. Fultz now on the ground because Snake goes downstairs to support, so there's no more Red walk up. What are SSG gonna do? They've got someone in garage rafters, but they're not pushing just yet. All the flashes are missing. Bosco runs right into the line of sight, and Bolo's good for 2. Hot and Cold, the last one left, and Bolo with 3 makes TSM 4-1.
And a 7-0 on Bank has not looked like it has scared them in any way, shape, or form after that game. SSG as well, struggling to get a lot of the control they want. And that is how you deal with SSG. Constantly during the reality TV game, Harrison, I was sitting back with the desk, we're talking, what do reality TV need to do to fight back? And the answer, especially from Lax, was, well, they need to stop SSG from getting their game plan set in the first place. You need to stop the SSG from setting up the positions, because once you let SSG get what they want, let them set up the execute they want, they'll collapse on you, and there's nothing you can do. And that's what TSM are doing. Is it always successful? No. Individually, we saw Achieve get picked off pretty easily by Hot and Cold. But what was the strategy there? Hold red, hold cash as long as you can, stop SSG at the door, and not let them get the control they're looking for. And that is how TSM have won these rounds.
Absolutely. Now TSM looking to lock down a 5-1 half on Church.
5 seconds to insertion.
They're 1-1 on the site. They don't want to go back to Bar, and I don't blame them. Rocking the cap can and the Solus and the Mozzie, so once again, a heavy roam that SSG are going to have to deal with. And Carter, Yeti is rocking the dreaded Nomad on Club, and Rampy is dead because he didn't drone dirt properly.
Well, that's not the start you would like to have on round number 6. Because now TSM have that opening pick, which, by the way, if we want to, that was a very delayed question mark. If we want to extrapolate this series overall, TSM are still very much down in the dumps on opening picks. SSG leading up by... Well, that's unfortunate.
So TSM with the 2 opening picks, I guess, with Yeti's DC. Now there's
cyber warfare.
There's no more Nomad. No.
I mean, hey, listen, TSM has been getting very aggressive. Those air jabs could very well have stopped the run out. That could have happened.
That's certainly true. It's just that, people meme about Nomad on Club and her not being very useful. But if you have a strategy for it, she can be very good. However, SSG don't have her because of the DC. They're left with a couple hard breachers and faults, so a lot of utility at their disposal at the very least. Bosco used 2 of those Selma breaches to open a hatch. Hot and Cold used the thermite charge to, I think, also open a different hatch. Fultz has... Is this his last Rotero? It's either his last one or it's close to it. He'll be able to spot the Azami behind Jen, but not deal with any utility. Okay, so that was his second last. He's got 1 more. SSG are just kind of walking around the map, gathering info, trying to see, in a 3v5 that's already not very winnable, what's going to give them the best opportunity?
And that's the problem with this situation right now, is it's going to rely a lot on TSM yielding an opening to SSG, giving them an opportunity that they are not at all in the position to give them. They are all crowded on the site. So Hot and Cold lurking, he might just find someone behind AKs. There are no nades to speak of for SSG, so no explosives to avoid a gunfight, but they still put Bolo to 1 HP, and with flashbangs coming through, maybe they can get these 2 kills with Gasher low and now dead.
Hot and Cold with the kill from Dirt, but now they know he's there, and Bolo not able to get behind Jen. Bosco equalizes. Hot and Cold's got case, though, and he's stuck here thanks to Achieved holding the 90-degree angle. Utility starts to funnel through. SSG are now in blue as well. In comes Fultz lit up, and Bosco downed by the EEDs. Hot and Cold eats some more damage. Merc finishes the downed Bosco, and Hot and Cold, he's just got to go for the plant, but he's exposed, and it's actually Merc, I think, who finished him, not the Capcan.
Well, that was honestly a sad way to end that half, not just because of the DC, which obviously made that round much, much less winnable for SSG than it otherwise might have, but because that round still was very winnable after the disconnect. Able to be patient on blue, throw those flashes to work Bolo out of position, get that kill, and then Hot and Cold is also able to make his lurk in dirt work as well. Those are the 2 picks you needed to mitigate both the opening kill and the DC for Yeti. And what does it end to? What does the comeback end with? Not TSM fighting back and winning those gunfights, but 2 EDDs. And to be fair, Harrison, with a very hectic round, a player DCing, and just barely being able to claw it back, letting some Capcan EDDs slip by is something that is probably just going to happen.
Especially with them being so close to site. I mean, that's what you're playing for as the Cap. That was a smart position for Achieve to put them in. So it's 5-1. Not quite as dominant as we saw SSG's defense on Bank, but almost. Still really rough to come back from if you're SSG. Luckily, they've got the defensive side now. Maybe this is just a super defender-heavy Clubhouse. A TSM not opting for the same strategy. Bringing a Lion out. So no true, I shouldn't say no true, but no like classic entry like an Iano or an Ashe from TSM. I think it'll probably be mainly like Snake and Achieved to work those entries. Bolo, of course, with Yin can help out as well, and they're only bringing 2 hard breachers.
And of course, you also have Merc, who typically fills that entry, and once Ace uses all those Selmas, he doesn't have any more utility he might need to stay alive for and maybe to use later on. So he can always be that de facto entry. Once he uses all those Selmas, he can then just move on further into the round. And they will have to maybe put some pressure on Yeti early on, roaming around inside of Cash. Not necessarily to kill him, but at least to push him back. Achieved is now dropped, and I would think 3 whole players over by Jacuzzi will now join him on that top floor, but everyone has fallen back. Yeti, Hot and Cold, now down on that first floor. Only one left was Rampy, and he is now down there as well. So only 1 minute in has this now turned from a full roam on the top floor to a complete bunker for the remainder of round 7.
I also love the play for SSG. Like, even though they already dropped Oil Pit off the roam and were like 30 feet from sight, they still stood still. They were like, we are not giving you that info for free. TSM can drone it themselves. It's almost like, obviously, like, it's the correct. I almost want to say it's like petty.
It's a little petty. It's a little petty.
It's pretty funny. But now with a minute 20, TSM, I mean, they've got a decent bit of time to do all this work. They can start working the vert with this sledge, achieved, free to do as he pleases. 1 to C4 that he has to be careful of. But, I mean, as long as he evades Boscos, he's going to have a heyday.
Having these hatches usually takes time, especially if they're cated. It's going to cost you some HP as well, so that could be a whole 20 seconds that Gasher will spend total trying to open it up. Another EE1D comes out, and all of SSG are set up in their positions. TSM will try to open up that triple panel, and that could be problematic, but you hear the C4 fly over, doesn't get any kills, but Hot and Cold still gets the first one, and if SSG are hoping to play trades in the late round with low time, they now have the advantage they were looking for.
He got that kill with an impact nonetheless. Makes you wonder how exactly that happened, but at least the wall is open for this attack, though it's a very small opening, one that I don't believe they can move through. Candela's start to come out from Bolo to herald his way into blue. They've got pings as well, thanks to the Lion scan. Those players might be blind, but Bolo's not acting off of it, and Gasher can't make his way through. Merc at least has an equalizer as he kills Rampy, but Gasher falls next, and now you've lost case control, but Bolo and Snake are putting together some kills. False hit in the back will shotgun down the Lion, but he's in a 2v1 as Bolo has killed the other site player. What happened for SSG? They were in the lead, but Bolo working in saves it.
The round differential at the end of this game is going to be insane for both of these teams based on how these two maps have gone. SSG going into this up 7 in map count in round count because only 7 rounds were played. Now Harrison, they're down. I can't do the math in my head real quick, but either way, it's no longer +7. That's the point I'm making. It's about even between these two teams now because TSM have fought back and got 6 in a row. Well, 6 total. And moved to match point as a result. You get the point I'm making. And now, Harrison, we're in a world where both teams could take their opponent's map pick basically in about the length of a long best of 1. That is very strange. Not something that happens often in a Rainbow Six. And yet, if TSM are able to win 1 Clubhouse attack, just one singular Clubhouse attack, that's what will happen.
Actually, yeah, TSM win this, it'll be an 8-round game following a 7-round game. That's 15 rounds. That's just a max OT best of 1.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, do SSG have a response? They're going back down to the basement. The retry of Church, but with a different philosophy. Looking to roam a lot heavier with Rampy, Faults, Hot and Cold, maybe even Yeti assisting, who knows? But TSM are, of course, wise to it. They're not going to rush. They're not going to just bypass it. They are looking to full clear now with Bolo on Ash and Achieved on Buck. So should they get that full top floor control, we'll be looking at another relatively standard attack.
And they'll start on that top floor. Ooh, Achieved just dodging the fate that Rampy found himself succumbing to. And he'll get that angle, but oh no! Yeti gets the best of him inside of Logic. He is a knower. He knows what Achieved is trying to do. That's another opening pick going SSG's way. Again, you wouldn't tell by the score between, well, in this map in particular, that SSG are still dominantly leading TSM in opening picks between these two maps. And yet they are, and TSM are on match point nonetheless. They will move in to that top floor, into that second floor, to maybe approach with a different, philosophy, Harrison. Maybe they'll switch things up. Maybe put Merc in a different position than Bolo was. They still need to go for this full clear. Still need to acquire that vertical control. So for the next 45 seconds to a minute, it's going to be kind of a replay of the last round.
Yeah, what's the entry right now? Like 5-2, 6-2, or 5-3 or 6-2, something like that.
Something like
Pretty
that.
sure. SSG, I mean SSG are still in the
There were a couple hectic rounds where I wasn't quite sure who got the opening pick.
Yeah, the only one I don't have recorded is round 2 when Yeti killed himself with a thermite charge. So I don't know how the stats count that. But either way, TSM losing the entry pick in this round have lost a really important part of their attack. It's Buck. It's their only soft breacher. Wow! Talk about threading the needle. That was just impressive. Rampy smokes Gasher off the face of the earth. Now you've lost your soft breacher and your hard breacher. So you're just going to be walking through doorways.
I mean, thankfully for them, part of that triple panel is open, but thankfully for SSG, it's a 5v2 now. So Bolo and Snake, the latter, completely shut off from entering main stairs at the moment because of that toxic canister. Now have to win this entirely by kills. There's a Kiba barrier in Bolo's way, so he'll show his feet the moment he crosses, but Snake has still managed to get that first kill while being stuck on bottom main because of those toxic canisters. It's hard to give and prescribe an exact way for them to win this, Harrison. It's just plain and simple gonna have to be a miracle.
Yeah, it looked like Hot Gold just exposed himself, overexposed himself a little bit. Rampy's got a really nice hole though, staring at blue, and then another staring at main. I think that was 3 kills on the round for Rampy. SSG take their first defensive victory, but they still got 4 more to go.
Both their round wins now on Church, of course, one being on attack, one now being on defense, and as you said, that being their first win on defense, so logically, they will follow it up with a play on Jim. Saw a little bit more of an aggressive roam, I'd say, Harrison, but just a little bit from SSG. Just enough to get that first kill, and then they quickly fell back. On Jim Bedroom, that might not be the case. We'll likely see them push a little bit further into Con, a little bit further into Cash, but at the same time with TSM, they have been very aggressive. They have not been daunted by any means. So I'm interested to see how this early round is going to go between these two teams, because this might be the first time that TSM will have to face a more structured extension by SSG, and maybe SSG, in that case, will not be able to continue their dominance in the opening pick.
I was kind of hoping we were going to see the Ying Glass combo come out again. They're just teasing it. They're teasing it.
5 seconds to insertion.
I'm not gonna lie. As much as it sucked to play, I kind of liked watching Ying Glass meta. I always thought it was fun.
So it was chaotic.
It was, and as an old Glass player, it warmed my heart to see him be useful. Finally, but those days are long gone. I mean, Glass is still somewhat useful, just not as dominant as he once was. They'll swap to the Ace and the Flores instead. A much more grounded lineup. Plenty of good utility options, especially, you know, being on Jim. You would love to bring multiple hard breachers just in case, especially with the Cade on the board and the con wall being reinforced. Plus, there's that Flores. So the shield that Hot and Cold is bringing should be dealt with pretty soon.
Yep. No roam inside of Con or Cash, so TSM will get the control they are looking for. And this is often sometimes the problem with Impact EMPs. Very small radius, very small explosive radius. You might have to burn 2 because you end up missing the first one. It's also the only set of Impact EMPs that TSM had, and only one gets opened up as the Cade Claw reactivates. But Merc still has a couple more Selmas. So TSM will continue with this east side clear, undaunted so far. Because SSG are playing so far back, Harrison, it's probably going to be a good long while before we see some action, unless Rampy, potentially unnoticed down below, has something in mind.
There's a ton of info available for Rampy right now. There was one drone there, but was there anyone watching it? Hot and Cold, though, certainly being watched from one of those windows. He's lit up to about 25-ish HP. Snake is on a flank drone. That's going to prompt Rampy to fall back, at least for now. He'll probably be working a late flank, maybe around the 45-second mark or so. Certainly once TSM starts setting up for their execute, but he'll back off. TSM still have a lot of work. They're opening some barricades, but the main wall is not open. And what a C4! Holy crap! Long arm from Bosco, but immediately responded by Achieve, thanks to a nade onto Hot and Cold. The main threat still is going to be Rampy lurking underneath.
And still right now for TSM, they only have a couple small windows and doorways to enter from. Not able to open Jacuzzi wall and not able to gain an advantage either. SSG have kept it 3v3, but with logic control and site control now, SSG are starting to put the brakes on TSM. 2v1, achieved alone inside of the site.
Diffuser down too. Bosco was watching it, but opts to play for the time instead, knowing that his teammate downstairs is going to have constant eyes on where this plant attempt is going to be, and achieved on a soft floor, could fall victim. Bosco just around the corner, again plays for time. SSG know they don't have to peek him, and eventually he just swings around the corner. The TCSG doing the work for Bosco, 3 kills for the Cade, and SSG with 2 rounds in a row, now 3 to go for OT.
And they're beginning to mount a comeback, not based on playing too aggressive, but by receding into the site, into the immediate area around the site, and then having Rampy be the main person to lurk and do any aggressive work that they might need to. That worked on Jim, and a very quick fallback after a kill, to be fair. Worked on Church as well, but now we go to Bar, Harrison, and I thought we might see an extension from SSG on Jim. But now we definitely need to see at least some of one on Bar and Stage. You can't just defend this site by doing a basically complete 5-man bunker, safe, maybe 1 guy off site. You're gonna need to hold upstairs. You're going to need to play in gym and bedroom. But if they're still able to just hold that central area inside gym and bedroom and not peek too far out and give SSG or give TSM an opening, this could be another feather in their cap in what could be a comeback in the works.
How do you know?
I don't. That's the sad thing. Because
how do you know that you can't full 5-man on Bar? Have you ever seen someone try it?
I have not seen someone try it. I will give you that. However, I got a good feeling that if you tried to fit everyone in Bar, which is like mainly an open space, save for 2 walls and like a desk, it's gonna be a little difficult.
I would love to see that. You know what? That's what we got to do next ranked escapade. Full 5-man in Bar. As he would do it.
I like having a good win log, so I think I will pass.
Oh, I do not care. I'm an active troller when it comes to ranked. Bosco spotted playing upstairs, right in that gold rotate. Of course, he's the smoke, so he's not going to be tasked with holding down sight, but delaying this top floor clear as much as possible. Maestro, also an operator, we don't see terribly often, but on Bar and open area, he finds a lot of use, and the Candela's coming in, blinding Bosco. Rampy dead thanks to Gasher. Bolo jumping in, now refrag, but Bolo... Sorry, that wasn't Bolo jumping in and getting refrag. That was Merc. I'm so used to Bolo on the Ying. And TSM, after quite a quick entry upstairs, find themselves in a 4v2 advantage, primed and ready to finish the match.
I mean, since the 5-1 half, since they switched to attack, and since they went up 6-1 after round 7, that's the start we've been waiting to see from TSM. Ooh, what a tight angle by Fultz. And if we're going to see a comeback, that'd certainly be a flashy, clean way to bring it back for SSG. But TSM have full top floor control. They have the 3v1 now, and Houghton in the 1v3. Only an Ulda and Evil Eyes to save SSG's chances on map 2.
We've seen this guy do some magical things on Maestro before, and we'll need to see it again. If SSG want any hope in coming back in the map. In comes the drop. Gasher lit up, but not finished off. Bolo now dead, but the top floor coverage simply too good for SSG to overcome. Both the last kills found by Achieved, playing the Vert, and we go to map 3.
And the desk said the only way you could describe TSM was with the solo and the mid. But finally, after 7 rounds on Bank lost, on Clubhouse, we see the team enter the fray, Harrison. We see the unit, the danger from North America that has been so notorious since they entered the scene and have formulated this roster, finally come into play. Was it a 7-0? No, it wasn't. But was it a clean game? You're damn right it was.
Absolutely. I mean, quite the bounce back, especially after getting 7-0'd. It was a completely different TSM. SSG seemed like they quieted down just a little bit. They weren't allowed the same space that they were allowed on Bank. TSM seemed to just have a better handle on how to disrupt SSG, both on the attack and the defense. So 7-3, I mean, sure, like you said, it's not a 7-0, but 7-3 is still in the range that we would consider rather one-sided.
Most assuredly. And so far in the quals, it's been a lot of 3-mappers with some very small amount of 2-0s. And I think a lot of us were worried that with such an important match, after such a dominant victory from SSG, that'd be an anticlimactic final, an important one for SSG, but a bummer for all of us that were hoping for a good game. Well, if you were worried, your prayers have been answered. TSM
Worry
have
not.
fought back, and we have Chalet map 3 coming up soon. But before that, we have the desk, and before that, we have a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We got the matchup that we were waiting for. That, you know what, as viewers, we deserved. We didn't need this to end at 2. We didn't want this to end at 2. Laxing, TSM showing us they won't just take this down lying. They came back with a fight, and it was on SSG's, like, not just their map as we know it as professionals, the storied SSG Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to write them off. Obviously, I did say SSG, this was going to be their strong map, but we see it many times. One team wins the other's pick, and the other team then wins the other pick. So it's kind of one of those situations here is, you know, you thought after that dominant performance that SSG showed on Bank that would carry over into their map that they picked. And sure enough, TSM were the ones who were looking hot throughout. And because of that, we're on match point now. I mean, we're on, this is it. This is going to decide who is going to be at SI and who is going to be sitting and watching at home.
No grander way to decide the grand finals. Cookies, in your mind, how much of this, the outcome of this matchup lies on the shoulders of TSM turning around? How much of it lies on the shoulders of maybe did SSG possibly get a little too comfortable with their prior victory?
Both. Brimstone. I watched Yeti walk into a thermite charge.
Yeah.
And you want to know why? Because they were trying to rush and be extra. Okay, that's number one. So there was 100% some silliness from SSG and a bunch of little mental errors.
They were in a silly little goofy mood.
Yeah, where it seemed like they were kind of jumping the gun a little bit and feeling really confident. I mean, they did just 7-0 TSM on their super map pick where they got the first pick. And I gotta say, TSM, I was roasting them in this last segment. I was like, where's the teamwork? Why are we solo queuing? And you know what? I would say the story of this game for TSM was teamwork. I mean, from the opening round, like there was a Jackal fighting Garage Door. That guy got double teamed by Merc, and she somebody ran at him at first, and then I was like, oh my God, it's happening. They're about to get double 7-0'd. And then lo and behold, there was a teammate there to trade it. And see, it's okay to play like a psycho when you have a teammate that's also playing like one with you. Okay. You can't just do it solo. Okay. And that's where I see there was a difference for TSM. They were a team. And, the round
brought the team. They brought the team.
I just want to say this. I just want to say this to both of you guys that there was not a solo or mid play from those guys on Clubhouse.
Agreed.
No, there wasn't. I mean, can I share a team play just so like because I roasted Bolo. I said he was playing like it was casual. You know what he did with Ying? Like he threw the Ying. It gave his teammates a sound cue advantage so they could push in. Because even if you don't blind people with Ying, it's enough like stimuli that is circulating that it gives your teammates a lot of openings. And then off of that, he was able to make
space.
a big play. Yeah, it was like so.
We had a lot of space.
Where was that on Bank? Why we not do that on Bank?
Let's ignore Bank. Let's ignore Bank. Now we got to ignore Club. We are focusing on Chalet.
This is the beautiful thing. We were denied Chalet last matchup. We only went to 2. The decider of Chalet was not given to us, but Laxing, it's here now. I mean, I'm going to get you obviously to make some predictions of how you think Chalet will play out, but at this point, I'd have to say who knows based on how we saw the first 2 maps go.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know who to choose in this situation. You know, I thought in Bank TSM was gonna look like the clear dominant, team, and then the exact opposite. And then come Club, I thought SSG was gonna come off that hot showing, and then all of a sudden TSM is on top of it. So I'm gonna be honest with you, Brim. I can't give a thorough breakdown of who I think is possibly gonna even run away with Chalet. I think this is gonna be the Flarn Flurner, barn burner, any other cookies words that he's made up. Like, this is going to be it.
I think we can call this one maybe the ballet on Chalet. How about that?
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Pretty good. I like that.
You like that? Yeah.
Wow.
That was elegant.
Maybe we'll have
This is
something,
why
a nice
Oh my God.
a nice little waltz going on where it's one round back and forth the whole way till an inevitable overtime.
You're just piecing it all together and making
Grim,
it work. Wow.
Grim, that's why they pay you the big bucks.
I just hope it plays out that way, or else it's not gonna play out well for the storyline. But here's the thing: the players need a bit of a break. We need a bit of a break. We want all the energy possible for that final matchup. So we're gonna throw to that break right now. When we come back, we'll be getting into that Chalet matchup to decide who moves on to the 6th Invitational.
17 rounds in 2 maps, and somehow, Harrison, not a close one at all to be seen between these two teams, but we're on the last one. A best of one, if you will. Whoever wins this last map will go to the 6 Invitational as the final representative from North America to do so. Surely of a map of such import, this will be the one that goes the distance.
Ooh, and the poll! SSG favored by 3%.
I mean,
Interesting.
yeah,
Interesting.
this has to be the close one then, right?
Absolutely. It better be. Otherwise, I'll feel scammed. This has got to be close. This map will decide either A, TSM get a chance to renew their grand champion license,
Reclaim their hammer.
or Bosco keeps the streak alive.
And Laxing is happy as a result.
Exactly. So there's a lot at stake here, of course. If we want to look at the negatives, well, it would be the first invite missed by SSG since the first one, I think. And if TSM lose, well, they'll be the very first reigning champion to not have a chance to defend their title.
And all of that, it gets decided on Chalet. It gets decided right here. Not in the
Alps.
not in the Alps, but not in the op ban phase, to be specific. This is not a phase meant to decide the match.
Actually, if SSG ban Mira, they lose instantly.
Really? Okay, good. We have a match on our hands. Instead, SSG banned the Ying and the Valkyrie, TSM, the Flores, and the Azami. For both of these teams, a ban phase and an operator selection or an operator bans that, well, I think they've banned these exact ones not only in the past, and maybe even in this qual. TSM banning Azami especially, but for Chalet as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised by these bans in any way, shape, or form.
You know what's a bit interesting, though, concerning last map's bans, is
What
that
is it?
TSM, in like 4 or 5 maps so far, in fact, in the entire series against Mirage, and I think once against Reality TV, they have been banning Ying a lot. And then they have left it up against SSG and have used her a lot, to great success on map 2. So SSG are now thinking to themselves, all right, that Bolo guy, Bolo and Murph, rocking those Yings, no more. We can't deal with it. So that means they'll use a ban on her. Flores, of course, being the other, means that Thatcher's up, all the hard breach is up, Dokubi's up. SSG not using the Dokubi just yet. But on TSM side of things, well, they have both Solus and Mira.
Well, I was about to say, you know what's interesting about the fact that Mira is up? She's one of those operators that got banned for so often for so long that even if she's up now sometimes and not banned, teams might not run her. At least in my mind, TSM SSG, one of the main teams to actually take advantage of that Mira when she is left on the board. SSG especially, as we saw on Bank, and TSM in general, but specifically on Chalet, see Gasher putting a Black Mirror up on that extension to the top floor as the site is kitchen and dining, and SSG right now looking to start their clear over on library side. That will give them a good portion of control and will likely also mean they'll be looking to plant inside of dining. And if that's the case, we'll need to be worried about Achieve roaming on that Solus once again. We'll need to be careful and be diligent about hunting him down, or at least discovering him.
By the way, if I can get off topic for a second, I forgot to mention, I saw in my notifications in between games that Sternab tweeted, because he added me. He said, every time I've mentioned on stream, it's to be made fun of. I'm sick of it.
I mean,
sorry, Sternab. So you know what? Shout out to Sternab. I love that guy.
Represent.
I like Sternab. Genuinely. He's cool and funny. Even though he's British, I forgive him. But anyway, SSG continuing this top floor clear. Solus is all the way down in the basement, calling a lot of really good info for her team. SSG are about to maybe lose a drone. Is that indestructible? Oh, he's on the thing. That makes sense.
able to dodge it for the time being. Toxic canister bursting out as well, but a minute 45 seconds and not much has happened, but that might change momentarily as SSG all outside of Piano window and Piano proper overall. Fultz looking to peek and just spots the head of someone for a second between that shield and the wall. Spots him again, but the Womai is playing peekaboo with Diana, and it's Merc instead who cuts down Bosco as the first pick. Interesting to note, Harrison, the only hard breacher and no thermite to speak of, so if they wanted to go for that dining plant, they want to have the big wall opened up that normally you'd hope for on the site.
Man, what the heck are they gonna do now? And they still have to tussle with the mirror window. The run out comes from Achieve, catches Houghton. It's just pandemonium. Everybody on SSG is dead. Everyone, except Yeti. But Carter, he's in a 1v5, and there's 30 seconds left. Now 25 seconds left, and now he's dead. Merc with 3 kills upstairs, doing a hell of a lot of work. Being the guy that's got to hold down the long angles to contest those rifles, 3 kills is certainly something to be proud of.
Maybe we'll see a continuance of the trend we've seen so far, because after Clubhouse, after the 2 rounds SSG won on attack, Harrison, correct me if I'm wrong, has it only been 3 attacking rounds won between these two teams over maps 1, 2, and now 3? So we saw 2 attacking wins by SSG.
4.
4? Either way,
4.
Whether it's 3 or 4, a 1 round margin of error, it's still the defense outpacing the attack by a wide margin. Now we're going down to basement, and this is a time for TSM to exercise their strengths, to stop SSG from getting into the map, because on basement, we usually see a deep roam on the top floor, and then once those retreat, a firm hold inside of dining to deny that powerful hatch, so TSM should have a lot of opportunities to try and take the fight to SSG.
SSG now opting for the thermite rather than the Hibana, but it's still it's one dedicated hard breacher. They've got some from Rampy, but I don't know. Those hard breach charges, not the greatest thing in the world, especially on basement. I feel like they would have really benefited from like an ace, but they've got Thatcher. The Cade that Gasher is running shouldn't prove too difficult to deal with, especially with hot and cold rotating over to the main breach. Bosco can start to pre-place his thermite charge, though he's not going to. He just wants to avoid as much damage as possible. Even a stun from the Zoe to boot, and the wall open in less than 40 seconds.
I mean, that's what you want. Even if the execute won't come from Snowmobile, you usually see teams open that up early just to allow another angle to play. Allow some pressure to be placed on anybody rotating in the site or potentially moving around. So if they completely rotate and go for that wide-sided execute, opening up that wall early could still be impactful overall. But still a little bit too early to decide where they're going for. They're still finding some of that intel on the top floor. And as Rampy and Hot and Cold move up to that office balcony, Fultz and Bosco have moved up to library. So they are looking, even if they don't end up killing Snake or Merc, to push these roamers back.
Merc doesn't have any utility on this mirror window really to help him, though. A well-placed nade could be his undoing. Unfortunately, no ranged hard breach feeds. They can't clear the Mira exactly. More stuns go in. That could bring the jump in from Rampy, and yeah, he's just gonna go on in, but he's contested by a couple different players. Merc pounces on him. Finally, there's a refrag here from Fultz, but they've already lost a man. SSG, though, hitting their stride. Bolo, the trade, looking for another. Can't flick onto Fultz. And Hot and Cold smokes him. Wow. But is it Chief? Wait, do they know?
They might not.
Achieve might be hidden.
He might just be. They might have been so focused on the library and the mezzanine positions, they might know the castle has crept up from bedroom. That leaves Gasher alone on the site, but out he goes. He just misses
Achieved!
one around the corner. Achieved, please get one. Indeed he does. Not finished off, but Hot and Cold can react in time. A triple for him. And now a 1v2 for Gasher, but with only 40 seconds left. Has a mural window watching Garage and a C4 as well. SSG will take their time to drone out this remaining player. He might be able to work himself in a position and have just a low enough time to get the best of the attack and get TSM a second round.
Can Thatcher Thermite, the oldest duo in Siege history, overcome their greatest nemesis in Cade? Bosco working his way over towards the main breach where the Mira window is facing. Drone coming in from Hot and spots the Cade. They know he'll be on the mirror window. They know they can't play for plant. Bosco barrels his way in. Hot and Cold's covering. The C4 isn't going to land. No, it's shot by Bosco. What a reaction. Hot and Cold has to swing him. He has to stop him. And the angle from Gasher. It takes 3 shots, but it's just wide enough. And TSM hold on.
They don't say third time's the charm for no reason. 1 to the left, 1 to the right, and the third one is just right for Gasher to clutch the 1v2. SSG's best attack so far. To be fair, only out of 2. But still, they go for that full clear after opening up Garage, and they are able to play those trades. SSG's strength so far through this qualifier on attack and defense, able to play off of each other and unite against an opposing force. But TSM are able to trade back. They're able to make it close and achieved almost. If he had just looked around the corner on Heaven, could have gotten both of those kills maybe. Maybe even turned on Fultz. But instead, they're able to still get it out. But Gasher, able to win that off of time, has stopped SSG from getting that first victory. And what a play to be achieved by the newest pickup for TSM.
Hot and Cold just landed a couple more shots. Gasher wouldn't have been able to be in that position. Unfortunately, I mean, maybe the L85 plus like maybe the 3 armor from the Thatcher, making him a little bit slower. Hot and Cold maybe could have taken a more aggressive angle, but he didn't know exactly where Gasher was. I think until Gasher was in connector. We even saw, I mean, Hot had the pistol out. He was desperate, but I mean, with Bosco planting with his head, like not in the corner, since he had to shoot that C4, that's what won Gasher in the round. So all around, well played to Gasher, and SSG likely really want that one back.
And that's one that might have just slipped away when this could be a close map. If you and I, at least if our hopes are anything indicative of what's to come. Third round now. Bar and Games from TSM, not playing this Mira, not putting a Mira up in Mezzanine, but there's still plenty of utility on this top floor, plenty of presence on this top floor with 1 player in Mezzanine and 1 player over inside of Office. So, if SSG just decide to try and clear out that position directly, they'll have to worry about that angle behind them, that player supporting Bolo, achieved on the Jaeger. And of course, you always have the Solus roaming around the map with utilities coming in. The drones are coming in as well. And likely, the remaining 2 nades from Rampy and Fultz will follow up momentarily.
Momentarily?
Maybe a little bit longer.
Maybe?
Still got half the round to go.
Maybe now? Not yet. Fultz was on the Iana clone, I think spotted the Thorn for a second. Bolo is now playing behind the display case glass. Flashes go in, burned by the ADSs. The drone right in front of him, but he wins the gunfight. Actually, it was Gasher supporting him, I think, from below to win the fight. But Rampy, an instant response. Really well-placed shot onto Snake to give his team a man advantage.
3 rounds in a row now. TSM coming away with the opening duel, but Merc might be able to make the mid-round play. Succeed where achieved failed! There's Rampy spotted, but there's Merc done and dusted on the top floor. Only 1 for 1 is what TSM can get so far in this round. Gasher will play aggressive on the library hatch, but he's blinded and alone on the site with Achieve not only on low HP, but inside of Dining. That's a key angle to support, but SSG have that advantage that they crave. With maybe Yeti deciding to hop in library, it could be up to Achieved if Gasher loses this fight and can't hold out.
2 players now bearing down into lobby. Do they know about Achieved? Well, now they do, making his presence known. They're just going to sprint right on past. Do they know where he is? They don't even care. But Achieved is now downed, and there it is. Hot and Cold wins the fight against Gasher. The trade game wins out from SSG. This is what we missed out on round 1, and they're able to capitalize on what they couldn't from round 2.
Now, TSM are 3-0 in opening duel victories on this map. They have won it every single time. And even though SSG dropped round 2, what has been the difference maker is what comes next. The ability to trade soon after and then reclaim the man advantage. That is what Chalet can be good for on the attack. It's not a complex map, Harrison. I mean, this is the coldest take in the book. That Chalet, you set up in your positions, you set outside office window, sit outside library window, then dump in your utility, burn burn the magnets, the ADSs, then it's tale as old as time. We all know how this goes. And that's something that SSG can thrive off of on the attack. Because when they start pushing in and start knocking down the pieces, even if they lose the initial duel, their strength is setting up. Their strength is getting the positions on lock that they need to. They've been able to trade it back and reclaim that advantage. And even though TSM are 2-1, SSG are still keeping things close in the early round, and that's making the difference when the round comes close in the end.
It's almost like how we always tout reality TV's entry game. Like, even if they don't get the entry 9 times out of 10, there's like someone right there to get the refrag, and that's what we're seeing from SSG. That's what we're gonna need to see in the rest of this match, especially with TSM, how forward they're being. They're really playing this entry denial, meeting SSG as soon as they want to get in the building. And on a map like Chalet, it really leans itself to that play style. Now, TSM are back on Dining, and this was by far the worst attack that SSG's had so far.
This is the one round where that opening duel did not follow that pattern, where SSG were not able to trade that initial pick by Merc back. But yet, they're at least for the moment taking up some similar positions, focusing on piano window, but instead more of a presence outside office window this time. No bulwark pushing through library, instead focusing on some individual points of entries, likely to just gain some initial information that maybe work off of later. They've kept this core nade lineup of Rampy and Fultz solid throughout the time, and if one of them is going to use nades, it's likely Rampy, because Fultz has retreated back to watch the bathroom window in case somebody runs out on the 3 players all on drone on that top floor to make sure that they are safe.
They really want to make sure that Rampy's got a clear way into the building. Now, a very long angle being set up for Fultz on this rappel into the bathroom window. He can see into solar. Wow. And SSG are doubling up on the hard breach too, which I like. Last time, right, they only had a Hibana for Dining. Not great. Like, yeah, you can open up this office wall, but now you're really restricted once you get to that site push. Of course, SSG never were able to get to the site push, but now that they have that double hard breach, the ace is going to make that a lot easier.
They also still have those 8 drones on the board, and the ERC might dodge the drones, but they know Achieved is likely lurking somewhere on the bottom floor, so they'll be keeping an eye on those. Now the push comes through, but they back out very quickly, then enter just as quickly once again. Achieved making his move as SSG are pushing that top floor. It's a trade, and a 4v4 remains, but there we go. Hot and cold, bringing it back once again. SSG not taking that initial loss, and instead gaining 2 from the jaws of defeat.
Snake continuing to gas upstairs, delaying as much time as possible before finally falling back to the site and using these vertical angles to his advantage. Achieved on the Vigil could be the big player the defense needs should SSG go for your traditional Dining wall opening. But it's Fultz to die through the hatch, and Rampy, what a refrag! Headshot through the wall, Gasher down, C4 now down, and Snake without gas, but there's 15 seconds left. Snake almost killed from the trophy window flank watch, desperately seeking this smoke. They know they need the kills on site. There's 7 seconds left. Do they know about Achieved? Well, now they do. 1 for Achieved, almost the second. The time so low, the plant forced, but Snake has the angle, and SSG just takes so damn long to get downstairs.
Always looking for the perfect opportunity, and it never arrives. You gotta give credit to Achieve that round for not overplaying his hand. Starts rotating up library, but likely gets the call. They're able to trade that out, and he pulls back. Doesn't go for the full flank on that top floor. Doesn't try to retake it against overwhelming odds. Instead, he uses his biggest strength, the surprise factor. The fact that he hasn't made a play just yet. SSG probably know he's in the basement. They don't know where he's going to come from, and he does what's unexpected. He supports the site. You expect the Vigil to make a big play on the roam, and in a way he did by rotating back, by sitting west main, and because SSG took so long, and because TSM were able to keep things still close on the top floor when SSG ended up executing with, as you said, 7 seconds left. They don't know where he is, and they don't even have the time anymore to find out.
That's that slow execute style that SSG is sometimes known for, really biting him in the backside. Now suffering a 1-3 deficit. That is that to watch the window jump in? You saw that open, right?
I did see that.
Is Gasher going to be the guy to watch it? Is he trying to get it in the... Wow. Oh. Well. It was really cool for a second there.
There.
Oh, does that hit
no,
it?
Not yet. No, not yet.
Nope.
Almost.
I'm invested. Oh, he just gives up. Okay.
No,
I
he
was
got
invested. Yeah, but it's not like in the ladder like he wanted it.
I know, but is he still coming?
Dude, listen, Gash is a perfectionist.
I'm in disbelief right now.
Wait, now the other one's not electrified.
I mean,
they have a Thatcher, so it doesn't really matter anyway. But
I was going to say they have a Thatcher, and also at this point, we see the Selmas opening up the castle on the top floor. Call is likely, hey, I don't think they're going to be focusing Snowmobile Wall as early as they were last time. Instead, the focus for SSG is on clearing out this top floor directly from the bedroom window, from the bathroom window, and as the Dokkaebi call goes out, nobody from SSG pushes yet. They don't have the intel and the positioning they need to play off of that entirely, maybe even just to scare them. And confirmation, Harrison, yes, that is
crazy.
For the office window hop-in. That is a deranged angle.
Deranged is a word used to describe Gasher very often, so it's understandable. Fultz, pinged by the proximity alarm, makes his way downstairs, evades the shots from the Oryx, and Bosco gets the lead-off kill, a follow-up from Yeti, and they're just going to work their way inside off of the picks! Fultz with a second, getting the hatch dropper as well, and the round's over! SSG storming the gates of the site, catching the roamers as they fall back, and they get the second round of their much-needed comeback.
Round 4. They take too damn long. It's left in the oven for far too long. It's burnt. It's crusty. The attack's no good. So they say, all right, guys. All right, we hear you. We know we can be slow sometimes. We know we can take our time, but like a little bit too much. We'll give you what you want. They get that initial pick, but it didn't even look like they were waiting for it. It didn't even look like they were seeking that initial pick, Harrison. They decided, you know what? TSM are roaming pretty hard on the top floor. Let's just run in through one.
Walk in.
Well, no, they didn't walk in. They sprinted in.
They ran it. That was.
It's okay.
I don't know if do you remember the run out from Mr. B in Challenge League where we called it the walkout?
I do not remember.
Instead of well, he jumped through an ace charge and then like ran out crouched. So the very opposite of that from SSG. Those guys were just holding W. And the fact that like no one from TSM was on the hatch until it was too late. Like 2 anchors were dead, and then SSG, what was it? Like 2 different people were just staring at the hatch because they knew the fallback was going to come.
Attackers are heading out.
Really, really well played. Hot and Cold is 9-2.
I mean, what was he? 8-0 on map 1?
On the 7-0, yeah.
And now 9-2. I mean, obviously there was a map in between where nobody on SSG was exactly putting up a biblical performance. But if we take out that one, hey, he's having a pretty good day so far. On maps 1, hey, still only if you count 2 maps 1 and 3 having 2 deaths, that's still impressive. Even though map 2 was a little shaky from SSG. Final defense for TSM will be that bar and game site, which, if you're TSM, that's a little worrisome. This is the one SSG managed to win, Harrison. The one. They had what? What they had?
I was gonna say they had a pretty good top take.
I was about to say, I wanted to hear your opinion. I wanted to hear what you had to say. Because they did have a pretty good top take. And guess what? They just domed Bosco!
Yeah, he was peeking the window!
What? Oh, come on. What are we doing here? You can't do that.
I wonder,
to
was that a late frost trap that he just got caught out with? Or no, he had his gun up. Bosco's damaged. He had his gun up. At least there's a response from TSM as Snake cuts down Rampy. Wow, climbing the ladder. That is a bold play from Snake running out that window, but it works. Not only do they kill Rampy, they kill the only soft breach, they take out the other set of nades. So now SSG are going to be really relying on Fultz, and one of those nades just got eaten up by an ADS. And the second one only used for a frost mat.
I doubt he was fully anticipating the loss of Rampy, but he used the nade for what he wanted, and now you got no more SSG. A minute 15 left, and what's cleared out? Not much of anything. They still have top mez, still have someone top blue as well, and now that they're out of nades, if they want to clear out these positions, they'll have to hope TSM gives them a gunfight, or they catch someone on a rotation, or if all else fails, they just flood in. That's not what SSG are aiming for. They are playing patiently, biding their time. The flashbangs go in. Fultz is hoping somebody moves, but Bolo remains steadfast, and Han might just push in.
They're just in, but they get crushed. Hot and Cold and Yeti both down, but on the upstairs, there's some success. Bolo and Merc are dead. Achieve gets the finisher. Snake has to win this fight, but he won't. Fultz is going huge. Bosco's already in sight. SSG are primed to take an even half, and they're collecting even more info. Fultz just on the cusp of spotting out the Jaeger. There he is, but a nice shot from Achieve puts us in a 1v1. Fultz low as well. Achieve can win this. Fultz now drops the hatch. 13 seconds left. Achieve can back off and play for time, but he's stuck here. Stuck in bar stock. Fultz is on the hunt. Now just 1 HP. Achieve, all you need to do is not peek, and he wins it. TSM, what a resurgence mid-round to take a 4-2 half.
SSG steal a round away from a sight TSM one, and TSM steal one right back. Achieve just might be him after today, according to his own testament, but a 4-2 half on defense. Now, I don't want to call anything, because certainly this game has been topsy-turvy. We've had 3 maps that tend to lean attacker-sided, Chalet and Club especially, and yet, defying all the odds, it has been the defense having the easiest time on Bank, the easiest time on Club, and now, from that first half, the easiest time on Chalet. Easiest, not exactly being the proper word, but the best time on Chalet. And now SSG get that side. Is this going to keep with that trend? Are SSG going to be able to stop TSM? They were able to win at least some of those defensive rounds on Clubhouse by pulling back, by not giving TSM openings. But is that something you can afford on Chalet, to not defend any bit of map control? They'll have to extend on this floor, and this might be the round that could exemplify how this remaining half will go.
How small the map is, no, you certainly cannot call it. But if SSG can bring that same roaming energy as they had on Bank, then it could be a very successful half for them. TSM rocking a glass. Wait, can Solus see glass?
That's a good question.
Because it's technically electronic, right?
But I think it's just a hybrid side. Well, you know, he can see the buck on the drone, and Fultz will hop out as a result. So it's no Glaz, Harrison. He didn't see the hybrid sight that Glaz has, but he did see Merc with that skeleton key. And if TSM wanted to full clear that top floor and get some soft destruction, no more hopes for that. And bam!
Well, now there's
the Glaz gone.
They'll finally trade out Fultz, but they've lost some very key pieces of their attack as a result. The Solus certainly being useful. Unfortunately, though, the drones still alive for TSM. Well, unfortunately for SSG and fans of them. So the Solus works more for kills than anti-intel. Bolo also DCing, but luckily he was already dead, so not a terribly large impact. And hopefully he's back and we won't need a rehost. But otherwise, TSM now starting to stake their claim in the top floor. One wall being opened by Snake, the Nomad working in from Library, Rampy beginning to fall back, but there's still a lot of util that TSM are going to have to tussle with if they still want to clear top floor full.
And especially worrying about that Warden, whether Hot and Cold is on the top floor or the bottom. Achieved has those flashbangs, but more specifically and more importantly, Gasher has those smokes. They've opened up that dining wall with the impact trick failing. They're looking like they want to go for that front take, that execute through that dining wall. And that smoke to cut off the angles from Kitchen will be very important and likely pivotal for TSM's strategy. Achieved isn't giving up hope on the top floor clear just yet, though. He sees the Maestro, is able to down Bosco and make it a 3v3. TSM could get aggressive on this top floor, but now they don't have the advantage of a body. Never mind. It's retaken by SSG.
1 up and 1 down for TSM. Gasher might be left to push the site alone, but no. Achieved is forced to help him, giving up the upstairs control and allowing SSG the vertical. In comes the Thermite. Plant going down, smokes for coverage, but here's where the warning can come into play. No, it's actually the vertical. They force Gasher off the plant, and now Achieved gets caught looking. Gasher's the last one left, and Rampy does him in. SSG retaking the top floor, win their first defense.
Such a pivotal pick by Yeti right there, completely changing the course of that round. Now it's a 3v3, okay? And let's be honest with ourselves, SSG were going to try to retake the top floor no matter what. If you're a top floor roamer, you're going to want to retake it away from the attack because it makes things so much easier. But Yeti forced TSM, as you said, Harrison, to solely commit to a bottom floor execute. They weren't able to station one guy on the top floor to take a fight. They had to fully commit to the bottom. By Yeti getting that kill, the vertical was established completely. And also, the work done by Fultz early on, even though they traded back and made it a 3v3, Fultz getting these 2 kills also set such a brilliant pace for SSG early on by destroying the ability to even do vertical or look through the smokes on the attacking side. So at the beginning of the round and the late round, 2 individual plays that made round 7 for SSG.
I just saw the Yeti shot in the replay too in the slow-mo. Very impressive from Yeti. SSG now within 1 round. And strangely enough, Carter, more odd sights from this team. Master bedroom and office, which is widely agreed upon to now be one of the worst sights in comp. People don't like it. Mainly because piano, not too difficult for the attackers to take control of, especially with the big window repel. I mean, it is just, it's crippling to a defense. I mean, you just see how much of the site this one window can cut off thanks to Easy, our beautiful observer. But that castle barricade, it might have to put in a lot of work for this defense should TSM go for it.
And usually that's what happens. They're able to open up the double window because it's left wooden, and then the focus is on immediately destroying that castle barricade. But the focus between these 2 teams is not on Master Bedroom, not on Office, but Library and the first floor at the moment, because Bolo is holding Library stairs as Merc enters the first floor. He's not trying to push that player sitting there, which I believe is the Wamai. Instead, just making sure that they don't flank. They're trying to open up some of that destruction on the first floor. They'll open up a hole in dining, and Fultz just rotates in front of it, but nobody's looking. So now he is on the first floor, and Yeti as well. Who's going to get pinched, the attack or the defense?
Fultz has some info on where these drones are coming from. I think it spots his foot, and Merc is daring him to peek. Just spots the head, and Fultz is dusted. The Soulless beneath now dead. Still, Bolo is on the drone, watching Yeti's walk down. But the Wamai still stays stalwart, happy to play with his discs and happy to waste more time. But up comes Bolo, breaking the barbed. Yeti's starting to feel the pressure.
He is. The prox alarm goes off. Gun trained on Yeti's position. Bolo's waiting for the Wamai to make a move. It's a minute, 10 seconds left, but you don't have forever to play the waiting game. Achieved has the top and Bolo has the bottom, so Yeti can waste time just by sitting still at the moment. Bolo pushes, but he's on ADS. Yeti gets the kill. That just leaves Achieved on the top floor, and the entirety of the defense is ready to support the Wamai. Merc outside the double. If he pushes in, 3 guns at his back will all light on fire at the same time. Magnets put up, nades falling in. It lands at his feet, and he accepts his fate. But there's still guns trained on Merc. But they've all backed off now that Yeti is gone.
And there's 35 seconds left. Rampy looking to go huge. Only goes 1 for 1. Hot and Cold lights up Merc, but has to back off and play passive by the desk. Boxco's position could be massive. No one's on his piano window. Snake is creeping in with the case, and there is a shotgun with his name on it. Hot and Cold needs to hold the breach. He needs to give Bosco the opportunity to win this round, but he loses the fight to Achieved. Now it's a 1v3. In they come, but there's so many pings. Bosco, SMG-11 out, has to win this fight, and he takes Achieved down. 4 seconds left, but Snake's hitting the plant. Merc watching the back. Snake is now down. It's a 1v1, but the plant was completed. And here's where things might slow down. But Bosco, he's looking to keep the train moving because he's got info. There's red pings on Merc. Bosco looking to C4. Doesn't know what he wants to do just yet. Out it goes, and it kills Merc. It's the SMG-11. Bosco, the 1v3 master, is back, and SSG tie the score.
You think you're gonna try to finish him off in a qualifier? Who do you think you are? With the defuse and the 1v3, he evens the round up for Space Station Gaming. I mean, Master Bedroom and Office, Harrison, you mentioned that it's agreed to be one of the worst sites, not just on Chalet, in the game at the moment. It's so constricting that Master Bedroom window gives you so much, and SSG were able to make so much work with it because they realized what TSM were doing, taking control of that first floor and trying to put pressure on the 2 roamers. It worked for the Soulless, but it took a hell of a lot longer to work for Yeti. He ends up losing his life, but in the process, SSG reposition. Rampy's still able to get a kill in that spot, and it seems all for naught. But then there are moments where it's just the individual that makes it work. and that was Bosco in that moment. He makes the brilliant play not to fight them head-on on the breach, but to take that individual engagement with the person covering from heaven, and at that point with one player on the ground, that's another isolated 1v1 to make a clutch.
Time was so low. Snake couldn't really do anything but accept his fate. And from there, I mean, we saw it in the chat. That BP was him. That was all SSG needed. And Bosco, I thought he was going to use the C4 to kill, but it was just a masterful bait. And Merc was so low that only a couple shots with that SMG-11 was enough to kill him. Now we're at 4-4. Carter, I don't think we could have asked for a better map 3. At least so far.
I mean, finally we have a series on our hands. It's on map 3, but we finally have the close game we were looking for. The defense is not just hegemonic in this series, and the attack isn't having an easy time either. Both teams now struggling for ground, and whoever gets this could potentially be on the round before match point and series point at that. Bar games at the moment. TSM, or not bar games, excuse me. Garage at the moment, but still going for that full clear from library. Looking to take that initial bit of control, and thankfully, they shouldn't meet much resistance. The main roamers is Yeti inside of Trophy and Rampy all the way, a world away inside of Master Bedroom. TSM will not have to worry about much in the initial first minute and a half.
3 players being on site is a lot for a typical Garage defense, I would say. Usually there's more roam presence since this site tends to live and die off of how good your roam is. Rampy and Yeti, Yeti, I think, kind of placed there to cover Rampy's fallback once he begins to, but he's not even going to have the chance. I think maybe pushing up a little bit too far and biting off more than he can chew. Achieved will get the lead-off kill, and that'll prompt Yeti to set up for the retreat.
And I mean, can you blame him at this point? Achieved, and not only achieved actually, but also Snake has some soft destruction to make that position a lot more difficult, and he'll make a tough call, but likely the best one. He'll drop down the hatch, play the 4v5 on site, but cede control of that dining position to the attack. Whether it's open or not, reinforced or not, TSM will have control of it if they want to go that way. They also now don't have any more roamers to worry about. What does SSG have? The main things I'm looking at, well, not only that impact grenade to deal with the lobby hatch if they go to it, but those toxic canisters, that C4, and those glasses from hot and cold, because TSM are running low on time, and there's a lot of utility that can still tip things for SSG.
35 seconds left, and only now has the breach been opened. That'll herald the gas canisters from Faults. He's playing on blue, and Bosco's now dead thanks to Achieve playing the vertical, spotting the impact trick and killing him. Gasher gets in the way of Merc, unable to kill the smoke, and now Faults is gonna do some damage. Out goes Bolo, looking to make it more on the flank. The flanking smoke, a sight that we don't often see, but he can't find an opening just yet, and the plant is going down from Gasher. Is there enough coverage? Hot and cold with one, Faults another as he reflanks blue, but Achieved has a triple, and the plant is now complete. Gasher taking damage on his retreat, but now he and Achieved can both play the vertical.
Defenders have eyes on the diffuser.
Indeed they can. Gasher's watching. He's got the stairs. Are they going to walk up? No, they'll go for the defuse. It's going to have to be stopped by someone. Somebody please stop this man! What? They don't do it! They let Yeti get away with it! How can this happen? SSG take the lead because pros do not think.
Yeti letting the team know very kindly that indeed he was defusing, and although TSM playing the vert may look like the right call to most, they were too far afield. There was no support for either of those individual players to take the 1v1 against Faults, especially a shotgun in that position. Yeti couldn't have asked for better coverage. And TSM looking to play the post plants, it ends up defeating them. And SSG take the advantage for the first time this map after stringing together a flawless 3-site rotation. Now moving back onto dining, they'll have the top floor roam once again, something that TSM really struggled to fight with.
The difficulty to deal with that top floor roam, especially once Yeti, the man of the hour now, is able to get that kill in the late round and force TSM to fully commit to that bottom floor with the reduced manpower. Based on where they spawn, TSM likely going for a similar attack to before, starting on library, having some presence on office window. 2 over on one side, 3 on the other, but still the same west to northeast clear that we saw before. Ooh. And what do you know? Houghton starts it off. The top frag for TSM now gone off the board. 2 nades gone off the board. If TSM want to try to take library and mezzanine, well, it's free because Hot and Cold's left, and now they'll have to focus on master bedroom, down a man.
Good play from Hot and Cold, just taking his kill and dipping. Does not want to give TSM any opportunity to get a man equalizer. And now, again, if TSM want to go for this full clear, they don't have the sledge. But Yeti, what? Hits the drive-by around the kill hole. I thought he was a dead man walking, but Merc is on the floor. Gasher, Snake, and Bolo, 3 kills to each of their names, have to clutch up a 3v5, lest SSG claim match point.
But a minute 45, they might not have the sledge, but they have 2 more breach charges to open up these angles, and still Gasher with his exothermics to opening up that dining wall. Getting the top floor, not something you can focus on right now. You need to get the bare minimum for what you need for this take. With the 6 drones you have remaining, find the remaining intel, but instead, they'll go for broke. They'll push the top floor to try to bring this man count back. Snake pushing forth, but Bolo's the one through the breach who opens this up. Yeti falls back as Rampy with the coverage makes it a 4v2, and now it's Bolo and Gasher left with nothing, well, but just a little bit of time left.
The all-important kill onto Snake, a 4v2 man advantage, doubling the man count that TSM have in their favor. The hatch is popped open. There's still a whole minute left to play with. This round has gone by like lightning, but with no one left to cover the hatch, Yeti's rotate was free. That could have been a free kill for Bolo if he was still stationed there, but of course, didn't have the info. And now SSG are playing underneath to prevent the walk down. Hot and Cold likely underneath playing with a C4 as well, I would expect. Flashes go in just to walk down the stairs. Bosco leaves. Smoke for the walk down. 29 seconds remaining. Hot and Cold is prone in the site, just waiting for Bolo to walk into his LOS. And here he comes. The shot goes through. He misses, but Yeti's not going to. Gasher hits the floor. The case is dropped. Bolo's got a refrag, sure, but he's not going to outduel Houghton. And SSG on round 10, they are on match, invitational qualifying point.
And TSM, I should say, they request the timeout, have not needed it up to this point, and normally sometimes people might question the match point timeout, but in this case, TSM were keeping it so close the whole time, able to make things work. But Harrison, after they have now dropped, has this been 4 rounds in a row for SSG? 4 rounds dropped, mistakes made, now they call the timeout. Because this is the most important 2 rounds to maybe get 4 after, well, 4 total after, of TSM's career this year. Because SSG have not dropped a single defense this half. TSM, with 2 rounds to go now, have not been able to answer in the 4 prior, have not been able to answer the clutch decision-making, the excellent positioning and rotations from SSG. Even when they've managed to open things up on the right foot, SSG, who have so far through this qualifier, especially in that first game against RTV, struggled to convert advantages into wins. That is not the problem they have today.
Space Station Gaming 1 round away from taking down the ex-champs. Well, I guess technically not ex-champs, right? Still current champs.
Yeah.
Of TSM.
No. They will be ex-champs if they lose.
Yeah,
this.
If they lose here, they will for sure be ex-champs. Also, just notified too, I said our observer was easy. I lied. I was not informed that there was an observer change, so it's not my fault. But gotta give credit where credit's due. It's medics. Thank you, medics. Can you like nod with the observer? Yeah, there we go.
Hey, yeah, he was doing it.
I love, dude. Easy and medics have been a blast to work with. These guys are great.
Never worked with them before because you might be shocked. The two observers reside in the EU, and Harrison and I reside actually in the same state. So, and it's not in Europe.
Unfortunately, we are in this state.
But shout out to Medics and Easy, who have been fantastic so far. And shout out to TSM and SSG, who can still give max 5 intense rounds, but at a minimum 1. SSG can win this final defense. Because what do we have on our hands? It's Baron Games for Space Station Gaming. Rampy on the Solus, going for that roam down below. A spot that TSM, or sorry, on that first floor that TSM can focus on if they want to. And it looks like with one player outside West Main and one who could come up from the stairs below, they could get.
They didn't see him. I don't think they saw him. Because that drone went downstairs. Unless the drone comes back up and then they see Rampy. Yeah, there we go. Okay, finally they saw him. I got really scared for a second. The Sledge hopping through coat check, hunting Rampy down. He's just on the other side of the wall, but Achieve decides he does not want to tussle with the Solus, at least not right now. First gas canister comes out from Bosco really early on, with still 2 minutes left. Luckily, he's still got 2 in pocket, so it's not the end of the world. The TSM still have to figure out how they're going to deal with Fultz. Now with all the utility being burned, Gasher sends up a smoke. Next is going to be the Flame, and Fultz is going to start to feel the heat unless it's improperly placed.
Merc still gets the opening pick. That's Rampy, but that was the one we expected. That's the one that was the furthest away. But Fultz staying alive in this death spot, and did the other one miss as well? No, the other one hit, and he just barely escapes! A sliver of HP to his name! He crawls, burned, but alive, back to the site, dodges the nade as well! About a half second he had to make that work, and what does he get for his troubles? A pixel angle on the library window, the position which has still eluded TSM, because SSG have not only held on to that death spot for 2 minutes, but still have Mez, still have Blue Stairs, and TSM only have less than a minute to win this round.
I cannot believe Fultz survived, slipped away like the smoothest of criminals, and Bosco, the first kill for his team, as Merc is also down. Snake can't hit the headshot. SSG firmly in the man advantage. Flashbangs go up. Hot and Cold is full white, but he's still alive, and that's the most important thing. Just tucked behind this reinforcement, Achieved is hunting for him, but he checks the wrong corner. Yet he blindsides the Sledge, and it's Gasher and Snake. Once again, the 2 newest members of TSM have to clutch a 2v4, or their reigning world champion status will be revoked in the next 10 seconds, and it's over! Space Station stock soaring to the moon, shut down TSM, and book their ticket to Montreal.
They might have skipped a couple years, given it to NIP, given it to TSM. But if you try to challenge them in their home turf, if you try to challenge Space Station in the most important match of the year, you are a damn fool if you think they are gonna drop that opportunity and let it slip by. They might have, now I'll admit, things got a little silly on Club, Harrison. Things were not going well for Space Station Gaming, and TSM played outstanding on Clubhouse, and also played outstanding on Chalet as well. But when we look at that 7-4 victory for Space Station Gaming, what are we going to remember? The Bosco 1v3, the Yeti clutch defuse, SSG never being a team you can count out is what got them map number 3 and the final spot for North America at Invite.
I remember SSG, right? I mean, not to say that status has gone away, but you know, maybe in the last couple of years has diminished a bit, but SSG were always like that clutch team. Like even way back when they had like Redeemer and Brian, like they were the clutch team, and seeing Bosco get that 1v3, Boss Goat, I mean, Qual Bosco, he was not letting that slip away. So many of these really, really small mistakes from TSM perfectly capitalized from SSG, and just like that, TSM, the first world champion team to not make it to back-to-back invites, but SSG keep that streak alive. Bosco is going back to invite, and SSG are going to have something to prove.
And so, our hats off to the winners and our consolations to the losers. TSM, who, as you said, will not be able to defend their world championship, to defend their hammer at SI 2023. But that is it for Harrison and I, but not it for the broadcast, because we still have the desk to break down SSG's very, very excellent victory. But before we get there, we'll have a break. So make sure if you want to hear Brimstone, Cookies, and Laxing's analysis, you stay tuned after this break.
Massive win right now for SSG. Oh boy, this was the ballet on Chalet indeed. And you know what? I'm gonna get your analysis in just a moment, guys, because this is there's so much to break down in this. For a third map that started off quiet, it built and built. But the person I want to talk to most right now is gonna be Bosco, because I want to get inside the mind of one of the players, one of the best players to do it. Bosco, how amped are you guys right now? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels great. We're all jumping up and down, screaming. You know how it is.
Yeah. Now, did you expect? Okay, map number one. We got to go from the beginning here right now. Map number one, the sweep of all sweeps. It was incredible. What is going through your mind after that first map?
I mean, after the first map, it was all about just like keeping composure, honestly, and staying as focused as possible. You know, we hot off a 7-0, we don't want to like be giving these guys anything, and we knew they would be coming back stronger next map. So I mean, that was really just, you know, the series wasn't over yet. We just won map one.
Yeah.
Like we were obviously hyped because we 7-0'd them, but yeah, it was all about the next map.
Well, does that speak to the composure and the strength of a team like TSM that they could come back on your map choice as well and kind of give it right back to you guys?
Oh yeah, I mean TSM. I mean they're the world's most recent world champs for a reason. They're an incredible team. We obviously never counted them out. I knew their composure like is top tier. I mean we just played our game though, and we just stayed focused. Like yeah, they came back swinging on the second map, but it was the same thing for us. You know, the map was over. It was like all right, third map, let's go, boys.
Now I see a phone out in the background. Are you booking plane tickets right now? Is that the idea?
No, someone else takes care of that for us.
Well, you guys must be amped. I'll let you get back to celebrating with the boys. Congratulations again. I can't wait to see you guys there.
Thank you, man.
Have a good one.
You too.
Laxing, it did not disappoint. We got the match that we were hoping for. What else could you have asked for from this matchup?
Not much else, to be honest. It was two world champions clashing together to see who's going to go back and possibly win another world championship or defend their world championship title. I couldn't have asked for anything better. Maybe in some of those maps, you know, maybe not a 7-0. Maybe, you know, what we saw here in the last map, just the back and forth. And then in the second map, back and forth. But honestly, I can't ask for anything else. That was a great way to end it. And a huge shout out to SSG and my old teammate Bosco in making Invite again.
Cookies. I mean, if there was anything to ask for, it would be maybe if somehow like the rules got broken and we could let both teams through, but we know that is impossible. TSM, this is a tough pill to swallow because, you know, the highs were high. There were lows, but the highs were high. They did play well today.
They did, and it's just that bank that's going to be a nightmare for a very long time for them. It's just inexplicable. Like, honestly, I can't believe that is a part of the same series, but it really ended up being the decider. I mean, and it's tough. I mean, for TSM, the way that this year went for them, they're also probably going to be kicking themselves. Maybe the hangover, it lasted a stage longer than it needed to, because I mean, how narrowly do they end up missing out on being able to defend their title? And it's going to make, and in just, even though life shouldn't be as result oriented as it is, people are going to say, well, Ugashu and Snake, they didn't make SI, and it's just, people are going to speculate and they're going to discuss, and it's really unfortunate that they've came up so short, and that's what the narrative is probably going to end up being, is that they didn't make the right moves or they didn't make the right decisions. But I think they were right there, and I think those two, especially Ugashu and Snake, they have nothing but, they should be nothing but proud of how they came into this team and what they were able to accomplish up to this point. And I think they've got a bright future ahead of them. I think TSM has a bright future ahead of them, but this is going to be a tough one to swallow.
Let's have a quick look at the bracket. And Laxing, I liked Cookie's point of saying, that bank is going to give them nightmares for a while. But if this had swung the other way, you could be saying the same thing about Clubhouse for SSG. Either way, it's really easy to look back on the mistakes that you make. It was a tough fought battle to get here.
It was, and again, I said TSM from the start. They looked the best out of everyone. They were really, you saw them fix their mistakes after many games that, they were clearly struggling on. So, I really did think TSM, had it like they had it last year with going through the qualifiers and just making that huge run and then winning it. So, again, I really did think TSM, but I am super proud to see that SSG also went through this hurdle and went to the losers bracket, crawled back up, made it back to the finals, and then won it in the fashion that they did. They 100% deserve it. And again, I am so proud of SSG for making that.
You would have to imagine that if you're SSG, you wish that that the Invitational started tomorrow, because they must be riding a high right now. Now they got to wait it out. It's going to be about another month before that comes to fruition. But now hope's got to be high for them going into it. I want to bring the casters in again as we wrap this up today, because they did a phenomenal job for us, bringing that match to you guys, giving a story, giving a narrative around it. As much as the players, show up with the guns, with the weapons, they do the playing. Our casters as well, they got a lot to say about it. And I'm intrigued because we don't get to hear them as much when we're there discussing the match. So I want to hear their thoughts on how everything went.
Prim, you're making me blush. Making me blush.
If my face is red, it's because it's really hot in my room.
How was this experience, not just for the final matchup, but for the weekend itself, kind of painting us a picture of how things are going to be at SI?
It was fantastic. It's been a long time since I've casted TSM, and actually the last time I casted SSG, I think, was the 2020 qual when they won. So this was a great blast from the past. I'm really hopeful for them heading into Invite. Again, I think their international play as of recent has left a lot to be desired, especially getting grouped at Jönköping. So I think they're going to be heading into Invite with a fire and something to prove.
Lynx,
however,
same thing I kind of said to you, and let's make sure that we can hear you in the Discord there, because I don't want to miss out on any of this.
all right. I
want to get your take as well. This is kind of what I pitched to Laxing and Cookies. What else could we have asked for? That matchup had a little bit of everything.
Oh, yeah. We had, Harrison said it at the end of the first map, but we had one of the best 7-0s that we've ever seen, not just in terms of just the performance of the team that won, but also that it was still an entertaining 7-0, because it wasn't some, weird match where both teams weren't doing very well and it was still close, but one team just happened to win 7-0. No, it was a show that SSG were not a team to be trifled with. And then on map 2, same thing. TSM is showing why they are the best. But I do want to say this real quick, okay? I want to defend SSG a little bit, because Harrison is right. They were grouped at Jönköping, but if I recall correctly, if they had not just thrown a couple rounds against Fury, they would have made it out of the groups instead of BDS, who won the major.
That is true.
While they did not make it to playoffs of Jönköping, I think this new SSG has been very quietly simmering under the surface of what could be some international success at SI23.
I think there will definitely be some high expectations for them. And just one last reminder to everyone, if you haven't already, get those tickets. If you're not sold after this weekend, I don't know what it's going to take to get you to go to Invite. It's going to be a hell of a time. We expect everyone there. Thank you from all of us here for tuning in this weekend for the Last Chance Qualifiers. SI is next. It's just about a month away. We'll see everyone there. Have a wonderful evening, everyone.